South Oaklawn Park, New York, as we open the Belmont and Aqueduct meet on this Thursday afternoon. We're 10 minutes away from the opening race on the card. Muddy, sealed racetrack, good for the races that remain on the grass. Race 8 does come off the turf. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and it is Kentucky Derby week. Big race coming up on Saturday evening.
Incredible, really good Derby this year. Kentucky Oaks is wide open. There are great stake races all weekend. We've got some terrific cards here. 12 races, including 4 stakes on Sunday. This is a great weekend of racing and a great time of the year for the game.
Silent Tactic, full effort. They come out of the main field, and that allows 2 also eligibles. Great right, Ocelli to draw in, but it's about the big 3 when you start with this year's Kentucky Derby. Renegade, the morning line favorite with the rail. Further Ado, and of course, Commandment, who have kind of led the way into this first Saturday in May.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the Florida Derby was a very strong prep. I believe it's a top-heavy race of 7 of the 20 horses, which is a lot of them. 3 of them were the first 3 finishers in the Florida Derby. And Brad Cox, while he lost a player, he's top 2 do remain in the race, and both can win.
That would be, yeah, Commandment, Further Ado. They're both major players. You can play this race, all the action in the Triple Crown and beyond with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $25 free bet for that first Saturday in May and a $200 deposit match new customer bonus at sign up when you punch in the code Derby25 at sign up at nairabets.com. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 8 from here in New York, as mentioned. Muddy and sealed. Races 5 and 7 stay on the grass. Turf is good. Race 8 comes off. And at Oaklawn, we'll have Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess. They are fast in Hot Springs, about 44 minutes away from the opener out at Oaklawn Park. We're going to kick off the card here in New York with a 1-turn mile, maiden special weight. This is for fillies and mares, 3 and up, and it starts right there with this filly. Directive ran very good first time out, was very slow, last early, made up a lot of ground late.
Yeah, she was very impressive, and a horse that looks like out of that race she's supposed to run better, probably show a little more speed, and she still ran a speed figure that just makes her faster than these horses, a deserving heavy favorite.
Homebred for Juddmonte Farm, trained by Chad Brown, as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, she also comes out of a race in which the winner that day was heavily backed, a first-time starter for Chad Summers, who did show an abundance of speed, taking that field gate to wire. And Directive was able to kind of settle into her stride after breaking a little bit slowly. She kind of strode green for a little bit after getting some kickback, and then she settled in and she stayed glued to the rail, but she did make a nice late run, and everything about her says longer is better. But what's interesting is it's actually a little bit more of a turf pedigree, which is commonplace for these Juddmonte homebreds. So I actually like the fact that we're dealing with a track that is listed as muddy and sealed. I think she should find that to her liking. And while she hasn't strengthened up a lot for her second start, she has come up a bit across her top line, so just indicating that she benefited from that start first time out. Now to her inside is another second time starter that will have to get faster to be competitive against Directive, but Moonlit is one that debuted going a mile, in which she did break a little bit slow. She's enormous, and I'm sure it was a little bit of greenness, but I wonder if it's just going to be her. There's nothing about her that says, I'm going to leave the gate particularly fast, because she's just so big, so long, and she's a little bit offset behind. And I mean that because she carries her tail out to the right. And just in my experience, sometimes horses that do that just struggle a little bit in their sacrum, or, you know, just behind overall. As you see, when Jamie Rodriguez got the leg up, she kind of sank down a little bit. So I like her presence here. I just feel as though she's probably not up for beating Directive here today, guys.
Double-digit odds, thank you, Maggie, on Moonlit for Miguel Clement. Second-time starter, 10-1. As you see, Manny Franco get a leg up on Pomerantz, the other Chad Brown runner. He, of course, has the favorite as well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a couple of races here, and Pomerantz has run okay in the races. I thought last time out, maybe being towards the inside didn't help him, but he's got to get better to beat the favorite.
Todd Pletcher, he sends out Irresistible to kick off the post parade.
Another horse who's had her share of chances. She's at the board in 4 of her 5 starts and certainly can get the job done here, but she's got a lot of chances.
The filly Maggie was just speaking on. Moonlit, second-time starter for Miguel Clement.
She finished behind Irresistible last time out. Maybe in her second start she'll improve.
2 to 5 favorite off that big debut for Directive for trainer Chad Brown.
It's a short price, and it is a wet track, but based on that first race, she should be a short price.
And pedigree-wise, it gets a little extra ground, which should only benefit her, you would think. Tejanita, Shug McGahee, Jose Lezcano team up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you were making the point to me earlier that the last race makes this horse more of a player, and I don't disagree. Has she really improved, or is that an aberrant number in her 6 career starts?
And as we just touched on, the other Chad Brown filly, start number 1 was strong. You got to be a little bit worried about how she ran on a muddy, sealed track in start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think she's fast enough to win this race. Listen, maybe the 3 doesn't come back and run as well as she did first time or doesn't improve, in which case I guess the race is more open. But all of these horses are in trouble if the 3 is even able to duplicate her first race, much less improve on it.
And we're going to show you that debut. It came on April 3rd here in New York at 6.5 furlongs. The start, it was not good. Just sort of slow out early, was last, and then makes this big move to wind up getting second.
And the horse who's in front of her on the outside, and the Klarovich Silks, was actually the more highly regarded going into this race. She disappointed chasing, but not Directive, who really has a turf pedigree in the dam side. Antono, who won our Just a Game and finished very well behind Lady Eli in the Diana. It's more turfy, but Gunrunner obviously more of a dirt influence, though his horses can handle the turf. Chad decided to run in the dirt, and it looks like her future, at least for now, is on this surface.
And you see how far back it was to third as well. I mean, she really started to do some running, and we're not sure if she's going to be that slow out of the gate here in start number 2. Maybe she won't be.
Well, that's the thing. These horses with one start usually show a little more speed. They're more professional. And if she improves on that effort, then she's certainly going to win this race. But honestly, Greg, she runs her last race. Isn't she odds on to win this race? I'm not running to win a bet at 1 to 5, but she is overwhelmingly the horse to beat.
Seems that strong off that debut. Of course, new track condition, more ground should only help her, but it is more ground. Here's Irresistible. She has had 5 starts, 2 runner-ups, 2 seconds. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Todd Pletcher.
I mean, I guess you could argue that she is the second likeliest winner, as the odds suggest, looking at her races. But she's also been under 2 to 1 in 2 straight races. And the horse that beat her, the last one, was a Chad Brown second-time starter that improved. Time before that was actually the longest shot on the board, moving outside. I thought she ran fine that day, but had a very good trip. She handled the mud quite well. But once again, she's going to have to get better or hope the favorite doesn't run a race to be even close to beating her.
Interested to hear what Maggie thinks of her warming up. Let's go down to Maggie now.
We're talking about the 1 here, sorry. One screen is showing the 1, one screen's showing the 5. I'm going to talk about both of them here as yes. We'll begin with Irresistible down on the rail. Weirdly, a horse that I've never covered any of her races, so I don't have any previous notes on her, as she is a very good-looking filly. I mean, she's very athletic in the way that she's put together. She carries great conditioning. She does seem as though Ricardo Santana kind of lighting her up, so to speak, in this warm-up, making sure she's sharp, that she leaves there running today, because she was a little slow out of there last time out. And so then she was taken in hand to chase the pace on the inside, and it took her a while to extricate herself from the inside. But when she did, that's when she started running. Look, on paper and on the racetrack and in the paddock, she looked like the second likeliest winner, for the fact that if I didn't have past performances in front of me, I'd probably land on her. But I do have past performances in front of me, so I will pick your heavy favorite, Directive. I do want to talk about number 5, Pomerantz, who underwhelmed me in the paddock. I will say she's a bit stronger behind the saddle than what she was going back to her 2 previous efforts. What really caught my eye is that she warmed up so well over this surface. She just floated over the mud, over the sealed going. And while, yes, she ran over it last time, and obviously she ran okay, but not spectacularly, I wonder if just being familiar with it and just having that race under her belt is going to move her up a bit, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Minute to post and a 1-5 favorite. The stablemate of this one, who's the heavy favorite, 6-1. Meanwhile, here on Pomerantz for start number 3 coming up as we go back to the stablemate, and significant money. And we will see, you know, more ground should be beneficial. Also getting a different type of racetrack, and all signs, though, positive for start number 2 off that debut for Directive.
We're not trying to, you know, guarantee a victory. There's nothing guaranteed in racing, and maybe she ran her big race first time and she won't run that well today, and maybe she won't love a little moisture in the track. Though I wonder just how wet it is. It is sealed. I wonder if we'll be opening it at some point soon, though the sun has not come out. The rain is behind us. I think based on that first race, this horse could potentially be a stakes horse going forward. She takes another improvement going forward. She's another gun runner, supposed to handle the distance. She's already shown, despite her dam being a turf horse, that she can handle the dirt. This horse takes a little step forward. I mean, she's fast enough to say this horse, we could see her in stakes down the road.
Yeah, I would agree. Got to take that next step.
She's
We'll see
got
if
to
she
win here,
does.
and I'm not, you know, you don't want to, you know, you're not taking anything for granted, heavy favorite or not. She just has to go out and run the race. But there's the potential, I think, for Directive to be pretty good.
And you talked about that pedigree, too. Obviously, the Dam was a Grade 1 winner on the grass you brought up. Produced 2 graded stakes winners, 2 Grade 1 winners on the grass. So ton of turf pedigree, but in start number 1 showed she loved the dirt. We'll see if she likes the mud here in start number 2. There she is, 1-5. Dylan Davis back aboard for Chad Brown, the homebred for Juddmonte. Trying to break her maiden here. Stretching out to a mile, and start number 2 is the 1-5 favorite as we kick off this Thursday card here from South Ozone Park, New York. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Pomerantz. Manny Franco to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from Pomerantz in the early mix, and there's Directive in between horses. At the rail will be Moonlit as they're lined up, very tightly bunched as they get set to come out of the chute. Moonlit with a nose in front, but now Directive will assume command, and the heavy favorite, Dylan Davis on Directive up by a neck. Followed to the outside by Pomerantz, who's a close-up second. Now taken back to third is Moonlit and Jamie Rodriguez. The gray is Tejanita, and the trailer in a tightly packed field is Irresistible. Directive got to the lead and went 23.08 for the opening quarter mile. It's Directive moving smoothly enough with Pomerantz following still to the outside, a close-up second. Moonlit needs a way out. Moonlit is under a tight hold here, just up on heels, is now back to fourth, passed to the outside here by Irresistible, who's taken third, 3 wide. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 46.20 the half-mile time, and Directive starts the sprint. It's Directive who's up by a clear length and a half. Now Moonlit finds that running room, is moving smoothly into second. Dropping back was Pomerantz's Irresistible, still a shoved along third. Directive caught that breather, is moving right along, and it's Directive who's got a quarter mile left to go. Moonlit continues to give game chase towards the outside. Irresistible is far back to the rest. Directive trying to put away the long shot in Moonlit, who continues to give chase to this leader. Directive has a final furlong to get and now starts to widen the margin. Directive is up by 5 inside the final 16th. Dylan Davis for Chad Brown. Directive, heavily favored, wins the opener. Moonlit finishes second, then give it to Irresistible and Pomerantz.
Directive, aggressive early, Dylan Davis, and this was impressive here on the stretch out. Directive loved it. Breaks her maiden career start number 2.
Interested to see how fast the track is. 1:35.34 is quick. I think the track playing pretty quickly. And Moonlit, the second timer from Gel Clement, actually ran very well to be second. They put a huge amount of distance between themselves and the third and others in here. And just as we said, more professional, and Dylan Davis riding the best horse, didn't fool around, put her in front, and she was very good. Feels like the kind of horse we'll see her in non-winners of 1 on Belmont weekend. And then Chad Brown will probably be looking to go towards the CCA Oaks up in Saratoga early in the meet. She could be that good.
All signs point to it off this effort. And yeah, keep an eye on the times the rest of the afternoon, but that is a quick, I mean, the 7/8s, 1:22 and 3.
They were moving. Now, the pace was quick. We'll see right away. The second race, these are sort of old, hardened, veteran, older horses going a mile. Let's see how those two races compare.
Bright future for Directive here, the homebred for Juddmonte Farm, trained by Chad Brown. Dylan Davis aboard for the maiden breaking score here in start number 2 is a 1-5 favorite, and she backed it up. 3-2, 1-5 finish. We're going to take a timeout. Ramon Vasquez, 3 days remaining. He is well in the driver's seat. 4 up on Francisco Arrieta for the jockey's title. Can he close things out? Stay with us. Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. Opener underway, and pretty fun way to start off the card with a potential future star here in Directive from the barn of Chad Brown, Juddmonte Farm, and Dylan Davis aboard.
Juddmonte, who won last year's Breeders' Cup Distaff with Scylla. Looks like they have another star in the making. And you and I were sort of talking off camera about a horse given her pedigree. You wonder if she ends up going to turf, and turf is very different for fillies and mares than it is for colts, where it can devalue a colt to go to the turf. It doesn't devalue fillies or mares to win the turf, and you imagine Chad Brown will probably want to try to take a shot at some point, whether it's the CC Oaks, Alabama, those type races, and if things don't work out at the highest level with her, you point towards a race like the QE2 on the turf. It's nice to have options. This one is good.
135 and 1-2, that sharp final time. We'll see how this track's playing as we progress throughout the afternoon, but seems like a very sharp one-turn mile here. Moonlit Irresistible wind up second and third. Favorite wins at 1-5. Race 2, condition $20,000 claiming race, one-turn mile here as well for 3-year-olds and up. At Bourbon Chase, the back class here in the field.
Yeah, I picked him. You're a little bit against him in here. I think we're both trying to beat Fever Night. But Bourbon Chase, if he can remember who he was a year ago, is going to win this race. But there have to be some question marks as he drops precipitously second off the claim for Fernando Abreu.
Meanwhile, out in Hot Springs, we have Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess standing by, and their feature later on this afternoon. That comes in race 9. Arkansas bred runners in the Natural State Breeders, $150,000 purse. Fillies and mares 3 and up in one way or another. Walkaway K, 2 of the key contenders along with Caliente Star. Let's send it out to Hot Springs.
Yeah, and Arkansas is the natural state. Got my last hike in yesterday, Megan, exploring this natural state. Absolutely beautiful here. But we got a rematch, one way or another. Walkaway K, one way or another, got the better of the matchup the last time they met. That was going 6. They're stretching to a mile here. And do you see a world in which Walkaway K can turn the tables?
I do, because I've gleaned from Eric Asmussen and Danny Pish throughout the meet. But keep in mind, one way or another is a 7-year-old mare. Walkaway K is a 3-year-old. So a big disparity, I should say, in age and experience. Walkaway K by a New York-based sire, Honest Mischief, who we could see run in some of those New York Stallion Series stakes later on. But Walkaway K comes from way behind, and I find that one way or another has the tactical edge on being able to get in front of her in this game.
Yeah, she does. Absolutely have more speed one way or another, but Walkaway K, you make a great point. She's a 3-year-old filly. There's more improvement. You know what you're going to get from one way or another. She's matured. Walkaway K now also gets a break in weight, 6-pound shift from the last time they met, and a 1/4 mile further, and maybe that plays into Walkaway K's closing style. She is out of a Gio Ponte mare. Gio Ponte certainly going to add stamina to that pedigree.
Just looking at her here at the paddock throughout the Oaklawn Park meeting, it's definitely given me the indication that she will want the added distance as she does make the stretch out. Her late rally seemingly getting her even more engaged and striding out in the latter stages of her sprint races. So I have no doubt that this should be a very achievable distance for her. And this is honestly an incredibly competitive race. There are a multitude of fillies that I find could take it the right step forward.
I think it's a really competitive edition of the natural state, and Danny Pish, Eric Asmussen, they've been a pretty formidable combination when they hook up. And Eric Asmussen, he's really upped his game. Love the way he's riding, love the way he's developed.
He told me in his interview after winning with Walkaway K last time out that ground should suit. So I'm encouraged, and he's such a smart and astute jockey. Looking ahead, he even mentioned the New York Stallion Series incentive when it came to her. So he does his homework, he does it the right way, and he has certainly gotten to know her here at Oaklawn.
All right, guys, well, we're going to get underway here before too long, but we'll send it back to you in New York.
All right, thanks you two. 24 hours from the Kentucky Oaks. We need to give out Oaks picks. We have our Derby preview show that just happened. We gave out our Derby picks. Find out who Andy likes for the Lilies when we come back.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
The
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
And Milfoy's putting it around as well. And toward the inside, Pauline's Pearl and Clairiere try and find a way through. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Search results in Trevo Column. Malathot to the attack. Malathot takes the lead with 1 furlong to go. Search results tries to fight back. Search results down inside is not done yet. Malathot keeps on grinding. She thunders past the Twin Spires. Search results keeps trying hard. But Malathot's an Oak Spectacular.
Back-to-back Grade 1 wins to kick off her career with 5 straight wins to begin things in a brilliant duel there. With search results, she'd go on to win the Alabama, and later on she'd win the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
I think this is one of the best rides that John Velasquez ever gave in a big race or any race, and he doesn't really get the credit he deserves. And obviously she was a very, very good horse, and I think that's one of the reasons he doesn't get the credit, because she didn't break. She got left. And if Johnny hadn't been aggressive to ride her to get position after the break, she would have gotten totally shuffled out of this race and absolutely not won the race. And I've been happy, because I've been happy if search results won. But because of Johnny being so alert after the break to get her into position, she was able to win that race. That was a terrific horse race. Good horses.
Meanwhile, this year's edition of the Kentucky Oaks, 8:40 Eastern, Friday night. Zany looked like just steamrolling into the race as a huge favorite until the Ashland and that runner-up finish in the first defeat of her career.
I think her Demoiselle is still the best race anybody's ever run in this group. She has been a little disappointed despite being second in Grade 1 and winning her for first start. But she hasn't taken that step forward, and she hasn't acted that well. I thought she actually ran almost as well, if not better, than the winner of the Ashland, who had an absolute dream trip off the inside. I don't like the Ashland winner coming back, and I think Zany is the right favorite and the horse to beat. But I will say, with the scratches near, particularly My Miss Mo coming out, Explorer inside of her has a much better chance, and I think you want horses that are going to be more forward, and Zany may have a bit of a problem. Scratches are not good for her and always a runner.
Meanwhile, from here in New York, we have the top 2 finishers coming out of the Grade 3 Gazelle, who will move on with more. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Always a Runner, who dominated the field in the Gazelle in only her second start. She definitely has a similar resume to Chad Brown's Kentucky Derby starter in Emerging Market. She, yes, swapped back to her inside lead as we're checking out that slow-mo of her getting the job done over Pashmina, who is also in the Kentucky Oaks field. But she definitely bumped up her figure with an 89. And while she pulled a similar trip to Wood winner Albus, saving every inch of ground till about the quarter pole, she ran nearly a second faster, 3/5 of a second faster than your Wood winner in Albus. So there's definitely an engine in there, and watching her in the paddock here in preparation for that Gazelle, she's like a little pit bull. She is fierce, not the biggest, but definitely has a lot of moxie about her. But I'm having trouble kind of, qualifying where these horses stand, because they all look very similar on paper. And as we bring in Richie and Meg, yeah, you guys, hey. I feel as though the Arkansas Oaks preps are maybe the most consistent.
I would agree with that, Maggie. I think, obviously Explorer, she had to miss the fantasy, but she was able to beat Counting Stars in the Honeybee, and then Counting Stars was dominant in the fantasy.
I do find Explorer is the filly that I want coming out of these Arkansas, prep series. Is Explorer, to me, just looking at her and being able to see her in the flesh, is the most impressive 3-year-old filly I have seen physically. But Counting Stars, She still has that race where we had to scratch our heads, Meg, and I wonder into this specific scenario, 14 horse field, if she's going to be able to keep everything together mentally, because she has the propensity, and she's done it before, where she's tossed in the towel, but her best races are incredibly strong.
Yeah, and in the fantasy, she got to lay up close to a slow pace. I don't think she's going to get that luxury in the Oaks. I think they'll go a bit quicker, even though Andy talked about some of the speed, scratching out, but Counting Stars, if she runs her A race, that makes her tough, but she does have those two efforts where she was an absolute no-show. Now, Explorer couldn't make the fantasy, but look at the work tab. Bob Baffert does not run short horses, 3/4 and 12 and 2 out of the gate, 7 furlongs and 25. And let's top it off with a 5 furlongs and 58 and 4. That's a pretty impressive work tab.
She, to me, seems as if, though, despite having to miss the fantasy because of that temperature, that she hasn't missed a beat, which is exactly what you would want to see. Her energy levels there on the track at Churchill Downs, from what I've been able to glean, have been exactly where you want it. I think she's flying under the radar a little bit in a wide-open Kentucky Oaks, and she was ultra impressive the last time we saw her in the Honey Bee. To me, she's the filly that I want in this Kentucky Oaks. It's my solidified pick. I'm going with Explorer, Meg.
Explorer, Flavian Pratt, Darrell, daughter of Claiborne Farm Stallion Blame, has never been worse than second. Guys, the Derby's great. So is the Oaks.
Yeah, completely wide open, even more so, I would say, than the Kentucky Derby. Do you feel that way?
No, I agree. And I think one of the reasons is nobody has established themselves as a star in this division. And I think in the Kentucky Derby, there's quite a few horses that I think are very serious runners. And you think about how much better they could get with time. Now, that could happen with the fillies as well, but nobody in this race has stamped themselves as the absolute horse to beat. Zadie ran well last year. She's disappointed a little bit in her races this year. I still think she's the one to beat, but this has put up her shut-up time for her, and I don't know if the pace is going to be that fast for her, and that helps Explorer and hurts her.
Race 13, Friday night, under the lights, 8:40 Eastern time. Fillies running in the Kentucky Oaks. As we get back to New York, race 2, approaching the 6-minute mark to post in this one-turn mile for older horses here. Condition $20,000 claiming race. There's Fever Night. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano coming off a huge performance on a muddy, sealed racetrack. That's what we have here. Can this one go back-to-back?
This horse is is not the kind of horse I'm ever going to bet on. Could he win? Of course. But he ran with a very strong speed bias last time, and I think that's why he ran an outlier figure.
Lezcano will be back aboard, was able to get the lead in that race, go gate to wire. That's not going to be the case, you would not think, this afternoon, because the presence of the 5, Quiet Wisdom, looks like the speed of the speed in this field.
Yeah, I agree. You like him a little more than I do. His trainer has not won a race here in New York in quite a while, but I agree. If he runs his last race, Quiet Wisdom, and we saw the winner of the first race favored to not wire the field, he's a danger to wire the field. I agree.
We just left our screen, that gray, the 5. Edgar Zayas will jump aboard. Let's go back to Quiet Wisdom and show you his most recent effort. This is where he set the pace, going 7 furlongs, and wound up second to a horse named Register, who won with an 80 Beyer speed figure.
And Register was stalking him in this race, and believe me, Quiet Wisdom did not want to give up. The problem is he was 10-1 last time, and now you're getting a fraction of that price. So he's got the feel of the last time was the time, but he runs that last race. He can absolutely win this race. No argument here.
All 3 of his wins, by the way, have come at this mile distance and have come here at Aqueduct. So he is right now 5-2 as he makes his way to the track for our post-parade. Third choice on the board at 5-2. We'll kick things off here with Enduring Spirit, who comes in, improving certainly his form the last couple of starts.
Yeah, but he's claimed for 12-5 and a non-winners at 3 lifetime, which he didn't win. He's sort of, I mean, this is a non-winners at 3 lifetime as well, but other than, I should say, or 3 other than, but I don't know.
Here's the back class of the field, Bourbon Chase.
I took him on top. I'm hoping he can find that form, but I can't blame somebody for questioning his recent form.
Linda Rice coming off that trainer title.
I think people are going to like this horse because he won a muddy sealed track last time. Well, he didn't win in a sloppy sealed track 2 back. He found a very soft non-winners at 2 lifetime race, and he was able to ride a bias. I don't like him.
The old veteran, the 7-year-old Shipsational.
I root for him every time. Has not won a race since October of his 2-year-old career 4.5 years ago, but he's run plenty of good races, and he's far from impossible.
And the one we touched on, likely to be setting the pace here in this field, Quiet Wisdom.
And he's the one they have to catch. I don't disagree.
2-1 right now. Coach's second choice on the board, along with the one we're going to talk right now, who I feel like we thought would probably be the favorite, Bourbon Chase.
Yeah, I didn't look at the doubles. I probably should do that and see.
Manny Franco will be aboard for Fernando Abreu. Claimed away from Mike Maker. This is second off the claim. And yeah, this last two starts, they were against a lot better. Dropping down here, but still needs to kind of get back to what he was doing earlier in the year.
Well, earlier, yes, he was off a year. I mean, there are concerns about him. He was off from February 22nd to February 19th. He came back for Maker, got claimed out of that race. He didn't run very well. Came back and didn't run well in that race. Now, he is coming out of a race that's been fairly live, so I won't be surprised when he runs well. I don't know. I just think he's, weightless to a second there, came back to win the next time out and ran a good race. I think he's the likeliest winner of this race. And looking at doubles, he might be the slight favorite by post time. It's between him and the 3.
Yeah, year away, came back, and there's a chance he's just not the same horse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, probably isn't the same horse, but he could still win the race if he runs 4 or 5 lengths worse than he was running before the layoff, and I'm hoping he steps forward. Somebody's made a nice bet on Shipsational. I think he was 6 or 7 to 1 in the post parade. Now he went to 3 to 1. Everybody went up a little bit, and Shipsational taking a punch. Ilke Kandermachi wins a lot of races, but he's not great off the claim.
Meanwhile, to Bourbon Chase again. There he is, 5-2. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, I thought this horse could be the favorite in here, just given his past performances. But yes, as you guys mentioned, his last 2 are lacking, to say the least. They are not the Bourbon Chase that we remember running a year or 2 ago here. But physically, I think he looks fantastic. He's moving well, and now he is third off the layoff. The blinkers do come off of him. And like I say, a lot of times it's that element of surprise, just giving them a different kind of vantage point to take in a race. And you can see he is traveling very sweetly over this muddy sealed racetrack. He is winless in 10 tries over a wet track, but he has run well enough to be competitive here over it at this level. Number 3, Fever Night. I thought the same thing as Andy. Looking at him on paper, why would you take this horse as the favorite? He comes out of a race that just feels a bit weaker than this. But looking at him from my perspective, this horse has always kind of struggled to carry a lot of weight and conditioning, and especially for Linda. I always scrutinize her horses just a little bit more because they do tend to be good doers. She really packs that conditioning on them, and he just never seemed to carry it. Well, as he comes off a bit of a freshening, his weight is better than ever, and it's strong. It's muscle mass. It's not like he looks heavy coming back off of freshening. And 2, his energy levels are better than what I've seen in the past. Like I said, I didn't love him on paper, but the impression he makes physically elevated him in my eyes. Number 4, Shipsational. It's been a long time. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with allergies tremendously today. It's been a long time since he stood in this winner's circle, any winner's circle for that matter. But as he comes first off the claim for Ilke, and I agree with Andy, the horses in this barn tend to do better the more time they spend in the barn. But he just caught my eye today. He's feeling spunky. He's a 7-year-old. He looks excited and enthusiastic to be here. His coat is resplendent. He does need a pace to close into, which worries me in kind of short fields like this. But he does make a good impression, Greg.
Interesting race coming up, and the 2 has become your favorite now at 8-5, as we expected here. Bourbon Chase with a big drop down in class, but very real concern as you take a look at him. The 2 races that he's come back off over, or just about a year's layoff, against a lot better, but not what he's used to producing on the racetrack.
Oh, there's no question the connections, the new connections, are coming out and saying we made a glad claim for $50,000, claiming a horse off a big drop off the layoff. Can always be troublesome. They did not make a good claim. Doesn't mean that he can't win here. It'll be interesting to see if he gets claimed and how well he runs. I put him on top. I'm not trying to beat him, but I'm not running the window to bet him at that price. I think that Shipsational is going to run pretty well. It's just hard to take him off the fact he doesn't won in 4.5 years. And I agree with Maggie. He is pace compromised in this race. There's no question about it. The 2 isn't pace compromised. The 5 isn't. The 3 isn't, but he is. It's hard when you're that compromised and the 3 horses you have to beat all are forwardly placed.
Yeah, very hard to not see him being last, lagging this field. As, you know, all of a sudden, 3-1 on the horse who's going to be in front, probably by himself. Doesn't seem too bad, does it?
Well, but let me say, if Bourbon Chase is live, he's going to be close enough to him. He's going to beat him. And isn't Fever Night going to go a little bit too? He is the speed of the speed, but I think those horses will be at least within hailing distance. But I hear you on the 5. I'm not taking him. I want that barn to win a race before I take them. They have not won a race in New York in quite a while, but he can certainly win.
Meanwhile, Enduring Spirit, 13-1. Coming off 2 third-place finishes. The last certainly against Softer, but has put up 2 figures where potentially could take a step forward here this afternoon. Will need to for the 2 for 18 lifetime 4-year-old. 7-5 now. The 2, Bourbon Chase, the favorite with a drop down in class. Can he find a little of that old magic? 2 starts back off the year's rest have not been good, but he gets a lot easier company today. Pick 4 starts here. Chris Griffin, the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning, Enduring Spirit at the back end of the field. Speed from Bourbon Chase, but now Fever Night. In between horses will challenge, and out wider the Grays, Quiet Wisdom. That's the top trio with Shipsational. Towards the back end of the field now with slow starting, Enduring Spirit. Set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and Fever Night and Jose Lezcano. They're in front with a half-length advantage. Quiet Wisdom up in second is stalking, and here comes the first move from Shipsational, center of the racetrack in third. Behind them, Bourbon Chase, patiently ridden by Edgar Zayas, is now Manny Franco is in behind horses, and the trailer, Enduring Spirit. They're tightly bunched as they work at the backstretch, 23.53. The opening quarter mile, Fever Night with a neck advantage. There's Edgar Zayas and Quiet Wisdom to the outside in second. Being encouraged to keep up and making hard work of it so far into the turn is Bourbon Chase, who's back to fourth, just got passed easily here by Shipsational in third. 46.42, the half-mile time. Fever Night with the nose advantage. Here comes Quiet Wisdom to the outside, is just ranging up on that leader. Nose and nose as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Still trying to catch them is Shipsational. Bourbon Chase in fourth, the trailer, Enduring Spirit. The battle continues up front. To the inside, it's Fever Night, who's very game, and Quiet Wisdom, the gray, down the center of the racetrack with every chance to push on by. A final furlong to get, and here comes Shipsational with a late rally. Fever Night, Quiet Wisdom, Shipsational catching with every stride. A 16th left to go. Fever Night is game, has a nose in front. Shipsational's trying to catch him. Fever Night guts it out. Fever Night with the victory. Quiet Wisdom in a photo with Shipsational and Bourbon Chase.
Fever Night with the victory. Quiet Wisdom had the entire racetrack to go by and content to stay in second.
Yeah, this horse got it done. A good aggressive ride by Jose Lezcano, taking away an advantage that Quiet Wisdom had. He got upside of him, had every chance to win it, just couldn't do it. Shipsation looked like a winner, but then he remembered, I don't like winning, so he wasn't able to get by. He had no excuse not to do it, and a good job by Gonzalez having him closer. As far as Bourbon Chase, he can't run it all anymore. You want to use the wet track as an excuse? Okay, he's now 0 for 11 a wet track, but he's got 4 seconds and 4 thirds. It hasn't shown that he can't handle a wet track. He hasn't won on it. He was bad.
1.26 seconds slower than what we saw from Directive in the opener.
So you figure this race probably got in the 75-ish buyers. That sounds, you know, just off the top of my head, just that number. So that's probably about 10, 11 points higher. Puts the second winner in the mid to high 80s. Not a bad number when you look at the horse of the Kentucky Oaks. She fits right in there.
Yeah. 3-5-4-2. Fever Night at 2-1. Jose Lezcano and the meet's leading trainer from the concluded Aqueduct Spring Meet. As we get to Hot Springs here, opener from Oaklawn. 8-5 favorite here in this 2-turn mile. 20,000 claiming non-winners at 2 life race. The 6, Amelia's Echo. Let's go to Megan.
Yeah, we're going to start off the day here going a mile. Remember, they start and finish at the 16th pole, so a little bit of shorter stretch run. I'm going to go with the 3 here. Everything bugs me, and not because I think Andy might have named that horse. Everything bugs me.
Yeah.
But it did run well, and you pointed out, though, on a sealed, sloppy, muddy racetrack last time. But I just thought dropping in class for Cipriano Contreras and, should be able to get position, too.
She's tactical. I'll admit, I faded her just because of the fact that she was racing on the synthetic, and she has incredibly strong form there, but looking at her in the flesh, she's got a massive hoof on her. She just looks like a horse that would probably just got to glide over the top of a sealed surface last time out, and getting to the fast dirt, I question it. But Cipriano Contreras is incredibly astute and places his horses in the right positions to win. This is a pretty interesting race, though, Mig, with 7 of the 8 runners of this field dropping from around that $32,000 to $40,000 non-winners of 2 level. So very much a lateral move for a lot of these horses.
Yeah, don't you think this time of the season, 3 days left in the meet, people are just trying to get another run in, maybe get another win, so you're going to see more aggressive placement. You have some interest in the 6, Amelia Zecco, who's stretching out off of sprints, should have some speed.
She is, and she's got enough size. I find she'll get this quote-unquote short mile. I don't think she wants to go as farther than this, but she's got tactical speed, and I could really appreciate her last race on February the 20th, where I just find it a more formative race than perhaps the key race where others do come out, where Musical Prayer came out of that race to win an allowance back at Houston with a 74 Beyer speed figure, along with 3 others to come out and win off of that race. She's been training sharp off of the freshening, and she, to me, looked best today, being able to come off of a bit of time. And Mig, especially later on in the meet, I've seen a lot of horses that have been continuing to run and train here get a bit stale. So it's nice to see horses be able to get a little bit of some time coming into this last week of racing.
Horses like people, sometimes they get in a rut and change the scenery, brightens up, freshens up their minds. The 6-horse Cashination on the outside was claimed for 16, too tough last time for 40, maybe finds a more appropriate spot for 20 today, stretching to the mile also.
She is a humongous horse. She's got so much size to her that I'm very shocked that they haven't tried her ever at this distance, her first time doing so. So I was I shouldn't say only, I was mainly interested in her being able to get to the route with very similar or comparable figures and 2 back. She, again, a horse that ran on the synthetic and the turf, and her better race came on a sealed racetrack where it seemed as if she had the advantage that day over others who probably didn't fare. So I question her form just like I question the form of the number 3, but I do find as far as the distance, she'll at least be able to suit.
So your final selection is the 6,
yes,
Amelia Zecco.
Going with the 6.
You're going with the 6, Amelia Zecco, who is, wow, she was 7-5, and I went with a 3-2 shot. So we are just chalking it out to start the day here as the horses have lined up at the starting gate at the 16th pole. Again, finish and end at that short pole, the 16th pole, and send it upstairs as they're loading into Matt Dinnerman for the call of the opener here from Oaklawn Park.
They've loaded Everything Bugs Me. Justice Edition. Here's Everything Bugs Me goes in. Danita and Justice Edition. Amelia Zecco second to last. Outside, Catchy Nation to round out the group. 10 races today to kick off closing week of the season. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Looking mighty fine, bobbled a little bit coming out of there. Dunita goes to the front. Justice Edition second early. Amelia Zecco outside of her. Looking mighty fine, back in the 4th spot on the rail. Everything Bugs Me alongside as they corner. Catchy Nation is second at last, and Cryptic Miss will attempt to do her best running later. Around the clubhouse turn they go. It's Dunita carving out the fractions in the opener. A length in front. Justice Edition on a hold running in second. Amelia Zecco moves up 3 wide, claims the 3rd position onto the backstretch now. Everything Bugs Me looking mighty fine there together. Catchy Nation in the blue jacket, only 3 lengths off the pace. The first 6 covered by that margin in a gap of 5 or 6 to Cryptic Miss, who's at the back detached from the rest. They're down the back stretch here. Danita still up top of neck. Justice Edition hounding now a little bit closer while on a hold. Amelia Zecco third. Everything Bugs Me between horses, looking mighty fine, stays on the rail approaching the 4th turn. Gap of 2 Catchy Nation and Cryptic Miss still well behind as they go into the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole into the turn. Danita still up top, a half length. Justice Edition not going away. Amelia Zecco, she's in an all-out drive third, 3 wide, looking mighty fine, still on the rail. She's sent upon. Everything Bugs Me being asked for more. Catchy Nation outside for the top of the lane running. Cryptic Miss from 4 out of it is getting outside, is 7 wide off the turn, trying to mount a rally from there. They come down the stretch here. Justice Edition in front. Amelia Zecco alongside, and here's Cryptic Miss On the outside, powering past horses now, needs to get by Amelia Zecco, who's got the lead. Cryptic Miss alongside, and it's going to be a tight photo finish that went to Cryptic Miss. Cryptic Miss over Amelia Zecco, then Everything Bugs Me in Justice Edition.
Well, in the opener here at Oaklawn Park, it was Cryptic Miss from last to first under David Cabrera, and a really good effort from the 6. Your selection, Amelia Zecco, just couldn't hold off that late rush.
She looked beat rounding the turn. She was under an all-out drive under Ramon Vasquez, who, puzzling, she sat widest of all on the racetrack throughout the running of this race, and Cryptic Miss, was able to come off of a race that didn't have overtly fast factions. They did hustle, though, a bit for the level. Second off of the freshening for Boyd Castor, gets his 3rd win of the meet.
Yeah, and just a big late rally for this 4-year-old daughter of Code West. Gets it done. David Cabrera kind of had a slow start to this meet, but picking it up as we go along, and openers in the books. We'll wait till it goes official, guys, but it was Cryptic Miss getting up over Amelia Zecco in the opener.
And doing so at 13-1, 1-6, 3-5, 32, or sorry, 3-2, 7-5, and then 19-1 to round out that superfecta there in the opener. Nice way to kick things off out in Hot Springs. We'll be back with prices. Set up the early pick 4 in a moment. Fever Night in what you officially 1.27 seconds slower than Directive in the opener.
Yeah, we were talking about it and saying if this horse got a buyer figure in the mid 70s, that would put Directive in the high 80s, mid to high 80s. So a solid effort by her. And I thought a nice horse race between these two. The favorite didn't show up, but these two battled all around. And Linda and Jose Lascano were not going to allow the number 5 Quiet Wisdom to have a big pace advantage. It's the right move and the winning move.
Quiet Wisdom, the gray, locked to the 3 the entire stretch. Could not make up any ground, but was able to hang on for second. So Fever Night, $6.90. Linda Rice owns part of this one as well, along with Bruce Golden Racing and Jose Lascano with the victory here. The jump up in class, now back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old. Race 3 will kick off the pick 6, 6.5 furlong sprint. New York breds in a $40,000 starter allowance. And it is Baseball Lady Linda Rice will look to go back-to-back. Jamie Rodriguez will be aboard Baseball Lady.
Yeah,
Speed with the force.
She's the speed, and I don't have a big argument against her sort of being the horse to beat. We've seen Speed do well so far. I don't know how competitive the racing has been, so I don't want to get carried away by that. She's fine. Her last race was okay. You and I both like Amy's Light in here, who has sort of low-profile connections, but I think her recent form has been good enough to win here.
She's down to 5-2 right now from a 9-2 morning line post parade from the race that kicks off to pick 6 from here in New York when we come back from a timeout. Look ahead to tomorrow's action as well. My own 3/8 on the lawn. Miguel Clement, he'll have 2 chances in the grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay. Unreasonable and Kiamba from the outside post. We'll have a preview next. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Coming up in tomorrow's action, mile and 3/8 on the lawn, grade 3, Sheep's Head Bay, $175,000 purse, and even money favorite on the morning line, no-show Sammy Joe for Graham Motion. Had a pretty nice career.
She looks unbeatable on paper. She's been in great form. And this race, you know, maybe at the end of the day, Ruiz ended up moving a little soon with her because this race will absolutely implode in the last 50 to 100 yards. She looks on her way to victory. You're going to see horses just come from the clouds to finish behind. Outfinish her. She runs second. She's been very, very good. She's way the horse to beat in this race. I am not trying to beat her.
It's already won at a mile and 3/8 as well. Deserved, yeah, short-priced 6-year-old mare in this group. We told you going to break, Miguel Clement. He'll send out 2. First up, Unreasonable, who makes her 5-year-old return coming out of a Kentucky Downs race.
Yeah, while Kiamba's a bit of an unknown, I think this horse is, I think she's okay. I mean, she's coming off a layoff. She had a good trip to win this race. We haven't seen her since Kentucky Downs. So I think she's one who might have some upside, might be kind of interesting. I didn't love the European form on Kiamba. She wants to run, 2 miles around there, are okay. We'll see if she's okay. Maybe she is the more likely one, and she certainly will have no problem with distance. This horse ran okay to win this day, though. She'd have to do better off the
Yeah,
layoff.
it's been a nice one, Wrigleyville at a mile and 3/16, but facing no-show Sammy Joe at this distance, a little different story.
Yeah, no-show Sammy Joe is pretty good.
Take a look at what's coming up this weekend. Here's we kick off this Belmont of the Big A meet. Sheep's Head Bay tomorrow, Saturday, Fort Marcy, Elusive Quality. And
Deterministic's back in the Fort Marcy.
I was just about to get to that. And that was sort of his coming out party, wasn't it, on the grass?
It was. And he's the horse to catch and beat in that race. The horse of the rail for Miguel Clement is a European that's pretty good, but he may be a bit compromised by pace. But I think that horse is pretty talented, could be a player in the division going forward. See about I think the sprint is wide open, the Elusive Quality, and then Sunday's card stakes laden with 4 stakes.
Look forward to it. Opening weekend, Belmont at the Big A. Going to be an exciting one, of course, with the Derby as well. We'll keep you tuned in to everything that's happening in Louisville. We're going to take a time out. Jamie Rodriguez, we will see him in that grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay. He'll be on Unreasonable for Miguel Clement. He'll be on the Speed Baseball Lady in the next coming up. He's had a great start to things here in New York.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds,
Top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
We're back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, opening day of the Belmont of the Big A meet. Race 3 approaching the 5-minute mark to post, and it kicks off the pick 6 as well. 6.5 furlongs in this New York bred $40,000 starter allowance group. And as you look at Ricardo Santana Jr., he'll be on board a filly who's only started once. She won the debut back on March 14th. She won by 3 1/4 lengths. Not the fastest race, though.
Yeah, I don't know who's banging this horse at 3-1. I respect Horacio. She had a perfect trip that day in a very slow race. No killers here. Maybe, obviously, she has room to improve making her second start, but 3-1 seems outrageously low.
He'll be on the 5, K-Gun. That's a look at the 1, Tehila, who's the biggest price on the board. Everyone except this filly between 2-1 and 7-1. She's 12-1.
She will need this race to completely fall apart to get it done. Is it impossible? Of course not, but she'll need it to because she has no speed.
So we just saw Ricardo Santana Jr. That's his mount. There is K-Gun. Start number 2 coming up. And she was just off the pace early on in that debut. We'll see if she tries to pressure and go. It just looks like Baseball Lady's a little too quick early to her inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think Baseball Lady's supposed to be in front in this race. Tamea may be stalking her. I'm hoping Amy's Light can get some position. What price are we taking on Amy's Light?
Oof, good call. She was 9-2 morning line. She's 3-1 right now. And you're, at best, probably going to get 7-2 if we're lucky?
Yeah, I haven't looked at the doubles. I'll have to look at the Will Pays, but I'm hoping to get that. I don't think 7-2 is a bad price on her.
I don't either. Favorite right now, though, the 6, the one on your screen. Tamia, Wayne Potsbarn, Edgar Zayas. Here's our post parade. And we start with Tehila, the biggest number up there.
Yeah, she has absolutely no speed. She's had a bit of trips, but I prefer others here.
Next door, Spirit of Esther, Ilkay Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, the problem with her is she's had so many chances against softer fields and failed to get it done. She's just not a winning type.
We both like this 5-year-old mare. Here's Amy Light cutting back in distance.
I think if you look through the field, she consistently runs faster figures than most of the worst in the year, and she's a square price. What's not to like?
Both her wins have come sprinting. Here's Baseball Lady, the speed.
She has the speed. I don't know how good she is. She did run a reasonable figure last time and has run some better ones for Safi Joseph. I'm still not totally sold on her, but I guess she's the one to catch and beat.
And that was Jamie Rodriguez aboard. Here's the 5 K-Gun with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I don't understand the money she's taking. Well, she's drifted to 4-1. Maybe she'll improve, and I love Horacio and the training he does, but she's slow.
And the, wow, 8-5 favorite, Tamia.
Once again, Wayne Potts going to have to win a race before I take him. She is the second choice to Baseball Lady in the doubles with the 3, the third choice. Pick 3s, though. She's a slight second choice to Baseball Lady, and K-Gun is the third choice.
Interesting. Back to the 3. So Amy's Light, well, now she's up to 4-1. So getting a little bit closer to that morning line. So second start back off 3 months away. Tired a little bit late in that first start back. And now shortens up from a mile to 6.5 furlongs.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about distance. I never have a big problem with less distance in general. She was involved in the pace with Snide, who was a heavy favorite and won last time going a mile. Those are better horses than these. Racing Colors, Grace and Grit, Snide, all of them would be huge players and probably favored in here. I think she makes a lot of sense, and she's a better price than she should be. I think partially because she has sort of low-profile connections. Doesn't bother me.
2 minutes to post here in the third. Hello and welcome to the program, Acacia Clement.
Welcome back.
Hey guys, very happy to be here. As take a look at horses that I thought were logical. I guess I respect Timia, who's taking money to the outside, but I did feel that this race was kind of, you have to get around Baseball Lady with the 4, and she is going to be my pick, Baseball Lady, because not only does she have speed, now she wasn't the quickest from the gate last time out when breaking from the rail, but she's able to put herself quickly into the race. She's getting a big warm-up from Jamie Rodriguez, and I find with her that sometimes you can really tell how she's going to run by the way that she's warming up, and she seems to be traveling very well over this track out there in the warm-up. Not to mention, she has been running against some open company and now does return to New York breds in this starter class. So I think a good spot for her, and a horse that has been consistent altogether when running at the proper level. Now, the number 5, K-Gun, I wasn't in the paddock first time out, but looking at her, she's pretty impressive looking. She does have some size and substance to her, this daughter of violence for Horacio de Paz, who also broke from the gate, from the rail, excuse me, on debut, and she wasn't the quickest out of the gate, ending up kind of in a stalking spot, but it seemed to be the ideal trip for her. She was able to tip out and finish full of run. Now she does step up to face winners for the first time, and she's meeting some tough veterans in here, but physically she stacks up very nicely, moving really well. Like I said, physically impressive out there, as well as 4-1 right now on K-Gun. We'll see what she can do stepping up to face winners for the first time. Now, the 3, Amy's Light, who I know both of you had some interest in, I'm always kind of rooting for her. From a physical perspective, she's hard to warm to. She always is. She's small. She just never really went on or continued. She never really developed. She's long and wispy in her coat, but those are all kind of typical things for her. That said, I have always written down she's built more like a sprinter. So I like the cutback in distance for her, and she, I thought, ran okay, finishing 4th in an open allowance last time. This is softer company than what she ran against recently, Greg.
4-1 on Amy's Light. As we see Spirit of Esther start to step in, it's this 6 who's going to hold on here as the favorite as they load up 8-5 from that outside slot.
I don't understand that at all. I don't understand her being favored here. She can win, but I don't get it.
It's a little bit baffling. Baseball Lady, meanwhile, the 4, the speed, the 1 to catch with Jamie Rodriguez, 5-2. As we get set for the pick 6, let's go to Chris Griffin.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Tehila, the early trailer. Speed to the inside. Spirit of Esther is forwardly placed, now with a head advantage with those red blinkers. Baseball Lady is in between horses up on the far outside of the racetrack as Timia's got early speed 2. Now grabs 2nd. Baseball Lady back to 3rd. Tight hold, Amy's Light, and Raylu Gutierrez just had to back out of there. Gets passed to the inside by K-Gun, who got a cleaner run at the rail, has now taken a challenging 3rd. The trailer is Tehila. Less than 4 furlongs to go, 22.61 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing the long shot in Spirit of Esther into that turn, who's up by 2. Timia's to the outside of K-Gun. They're still 2nd and 3rd. And K-Gun continues to progress here for Ricardo Santana Jr., just gliding at the rail. Now moves to the 2-path to chase Spirit of Esther as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Amy's Light's in 4th and far back to the rest. They reach the top of the stretch. Spirit of Esther is still there. K-Gun is now unleashed in between horses. Timia to the outside. Timia's chasing K-Gun, but K-Gun is traveling stronger right now. From the back, Amy's Light starts to rally on as they're approaching the final 16th. K-Gun has some ability, and K-Gun will draw away and get the victory. It's K-Gun to win it over Timia's 2nd, then Amy's Light and Baseball Lady.
K-Gun now 2 for 2, 1 for Statebred Maiden 40 in the debut, slowish time. Backs it up with another win here.
Got a perfect trip in here and a good ride from Ricardo. And, you know, when the 4 just complete and total no-show whatsoever, left sort of not too many options, and she was able to get it done. The 6, no excuse, stalking on the outside, runs 2nd. Our horse, Amy's Light, steadied on the backstretch. It certainly didn't help her chance, especially with a cheaper horse, but hard to believe she would have won this race.
5-6-3, K-Gun. Now 2 for 2. Horacio de Paz, Silksaberry Schwartz, and Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for both. Winds up, 4-1 here in the end with a upset to start off this initial pick 6 of the meet.
Good ride here by Ricardo. This horse did improve second time out. Not for me, but she got it done.
Let's go back to Hot Springs. We'll give you these prices from Aqueduct momentarily. Belmont of the Big A. On the 16th, race 2 here at Oaklawn in this lower level $12,000 maiden claiming race, all for sale here. And 3-2 favorite. We'll kick things off with Avery County for Randy Morris.
She's the horse to beat, but she's been a distant second twice in a row at 8-5. So maybe she's found the right field today of these Archie-breds, but a little disappointed. Not an Archie-bred field, excuse me. She's an Archie-bred.
Stretch out for Line Runner.
She's a little tough to make at 0 for 12. Don't see it.
Good effort, 2 back for Kava.
19 starts, 5 seconds. I guess she's got races fast enough, but not my cup of tea.
Why? Chris Y has been a non-factor in 3 tries.
I don't know why, but has done no running, as you said.
Smooth Marriage, 37-01.
And ditto.
Batisto. Lindsay Schultz.
Finished well behind the favorite in her last last start, I should say.
Stretch out, start number 2, Star Over Malibu.
Yeah, I mean, for that reason, you give her a second look, but she didn't do any running first time at a big price. Maybe she'll improve, but she's a run happy.
Same scenario, Kansas Smoke.
Just don't see anything out of her debut.
Tiki Hut, the favorite with the meet's leading rider, Ramon Vasquez.
Second choice, and I agree. She's the second likeliest winner of this race. And at least in her case, she's only 0 for 2 on the dirt.
Yeah, she's 7-2, even money on the 1. The 10, Pippa's Nonsense, Greg Compton barn.
She stretches out for what it's worth. Greg Compton stretching out in the dirt and maiden claimers. 3 for 15, 268 ROI, 1 for 7 at Oaklawn.
Usually an angle I like, 2 sprints stretching out, but not in this case.
Yeah, this would be an upset.
3 days left at the meet. And Ramon Vasquez, a 4-win lead on Francisco Arrieta for that riding title. Let's go to Mig.
And Ramon Vasquez, also Francisco Arrieta, his closest pursuer, will be at Churchill Downs to ride Hall and Ice, so he misses one of the last 3 days of this meeting, which is not going to help his cause, as Ramon Vasquez has just put together a tremendous meeting. And, you know, it was a little different coming into this season, I should say. You know, you had the likes of Luis Saez and Joel Rosario, and a lot of people were thinking they were going to have a huge impact. And you look up at the leaderboard, and it's the same 3 names that have basically been up there before, but Ramon Vasquez has never led for the entire meeting, been the ultimate leading rider, if you will. And it's a source of pride. It's something to build on, too. You know, when your agent can go to a trainer and say, hey, you know, I've got Ramon Vasquez, leading rider at the recently concluded Oaklawn Park meeting, that's a big selling point. People want, you know, guys that are winning, their confidence level's high. And I've been impressed, I'd be honest with you, with all 3, Christian Torres, Francisco Arrieta, and Ramon Vasquez. I feel like last year they were riding well. This year they've taken it up even another notch, and it's been fun to watch their evolution. Guys, I couldn't see past your favorite here. I mean, I couldn't bet Avery County at 4-5. But I just think she found the right group here. And, you know, I say that, and we've seen some unlikely results at times in these lower level kind of races, but Avery County's got a lot going for her. She's got Rafael Bejarano, who's ridden well all meet. Randy Morse has put together another successful meeting here. Inside draw should get to save some ground. And hearing that we have a late scratch coming in, guys, but I didn't pick up over the loudspeaker. I will get that to you as soon as I find out exactly who is a late scratch here. The other most likely horse is the 9 Tiki Hut with the aforementioned Ramon Vasquez. You know, she's got races certainly good enough to win here. But, all right, it was the 2 guys. Line Runner is a late scratch here. So we do have a defection out of the second race. The 2 and the 11 are both scratched. Not really a lot to say, guys. I just thought the 1, Avery County, found the right group.
Also, you know, with the rail, and she looks like the controlling speed in here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with Richie. I couldn't bet her at that price. The thing is, Tiki Hut, who's clearly the other horse, is 3-1 and has a much farther outside post where the scratch moves in 1 slot. But I guess. And I know the 10, if you want to take a little bit of a flyer, a horse who's actually the third choice, might be a little interesting. But I'm with Richie. I don't want to bet on Avery County, but I don't want to bet against her.
But it comes down to, and look, the two dirt starts for Tiki Hut, Maiden 16, Maiden 30. Tougher than what she's facing here.
I agree. No, I don't mind.
So do you
the
want
9.
7-2 now?
Yeah,
and 3-5.
I think she's a viable alternative. Like
I'd
I said,
rather take 7-2.
Yeah, the post isn't great, but and the one has such an advantage being speed in the inside. But Avery County's a tough horse to take. What is her big excuse? I mean, she didn't just lose. She got easily beaten at a short price in her last 2 starts. As Richie said, she's probably found the right. I mean, I agree with everything Richie said. He didn't have a lot of enthusiasm. He had the same feeling, like, well, I just don't really want to try to beat her. I basically see the race very similar to Richie. But I think Tiki Hut is maybe a little bit better. And the money's really coming in for Pippa's Nonsense. But I'd rather take 7-2 on Tiki Hut than 6-1 on Pippa's Nonsense.
I agree with you. And I'd rather take that than 4-5 on Avery County. We're going to give you prices from back here in New York. First leg of the pick 6. K-Gun, undefeated, now 2 for 2. Looked like a tough spot off a slow debut win, but able to get it done here. $10, 10 cents for the win.
Got it done quite easily. Nice job by Ricardo and Horacio de Paz.
Timia, Amy's Light, complete the trifecta as we get back to Hot Springs. So, in the end, you're all in on Tiki Hut with me, right?
No, I'm not all in. I don't think you're all in either. No,
it's
I think
not a
both,
race to be all in on.
You know what? 7-2, I'd bet the 9. If I knew the 9 would be 7-2 or higher, I would absolutely bet the 9 over the 1. I don't want to bet him at 7-2 and see the race go off and she's 2-1 or 5-2. That would annoy me. I haven't looked at the multi-race bets. Let's see what kind of price she figures.
And look, we don't know what we're going to get in terms of pace from the 7 and 8. They both come out of sprints. They both did not have good starts in those sprints. So potentially one of those two, maybe both, could have some speed here.
Yeah, no, there could be other speeds. But with the post position, I mean, Bejarano's not supposed to fool around. And looking at the doubles, I won't be surprised if Tiki Hut ends up at 5-2 after the start. It's just hard to know.
All right, here we go. Loading up. 4-5 favorite. Avery County. Speed from the rail where the 7 and 8 join her up front. Meanwhile, 7-2 meets leading rider Ramon Vasquez trying to pad that 4-win cushion over Francisco Arrieta on Tiki Hut. Matt Dinnerman with race 2 from Oaklawn.
Why Chris Y to post 4. Tiki Hut. Smooth Marriage walking up to the gate. Pippa's No Sense, post 10. 2 back, Batista and Caroline's Heart. Caroline's Heart coming up. And we're ready to go. And we're off. Why Chris Y off a little bit slowly. The gray Cava away alertly. She's up on the pace. Here's Pippa's No Sense firing forward. Batista not far away. Kansas Smoke going to ease off the pace as they go into the first turn. Batista in the middle of 3 is ahead in front here. Cava holds the rail position. And a deep Pippa's No Sense in the 3rd position not far away here. Star Over Malibu tugging pretty hard in the 4th spot right behind the pace. Avery County slips inside of her. Then Kansas Smoke on a loose rein early. She's 5 off the pace here. Avery County has to steady onto the backstretch while Keen off the leader's heels. We come back to Caroline's Heart. She's in the 3 path now in the 4 wide side, and she's running 3 or 4 lengths behind in the red jacket. Gap of 2. Tiki Hut settling well off the pace, but going pretty well. 2 clear. Smooth Marriage and Why Chris Y is at the back as they're midway down the backstretch. Cava making play on the lead. A half length in front. Batisto's 2nd. Pippa's No Sense 3 wide. Placed well 3rd in a good stalking position. Avery County shown a little more rain in the 4th spot. Star Over Malibu still keen to go behind the pace setters as they charge into the turn. Kansas Smoke retreating, passed by Tiki Hut, who still continues to go well down on the inside. 4 off the lead, trying to gather some momentum, getting outside of Avery County, who's in trouble now. And here comes Tiki Hut. Tiki Hut looking for a spot to go. She's trying to get outside here, coming to the top of the lane. Does so successfully, Tiki Hut, as they come to the top of the stretch. In the meantime, Cava off the turn with Pippa's No Sense. Tiki Hut in the 3 path, trying to run him down. Pippa's No No Sense, with 1 furlong to go, is asked to accelerate, does so, and opens up with a spurt of 2 lengths now. Pippa's No Sense and Manny Esquivel hitting the 16th pole clear. Tiki Hut into second. Kava third. Coming to the line, Pippa's No Sense for the Greg Compton barn will win it by 3.5. Tiki Hut was second. Kava third. Avery County fourth.
Pippa's Nonsense, second start of her career, win a mile and a 16th. That did not go well. Finally tries it again. Breaks her maiden career start number 7.
Well, there were 2 horses that were the alternatives if you wanted to bet against the one, and they ran 1-2. The 9 Tiki Hut went down to 2-1 the last flash from 7-2, and Pippa's Nonsense down to 9-2. So not exactly great prices, but they ran 1-2 as Avery County had no run whatsoever. Pippa's Nonsense was best in here by quite a bit. I don't say she was going to win, but how does Rafael Bejarano not go to the lead with the favorite here? I mean, come on.
Big names on the undercard on both Friday and Saturday. Weighs in means she is back for Chad Brown, as is Grade 1 winner Paeza, third in last year's Derby in Belmont on Friday action. Good to have you with us on our opening day, the Belmont of the Big A meet here on America's Day at the Races. Pick 6 underway. Of course, a big weekend ahead. Oaks Day on Friday, Derby Day on Saturday. And not just those 2 big races with the Oaks and Derby, but tremendous stars on the undercards as well. As we told you going to break, Weighs in means she returns. Derby City Distaff at 7 furlongs, race 4 on Derby Day, 12:38 Eastern.
Well, if you knew she was going to run her bed of roses, which we're looking at here, I assume, you would take 1 to 9 on her, because that was one of the fastest races run all year. She kept getting sick at inopportune times. She missed the Ballerina. She missed the Gallant Bloom. Subsequently, she missed the Breeders' Cup. She's very, very good. Now she's facing the Breeders' Cup winner, Splendora. But if she runs a race, and something else people should remember, She ran off in a workout before this race last year and worked 57, and Chad Brown actually considered scratching her because of that. She did not have that problem this year, and I think people are worried that Flavien Prat's not riding. Well, Flavien Prat was very kind to both Chad and Seth Klarman in committing early to emerging market, despite the fact that he could have ridden too much shorter priced horses for Brad Cox. So when last year's Breeders' Cup winner comes along and he and Bob Baffert want to ride Splendora, those are the kind of concessions you make when the rider works so well with you. So I don't think there's any real story there.
And of course, Splendora has come back, back-to-back wins, including the Grade 1 Beholder Mile. But as you said, if Ways and Means runs that race, she ain't getting beat.
I think if she runs last year's Derby City Distaff, she ran third and didn't have that good a trip in the slop, she'll win this race. She's going to be a handful.
You have talked up this race as being the war of wars for almost months now. Pate Mile, very good group. Englishman for Cherie DeVaux will have the inside post. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Comes in undefeated. Comes in untested as well.
Yeah, you know, I thought this was going to be more of a war than it is. It's really a battle between Englishman and Crude Velocity. These are very good horses. Now, Englishman has been fast, come out of the gate well, and has been extremely fast. He's going to have to go a mile, but he's won at 7 furlongs, won a mile, and run very fast races. He's going to run these horses off their feet. He doesn't worry me as much as Crude Velocity. I think Crude Velocity may be the better one, but Crude Velocity has gotten left a little bit in both of his races. He better break on Saturday.
He might be the best 3-year-old
in the country.
In the entire country.
These two may be two of the best 3-year-olds in the country at what they do. They're not necessarily distant horses, but Crude Velocity, I mean, take a look at the field he beat last time at Churchill, at Santa Anita. Those are older, hardened, stakes quality veterans, and he didn't break and just destroyed them. But I got to tell you something, this is not the race to get left in. He breaks about a half slow in that big field, he could get completely shuffled out of the race, and he'll never be able to cash Englishman. It's an interesting matchup. He breaks, though, I think he'll win.
I think outside of the Derby, he might be the most exciting horse the entire weekend.
I agree with you. He's a very, very good horse. And listen, Englishman may be very, very good as well. Yeah. I don't want to be dismissive of him. I just think Crude Velocity is probably better. Everybody else is going to have to hope they don't show up with their good races to win.
He was very good on last year's Triple Crown Trail, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, 3rd in the Belmont Stakes, wound up becoming a Grade 1 winner. He returns in the Ali Sheba on Friday. Let's go to Acacia for Baeza, back for Bill Mott.
Yeah, making his first start in the Mott barn, as last week we saw Bill Mott and Safi Joseph going against one another as White beat Sovereignty. Now we'll see Skippy Longstocking against Baeza in what came up what I think is a really fun and competitive Ali Sheba. Been able to see Baeza throughout this winter down at Payson Park since he did move to Bill Mott's Florida-based string throughout the winter with the sad passing of his original trainer, John Sheriffs. Now it is interesting because Bill had the top 3-year-old of the division last year already in Sovereignty, and adding Baeza to the barn with both of those horses coming back this year. You can see he's already trying to keep them separate, but Baeza, you can watch some of his recent workouts down at Payson where he worked in company with Stars and Stripes, where he started in front of that horse and was a little bit eager and keen in that workout. So we saw Stars and Stripes come back and win the Ben Ali at Keeneland with a nice effort that day as well, so flattered by his workmate, and I'm really excited to see what he can do. He always felt like the type of horse as a 3-year-old that was very good, just not quite to the level of a Sovereignty and Journalism. Let's see if he is one that will develop with a little bit more time, and of course, that massive pedigree, Greg.
Exciting, so many big names returning on both Friday and Saturday. So Baeza, first time in the Bill Mott barn. Grade 1 winner late in his 3-year-old season. See if he can take that step forward and hopefully get on a path to meeting both Sovereignty and Journalism again.
I agree. I'm thrilled to see him back. He's good. I'm looking forward to Grande running in here. Well liked in last year's Derby. He's run well in his return races. It'll be interesting to see what Tapan Street does. He was horrible in the Pegasus, but he comes back in here, and we know he's capable of running races. And, of course, Skippy Longstocking's having a career year. So it's a fun race.
You didn't even mention the horse I'm most excited about, New What's New.
Yeah, he might be in tough here.
It's pretty good.
He's in tough.
Pretty good.
I'm a little bit against the horses that had long, tough winters in Oaklawn.
Start of the late pick 5 when we come back. This one will kick it off, and that is the horse to beat. Baby Sassicaia moving to the Stephen Shower barn. Stay with us.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races with the late pick 5 coming up. Here as we open up Belmont at Big A. And it's a one-turn mile, condition $20,000 claiming race ahead. Shady Side, going to see if this 4-year-old filly can stretch out and handle more ground for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, I picked her, but that is really the question mark, right? How comfortable are you with her getting the mile? But I'd rather bet her at 3-1 than the current even money on Baby Sassicaia. I know you picked her, and I picked her second. And I agree she's kind of the worst. Oh, you didn't pick her. Who'd you pick?
I have the 2.
Oh, you like Batoli's girl. I apologize. That's an awfully short price. She can easily win, but that's an awfully short price.
Yeah, I agree. 5 minutes away from this first leg of this late pick 5, and we touched on it when we did our handicapping show, but this barn, and maybe that's part of the reason why she's such a short price, has had a knack of moving horses up quite a bit. Stephen Shower, when he gets them.
He's done well. She did beat a bad field with a perfect trip, but she gets a good rider change, and he's done very well. But I'm not taking her even money. I'm going to bet a Shady Side at 7-2.
Post parade coming up. And we'll kick things off with Matoli's girl, who now inherits the rail.
Yeah, you liked her last race a little more than I did, but I can understand the argument for her. She's one of the main 3.
Next door, one of the main 3 as well, Shady Side.
Yeah, she's got some faster figs going back. If she gets the mile, I think she can win. I'll bet her at 7-2.
Morning line favorite, but being over bet, no question. Baby Sassicaia.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. She's the worst to beat, but this is a little bit short.
Ricardo Santana Jr. looking to go back-to-back on the favorite. Here is Daniil for Joe Parker.
Well, she's the speed. She's the speed, and I think that's important, for that reason, she has a chance, but I don't know if she's good enough.
Bit tough to make Dolce Serra at 30 to 1.
Yes, she is 2 for 58. She's run some decent races, but overall just a little slow.
So let's go back. Wow, now 3 to 5. Baby
What's going on
Sassicaia
here?
just getting
Did
hammered.
somebody get the replay of this race before it's been run? I mean, come on.
Here is the March 8th win. This was last time out and claimed out of this race by Steven Schauer. She wins by 2.5 lengths, but does so in pretty slowish time.
It's a very, very soft field that she was facing. Now, she is an overwhelming favorite looking at the multi-race bets, particularly the pick threes, but geez, I think they're going way overboard on her at this point.
And even the start before that, not that strong. The start before that just didn't show up at all. But there are those races back in late December, early January, didn't make her much the one to beat. And again, this barn has had a knack for moving horses forward, just claimed the favorite as we go down to Acacia.
Yes, and that might be in large part why we do see Baby Sassicaia taking so much money and have a lot of respect for the new connections. But I do agree, she got the right kind of trip last time out, and that was sprinting too. So she's stretching back out in distance, which I don't have a problem with. She's shown in the past that she can handle the mile just fine. But my biggest concern with her is that she does have some spotty form overall. But she did deliver last time as the favorite on a drop-in class and on the cutback, and was picked up off the claim that day. Now, Ricardo Santana gets aboard, and she was marching around the paddock, which I do appreciate. Sometimes she can be a little bit dull prior to her races, and he took her right off for a big warm-up, kind of revving her engines a little bit out there on the track, keep her moving forward. So I saw last time that she was really ridden hard out of the gate. I expect with the stretch out from the 6 furlongs, we will see her a little bit more forwardly placed than at least she has been in some of her recent races when going long. The number 3, Shady Side, is also stretching out in distance, so she's never gone this far before. She is a big leggy type of filly. She has some size to suggest that she should be able to handle going longer. I think sometimes she's been just her own worst enemy mentally, though, and that's why they've kept her going short, because she was always really bad at the gate. She would be bad loading. She'd be very sharp prior to her races. She's going to run in a hood now with Carlos Martin, who's saddled with a pony back in the paddock, which he does with nearly all of his runners, keeping kind of that security blanket with them. But with her ears being fully covered, muffling out the sound throughout the running of the race will help, especially for a horse like her that does tend to live on her nerves a little bit. So far, so good, though. She's handled everything well, and she's now making start number 11 of her career. Watch her as she gets closer to the gate. But that's my biggest question as to why, or at least perhaps an answer as to why we haven't seen her go long before, is because she has so much more of a sprinter demeanor, even though she does not necessarily have an out-and-out sprinter physique. So we'll see if she's able to keep a lid on it. And we have seen Dalila Rivera riding exceptionally well, particularly on the dirt here in New York. The number 2, Matoli's Girl, I'm with Greg. I thought deserved another chance. She was mid-pack last time and just kind of kept on second best. But she has in the past been able to show a little bit more speed and been a little bit more forwardly placed in some of her races. Always my concern with her is that she just doesn't really carry much weight from race to race, and that's the case again. But for her standards, she's doing pretty well today, coming in off the back of that second place finish. And she is one that has shown that she can, A, handle the mile effectively, and B, when she does put herself into the race, get a nice little bit of that running style, she puts herself in the right kind of spot too. But according to the public, they all have to get around the 4, Baby Sassicaia.
Who, yeah, even at even money, seems to be getting way over bet in this spot. And there she is again. But someone who relatively new as a trainer to this game in the last couple of years, but he's had great success with those he's claimed and brought under his care. And we'll see if that happens here with this 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, he'd been an owner with the Players Group, and he took out his license last year and won some races. He hasn't had great numbers off the claim, but overall he's done well in general. I think this is just too short a price on her. I can understand the reasons to like her, and certainly he's moved the horses forward. She should be sitting in good position behind the speed of Daniil. I just think even money is too short. They are really betting your horse, Matoli's Girl, Greg. Acacia likes this one as well. Taking a ton of money down to 2 to 1.
Yeah, I really thought in that race last time out, she had to wait on horses a little bit. entering the stretch, and then kind of had to dove to the inside, ran a very good effort, and that number might be a little bit stronger than looks. And she has some races that you go back to Saratoga last summer, even Belmont and Aqueduct late June of last year, that was not a one-off, that she's kind of showing that improvement. She's run those kind of figures before.
And we've seen owner Sandy Goldfarb move some horses away from the Brad Cox barn to this trainer, actually. So, you know, maybe it's not necessarily a negative. See how this horse does, and Sandy's certainly a big winning owner. But I'm going to stick with Shady Side, even though I have some questions about the distance, and Delilah Rivera, who's been riding very well.
Yeah, she has been an incredible story. The Apprentice on Shady Side, the 3, Delilah Rivera, really making an impact here in New York.
Yeah, she's really been terrific. She's been aggressive. She's done a lot of things well.
Here's Matoli's Girl loading up with Eric Cancel. Start of the late pick 5 on opening day of this Belmont at the Big A meeting. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Daniil goes in. Dolce Seta, last to load. All set. And they're off. Good beginning from Baby Sasakaya and Shady Side. They're a quick 1-2, and Daniil is following them in third. At the rail, second to last is Matoli's Girl, and throwing her head was Dolce Seta's to be the trailer. They get set to come out of the chute, and Daniil applies the pressure with Shady Side to the inside in the yellow cap, and now the favorite Baby Sasakaya will back off and lets that duo press on, is now a well-spotted third. Dolce Seta is nose and nose with Matoli's Girl at the back end of the field. Daniil is now the lone leader through a 23.29 opening quarter mile. 2.5, almost 3 lengths in front of Baby Sasakaya. Dolce Seta trying to keep up in the pink silks. At the rail, Matoli's Girl starts to progress and tailing off now to be at the back end of the field. Shady Side. Less than a half mile to go. 46.38 for the half mile time. Daniil still the clear leader. Baby Sasakaya slowly getting in closer now, is within a length and a half of the leader. Baby Sasakaya is ranging up to the outside of Daniil. Matoli's Girl is down towards the inside, is in third. Dolce Seta making hard work of it and moving to the outside, the trailer Shady Side. They reach the top of the stretch, and Daniil is still in front. Baby Sasakaya in clear pursuit and now takes the advantage. It's Baby Sasakaya who's got the lead. The new threat will be Matoli's Girl down the center of the racetrack. Baby Sasakaya inside the final furlong. Baby Sasakaya still up by 2. Matoli's Girl is getting closer inside the final 16th. Baby Sasakaya will hold her off. Ricardo Santana Jr. with another one. Matoli's Girl second, then came Daniil and Shady Side.
Baby Sasakaya dipped down back to the shortest price she had ever been on the board at 3-5, and able to hold off this late run from Matoli's Girl to win as the favorite.
I don't know what makes this horse a 3-5 shot in here, but she got it done over Matoli's Girl. Both of them got good trips. They ran 1-2. Much better in the field. 3-5. They knew. Horse to beat, but that's a little bit much. Bizarre.
So a formful start to the late pick 5. Back-to-back Ricardo Santana Jr. wins here for Stephen Schauer, first off the claim, who owns part of this 5-year-old mare along with Island Win Racing. Now 3 wins from 17 career starts for this 5-year-old mare by Vino Rosso.
Did you say that right? Vinos?
No, I got to do a little extra.
You got to really work on that, Greg.
All right, 4-2, 5-3. You want to give it a go?
I'm good. What's that?
I said, do you want to give it a go?
I really don't. I'm glad I brought it up, though, because that was clever on my part.
Back to Oaklawn, and we're 3 minutes away from race 3. We'll start a pink 5, 6 furlongs, condition $50,000 claiming race as we go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we'll start with the 1 Gunfire. And This horse is a player, definitely a contender, has enough tactical speed from the inside, should get position, making a beautiful impression on the racetrack. Love the way this horse warmed up. Trained by Jinx Fires. Jinx Fires, this is his penultimate starter from a training career that started way back in 1968, really full-time in earnest in 71, but he had his first starter in 1968. He's trained over 1,500 wins, and he is retiring after his last starter tomorrow. He is a gentleman, unparalleled class, just a really fine horseman and a wonderful human being. And we're taking a look at Arch win the Arkansas Derby, and for somebody who has wintered at Oaklawn Park pretty much his entire career, this had to be one of the most satisfying wins, if not the most satisfying win of his career. And he's just, again, a classy gentleman. He's brother to Early Fires, Hall of Fame rider. So a really strong horse racing family. And just want to wish Jinx all the best. Best of luck and congratulations on an amazing career. And he's got a big shot here. Gunfire, I think, is a major player in this spot. Has to work out a trip from the rail. The 4-horse, thought was a bit interesting. Lightly raced. Mr. Goodtime ran well first time, improved second time, was claimed by Danny Pish, and could take another step forward, and it's tactical. Should, set up in a good position. And your favorite is Camp Evans. Now, Camp Evans got sprints going back that would be more than good enough to win here. They stretched this horse out last time, really didn't want any part of that. Getting back to a more appropriate distance for this horse. And you're also picking up Francisco Arrieta, who, again, one of the leading riders, last year's leading rider. These are to me, the 3 main contenders, but I have to go with my heart a little bit here, guys. I'm rooting for Jinx Fires with the 1, Gunfire.
Yeah, 4-1 right now from that inside post. Has speed to use from the inside, but certainly next door, the 2 is the primary threat, because that one very quick as well.
Sexagenarian is a little bit of a thorn in the side of Gunfire, making his life a little tougher. I agree. I thought he was the other horse along with the 5, Camp Evans, but I can't resist a cutback. But this horse does not have a lot of speed, Camp Evans, but I prefer that one to the 1 in Gunfire. I didn't have a clever idea. I don't understand the hubbub for the 4. Do you?
Hasn't run a bad race and, lightly raced, but soft fields for sure. And now this is a much tougher test coming off that maiden win.
From Chris Hartman, too. Yeah. Not my cup of tea. I mean, I'm not impossible.
Was the even money favorite in that 30 maiden claiming race. But there was a next out winner behind him that day. We just saw here in New York, big step up from K-Gun, which we didn't expect, lightly raced horse.
Yeah, I don't like this horse claimed away from Chris Hartman, to be honest with you. He's a tough guy to claim from, and he'd have to improve off that last race. But as you said, right, you can always improve off these maiden wins. But, geez, he's a lot slower than the 1 who could get burned up in the pace, and he's even a little bit slower. They're not that much slower than Camp Evans, so I guess it's not impossible. I would prefer the 1, but the 1 does have to deal with the speed of the horse outside of him.
And certainly, Go West Go, that was the first start back late March since early October. So we could see that maybe him last a little bit longer today. Blinkers go on as well.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I think that's fair. Off the claim. Not great numbers off the claim, though, for McLean Robertson. That kind of bothered me a little bit with that one, who's 4-1. If I was going to try to beat the 5, I would try to do it with the 1, despite the potential pace.
Here we go, race 3. It starts at pick 5. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
2 and Camp Evans. Just keep looking coming up. Speaking Loud, post 6. To the outside post, Go West Go. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Go West Go on the far outside, up on the lead. Sexagenarian away. He's running in second, moving up to come and challenge now. Go West Go a narrow lead on Sexagenarian. Mr. Good Time alongside. Gunfire back and forth off a contentious pace as the first three now line up, making their way down the back stretch. We come back to Camp Evans, third last with Just Keep Looking. And at the back is Mr. Good Time as they head towards the far turn. Speaking Loud has a share of the lead with Go West Go. They're together going into the far turn. And now Go West Go turns it up a notch. Strides a length in front. Now make it a length and a half. Almost two. Go West Go rounding the turn. Now it's 2.5. Speaking Loud in the second spot. Sexagenarian about to pass him. Gunfire sent hard. He's 5 off the lead. Go West Go trying to get out just a little bit. Coming to the top of the lane. He's well off the rail, but still in control. Leads by 3. Sexagenarian is making up ground, and Go West Go has asked for more now. Here comes Sexagenarian down on the inside, and Camp Evans is finding his best stride late too. Go West Go has lost the lead. He's tired in the middle of the course, and here's Camp Evans up the inside to challenge Sexagenarian. Camp Evans riding the rail to the front. Camp Evans, Francisco Arrieta with a rail skimming ride. Sexagenarian was second. Go West Go third. Gunfire fourth.
Two leading riders, the meet, going neck and neck down the stretch, and this one goes to Francisco Arrieta up the inside on Camp Evans.
Greg's closely monitoring the prediction markets to see who the favorite is for this Oaklawn riding title here. And I tell you what, as far as rides are concerned, this was one heck of a ride by Francisco. He really made the difference getting down to the inside and getting it done. 1 and 2 not able to make the lead as the other horses sped off at a quick pace. Only the 2, Sexagenarian ran well. Gunfire had nothing.
Arrieta, as Mick told you, is going to miss one of the final 3 days, so running out of time here, but he cuts that lead to 3 with this win, Mick.
And I absolutely love this ride. Andy is so right. This is an absolutely picture-perfect ride. You know, as a jockey, when you're on a closer, especially when it's turning back into a sprint that's going to be coming from up the pace, you get to the far turn, about the half-mile pole, you have to make an assessment. Do I have enough horse? Am I good enough to circle horses and win? Or do I have to take chances, cut the corners, save as much ground as possible? And I'm watching the race. I'm reading Francisco Arrieta's mind, and he said, no, I got to marry myself to the rail because I've got too much to do to come around. And that was as well executed a ride as you're going to see. Now, obviously, he had the horse to do it, but he made all the right moves.
Camp Evans with the victory here. 2 for 11 overall now, trained by Bob Young, and number 67 of the meet for the man aboard, Francisco Arrieta. Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including here in New York, Oaklawn, or Kentucky Derby week at Churchill Downs. Back-to-back, Ricardo Santana Jr., here in New York for Stephen Schauer, first off the claim with Baby Sassicaia.
Ran to her odds. She took all the money, paid just a few cents under 4 to 5. A little short for us, but she was much the best.
Start of the late pick 4, we're on the turf at a mile. This is on the outer turf rails at 0 feet. Maiden special weight at a mile, and Franklin Delano faced a horse who would win at Saratoga in his turf debut last summer as a 2-year-old who'd come back and win a grade 2 out of that.
Or Miguel Clement. I thought this horse would be favored. Morning Line Maker, though, seems to have gotten it right, as he often does with Blazing Tiger, who's considerably shorter in the doubles. Very similar in pick 3, so we'll see how it plays out. Blazing Title coming up race to Gulfstream. I thought Franklin Delano was the one to beat along with you, though I took a small shot with Ali Lookout for Rick Dutrow.
Big pedigree on the 8, King's Remark as well, which we'll get into when we come back from a timeout. Father versus son in the Kentucky Derby. Riley Mott will send out 2. Dad will have one of the main players with Chief Wallaby as he tries to go back-to-back for his father-son matchup since 1964.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire. Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Day away from the Oaks, 2 days away from the big one. Run for the Roses, 152nd edition at a mile and a quarter, 6:57 Eastern time on Saturday evening. And the first father-son matchup, as we told you, going to break since 1964 in the Kentucky Derby. Bill Mott looking to go back-to-back for the first time since Bob Baffert did in 1997-98 with Silver Charm and Royal Quiet. Chief Wallaby, what do you think of what he's done to this point?
I think he's a terrific horse, and I won't be surprised by the end of the year if he proves to be one of the best horses in this division, and I think he could absolutely win the Derby. I just think he ran the third best race of anybody in the Florida Derby, and he's not going to be bet like that. I think that the Puma ran a better race. On the other hand, he's trained by Bill Mott, who, forget about winning it last year, is just one of the best trainers in the game. And I don't have any issue in putting blinkers on. Bill's numbers putting blinkers on are actually good. He's not one of these guys doing it here out of desperation. It's probably a necessary move. I have no problem. I don't want to get caught up in the hype. He's working really well. He's a good workhorse. They're coming to the Kentucky Derby.
He's been
He should
the
be
buzz
working
horse
well.
in the morning.
Yeah, but I think that's nonsense. That's not why you're supposed to bet this horse, in my opinion. I could see him winning. I just don't want to take 6 to 8 to 1.
Well, that's Bill Mott's chance to go back-to-back. His son, Riley, will have 2 chances, including Incredible, who was impressive with the Virginia Derby in the second start of his 3-year-old campaign.
It's great for Riley and going to be great for his career having 2 horses in the Derby. People are really starting to take notice. It's more than just the Mott name. You've still got to deliver, and Riley has been delivering. Had that Grade 1 win with World Beater last year in Saratoga. And these horses, 2 horses in the Derby, going to catch a lot of attention. I don't particularly like them. So if I'm going to be wrong, I hope it's Albus, because I want to see the Wood winner win the Derby. I just don't see it happening.
And it's great that Riley Mott gets here with 2 for Pin Oak Stud, led by Dana and Ben Bernhard. They've been his biggest supporters.
No, I agree, and it's great to see. And listen, Riley's going to have a big career ahead of himself, and he's a smart guy. He knows he's got 2 long shots in the race, but having 2 horses in the Derby is a big deal. I don't care. And it's not as though they got in by finishing 2nd and 3rd in races. Both of these horses won their preps. They got in here, and they deserve to be in here. I just don't think they're as good as the other horses. I don't think Riley would argue that. But it's still not bad to have a couple of chances, and they won't be his last horses in the Derby.
Wood Memorial winner Albus coming off a maiden win prior to that at Tampa. But yeah, that Wood stamped his ticket, 34 years old, and will be facing Dad, who again is looking to go back-to-back. Very cool storyline for this year's Kentucky Derby. As we get back into the late pick, 4 mile on the turf. Again, the rail here in the outer turf at 0 feet. And there's a look at Blazing Tiger, Miguel Clement. Let's go to Maggie.
It's a good-looking group of 3-year-olds here to contest this mile on the turf course, which will be our first turf race of the day. Did have some rain overnight, so I believe we were dealing with a good turf course as of now. And we'll begin with 2 horses coming back off respective layoffs, beginning with number 4, Blazing Tiger. Now, first time out when he ran here at Aqueduct, I had written that he looks like a turf sprinter, and he would rally to get a well-beaten second that day. Then he comes back for his first start as a 3-year-old, gets Lasix, stretches out, and it was a questionable ride/trip that day. And because coming out of a sprint race, I thought he broke on top from the rail. And usually when that happens, I usually think it's prudent to take advantage of that and go to the lead. He did not, however, and he could have been riding to instructions, but therefore it kind of got him in a jackpot, turning for home. He had to wait for room. And then Blazing Tiger kind of lugged in a little bit, / it was the winner, kind of wandering all over the racetrack, so never really having an opportunity to run straight and true through the stretch. I still stand by my initial thought with this horse that he does at least physically look a bit more like a turf sprinter, but I do heed the fact that he deserves another shot going the mile here, as he is incredibly well turned out. Very, very fit overall. Now, as far as equipment, he does wear a shadow roll. He's wearing a ring bit, like I said. Looked a little bit hard to manage as far as steering is concerned. It does wear pastern boots behind. You don't often necessarily see that a lot of times with turf horses. It's that neoprene that's affixed around a horse's pastern, which is that area from their sesamoid in their foot. So kind of ankle boots, if you will. Looks the part here physically, though I do have some question marks as Franklin Delano comes back here, gets Lasix for the 3-year-old debut, beaten by Botas, Miguel Clement horse who'd go on and win the Grade 2 Pilgrim. Franklin Delano, I always thought he was a turf horse. He's bred to be a turf horse. He looks like a turf horse, if a duck quacks. So he comes back looking incredibly fit for Todd Pletcher. So I think, capitalizing and moving forward from his 2-year-old turf race will be the name of the game. Now, horses that have recency shipping in here from Florida include Ollie Luke Out, number 6 for Rick Dutrow. Now, I do think he was beaten by a pretty good-looking Chad Brown, second-time starter in Arizona territory, but he did have have a fairly good trip in that. While he didn't have much speed, he was able to save every inch of ground around the racetrack. He got a little bit edgy here once they got the tack on, and he's since calmed down with Jose Lezcano aboard. But he looks the part. I like him at a mile, guys. I know you have interest in him too, Greg.
Yeah, certainly do. Thanks, Maggie. We kick things off here with a first-time starter from the rail for Chad Brown, Steady Force.
Chad can win with a firster without a lot of turf pedigree. I think he's pretty much going to have to do it here.
Mr. Hopkins debuting for Amelia Green.
This horse taking a little bit of money. I always take another look at Amelia's horses.
First time on the lawn, start number 3 for Crude Intentions.
Second dam is the champion Havre de Grace. It is not a turf family.
Ricardo Santana Jr. They're looking for 3 in a row. Blazing Tiger, Miguel Clement.
I really agreed with everything that Maggie was saying about him lugging in last time. And I wonder, like she said, if he's better going shorter.
Franklin Delano, 3-year-old debut. His turf debut was very good.
Yeah, I thought he should have been favored in here. Todd Pletcher's numbers off of 6 to 12-month layoffs and turf routes overall, not very good.
Ollie Lookout has Jose Lezcano for the Dutrow Junior Barn.
Lost to a Peter Brandt homebred with a very good pedigree last time out. And seen horses run well from Tampa. I took this one on top.
No rain, no flowers gets on turf first time.
I've heard that's how it works, right? You need, unless they're plastic like the ones here. The plastic flowers don't need
real
rain.
Here?
The ones in the paddock.
Here's the pedigree play, King's Remark.
Source has a lot of pedigree. I will not argue that. I have to public sector. And three other foals, though, didn't do much running, but we love the Kings.
Not to mention, big pedigree, dam first out winner, public sector first out winner, second dam first out winner. A lot of win early pedigree. 5 minutes away here from race 5. Let's go back to the one you like here. Ollie Lookout debuted at Tampa.
She broke a little slowly. Otherwise, she had a very good trip here and was just second best, getting the job done. Got a nice ride from Sonny Leone. Listen, I just feel like we've seen a lot of horses from Tampa stepping forward from those races. So I think those races were pretty strong, and I like this horse's chances. I mean, 7 to 1. Wouldn't you agree it's kind of crazy? This horse is the same price as the 1 Steady Force. I mean, it's a pretty big price, isn't it?
It is. It was 9 to 2 morning line being a little bit forgotten here.
Yeah. I think he's getting lost in the shuffle, so I'm all in.
Let's go back to Franklin Delano, who's come down a touch from 3 to 1, down to 5 to 2 right now. And debuted sprinting on dirt, Saratoga last summer. Then, mile and a 16th on the lawn against Botas, who'd come back to win the Grade 2 Pilgrim.
Had a good trip, but ran well to be second in this race. I have no knock on this horse whatsoever. Lost to a good horse in Botas, who you mentioned came back with a win in the Pilgrim. I think he's the horse to beat him based on what he's done on the racetrack. He ran fast enough to win this race as a 2-year-old. It's just, is he going to come back and run as well off the layoff? If he does, now he just went down to 8 to 5 favoritism. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
He's not favored though in multis. I think they're sort of the same in pick 3s, which sometimes are more meaningful than doubles. Often are.
So 3 minutes away from this 5th to start the pick 4. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Guys, I think this is a really fascinating race. So many ways you can go in here. As we'll take a look here at a horse that's actually going synthetic to turf, intended to run on the turf, I believe, first time out in No Rain, No Flowers, a son of Maxfield, which he doesn't really throw that many turf runners. And if you go back a generation, while there is a half sibling actually that is 4 for 6 on the turf, albeit in cheaper races. The second dam is actually Kauai Katie, who's a multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter. I guess this is the surface that he wants. You know, he's not overly convincing, but he is a very good looking type. And watching that first race at Gulfstream, it just seemed like going the 5/8, he was so run off his feet. You know, his head was up and he was really, really trying, but you know, his legs just weren't moving as fast as those, you know, out and out sprinter types. I think getting out to a mile is actually going to help this horse the most of anything, and he does look fit. He's been professional here in his second start, so I thought he was a little bit interesting, and he's a generous 12 to 1. Let's move on to some first-time starters, beginning with number 1, Steady Force. As the guys kind of alluded to, there isn't much pedigree for the turf, but I mean, maybe when Chad does that, it's a good sign, or maybe he's just not showing that much on the dirt. He's a big, good-looking type, but he doesn't scream turf either, looking at him physically. So I think taking the wait and see approach is the best option here with this horse, as Mr. Hopkins, simply named for my good friend Tom Hopkins, who is co-owner of this horse. V-Hop Racing. And yeah, I went back and watched, which was nearly a year ago, this horse's sales workout, which is when they opted for the second book horses to just gallop over that sloppy track at Timonium. This guy's legs were going every which way. He just looked very green, and he did move more like a turf horse despite not having an abundance of turf pedigree. The Dam is actually half to a Grade 1 winner, True Timber, one of my favorite horses. He was a little bit green. He's a bit unfinished. You know, his top line could strengthen up a little bit. He was taking some early money, but now he's drifting up. Though I get kind of, you know, picking your head up and looking at anything that Amelia Green sends over here, as we'll jump to the outside with probably the most convincing of the first-time starters, and that's number 8, King's Remark. As you guys mentioned, there's a lot of pedigree, and yes, there were 3 other foals that did no running, but none of them were by Kingman, and obviously this combination works, being that full brother to Public Sector. He's another one that's just kind of looks as though he needs to develop a bit more, but he's been very professional. He's very classy acting so far in the preliminaries. And like I said, Greg, it just feels like, given the pedigree, given what he's showing and his readiness for this first start, that he's probably the first-time starter that you'd want.
So first time out, he's 7-1, and yet Dam produced Public Sector, who was a 7-time winner on the turf, won almost $900,000, multiple graded stakes winner, and a first out winner.
I agree, but to be fair, she also had 3 foals that didn't do any running. So I'm not, you know, it's not as though, other than Public Sector, she's been an incredibly prolific broodmare. Listen, the Kingmans, I always look at them, I respect them. Sources not taking a lot of money, but it doesn't mean it. We've seen Miguel win with firsters that weren't bet that strongly. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not surprised that Franklin Delano's the favorite. If he can build on his last race, he's going to win this race, in my opinion. But don't love the layoff numbers for the barn. Put him second. 2, Ollie Luke out, to me, is a preposterous overlay at 7-1. We'll find out if I'm right.
Meanwhile, it's 8-5 favoritism. Franklin Delano, the 3-year-old return for the Pletcher runner-up against Botas, who became a Grade 2 winner his next start. There he is. Kendrick Carmouche will hop aboard for the first time. And this one, who was taking some early money, this first-time starter, that has gone away. 19-1 now on Mr. Hopkins.
Yeah, drifted straight up.
It's become the second biggest price on the board. Late pick 4 starts here at a mile on the outer turf. Chris Griffin, the call.
No Rain, No Flowers. King's Remark to the outside. King's Remark is in, all set. And they're off. Crude Intentions is asked for speed. Blazing Tiger is quickest, though, has a half-length advantage on a hard scent. Crude Intentions could not get there, and Blazing Tiger, Jamie Rodriguez, they've got the lead, and they're up top. To the outside now, stalking from second, that's Franklin Delano, and riding the rails will be Crude Intentions in third. Ollie Luke out is in the 4th spot, is just in front of a snug hold on Steady Force and Manny Franco mid-pack. No Rain, No Flowers in the Gold Square skills is towards the back end of the field with Mr. Hopkins, the trailer. King's Remark. They're chasing Blazing Tiger, who's going a tepid 25.37 for that opening quarter mile. Franklin Delano is well spotted, stalking from second. It's a leisurely pace early. Crude Intention still at the rail. Ollie Luke out is in 4th, encouraged to do more. Steady Force is looking for a way out, is at the rail, patiently ridden by Manny Franco, is in the 5th spot. No Rain, No Flowers. Edgar Zayas, they're on the move towards the outside, and Mr. Hopkins warming to the task, the trailer, King's Remark. 50.67 for that half-mile time. Blazing Tiger just rolling right along. Franklin Delano with every shot to the outside, and Crude Intention still third. Ollie Luke out is trying to pick him up from 4th, and Steady Force is called upon for the effort as they reach the top of the lane. Blazing Tiger has set the way, and Blazing Tiger will now start the sprint for home. Franklin Delano has been chasing the entire time. Ollie Luke out is now into the bit and down towards the inside. Jorge Ruiz and King's Remark, absolutely flying from the back end of the field, was patiently ridden and has passed them all. King's Remark is sprinting away. King's Remark, impressive. Blazing Tiger second, then came Ollie Luke out. Then a photo, No Rain, No Flowers, and Franklin Delano.
Not a bad debut at all for the horse with this big pedigree. Miguel Clement, Cheyenne Stable. And was it 6-1 in the end?
Yep, the other Miguel horse coming through traffic and just ran by all of these horses down on the inside. Franklin Delano not ready at all off the layoff. Didn't run a race, I should say, or ready or not off the layoff. No excuse for Blazing Tiger. Was just second. Thought my 6 was going to pick him up. Ollie Luke out, who ran fine given his odds, but nobody was beating this horse, King's Remark. He was impressive.
Jorge Ruiz aboard for the win and wins by about 2 full lengths.
Yeah, and keep in mind when you look at those paces, we got quite a bit of rain last night. They just ran this mile in 1:40. This turf course is good, and it's probably on the yielding side of good.
6-1, an impressive first-time starter with a future. 8, 4, 6, 7. Here to start the late pick 4. Prices when we come back. Get you back to Oaklawn as well, where this man has won a ton of races and has run away with the training title with plenty more work to do over the final 2.5 days left.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're just a few minutes out to race 4. We're going a mile and a 16th here, fillies and mares. And we're going to start down on the inside, Megan, with Lady Woo Pig, who can be a bit difficult at times. Seemed like she was handling herself okay today.
She was still breathing fire, as she always does, for trainer Alan Milligan, and she's been a horse that's just been my pet this meet. I'll be honest. She's one of the longest prices on the board, and I've wanted to bet her, and she's got form in her, but sometimes she can just be her own worst enemy. And I wonder with her, though, getting to a more compact field, breaking from the inside, if she can perhaps get into the game a little bit more. I asked him, is it just Oaklawn? Is she like this normally? Is she hard keeper? He said no. She just despises the Oaklawn Paddock. And Just to me, she has some mental quirks that she has to get past, but she does have some of the races earlier on in the meet that make her competitive, and she's a huge price. I figured why not stack her underneath a horse like the 5 in a race that is interesting to me.
Well, and she does have races that put her in the frame, and it's 17-1. I think you just made a compelling case for her. So people at home know horses, like people, can have phobias. And the paddock at Oaklawn is a little bit tight, and she's probably just got a little claustrophobia, if you will. The 3 Rando, 8-1 morning line, 3-1 here. I thought she was a player. She was the one I was kind of leaning on.
She stretches back out. Now, I will say this about her, just looking at her, she looks more of a shorter coupled, smaller, more petite individual that might just prefer that short mile or 6 furlongs. So that's my only doubt with her, but she's run some competitive races as of late. She's very round, robust. I do find she's gained some fitness through her last couple of races off of the bench from Remington, and she makes a compelling case as well. I just wonder if this distance is truly what she wants.
Yeah, and I love the mare she's out of, Gas Station Sushi.
Graded stakes winner.
But I think I'll pass.
Yes.
Gas Station Sushi.
Any kind of fish we'll avoid.
The 4-horse Citational coming off of a extended layoff, better than a year. She is 2 for 4 lifetime, first time with the Steve Asmussen barn. I think we both agree, looking at her, she'll probably be better for a race.
She's incredibly sharp, as she is actually an incredibly expensive $1.35 million half to Grade 1 winner Nick Dame, who is a multiple graded stakes place type. She won the Grade 1 Frazette at a mile, so she's chock full of pedigree. She's a 5-year-old now, and she is very strong. She's got a lot of size to her, a lot of range, but she's burly. She's carrying some extra weight to her, as she should, coming off of this kind of layoff and now at her age. So I do want to give her a start, and to me, she faced weaker fields in some of those wins where she got to control on the front end, which I do find she'll have some more pace pressure in this spot.
You know, that hybrid distance at Tampa Bay Downs, 1 mile and 40 yards. The 5 Floating Beauty, Lonnie Briley, he's got Cole Battle coming back up, which is going to be fun to see him competing again.
And Lonnie's just the best. I just caught up with him earlier regarding this filly, but also Cole Battle, who's been training really well. But the number 5 Floating Beauty just has not run a bad race in a very long time. She was tacked on the walk. She can be incredibly sharp, so I'm hoping to see her a little bit more engaged and tactically meant in this sort of compact group. And she's fit. She's seasoned. She always shows up, and she's also one that gains her best strides in the late stages of her races. So we'll see if she can get there in the end, as she's had to settle for being the bridesmaid in her recent starts.
And she picks up Ramon Vasquez, your leading rider right now. Christian Torres had been riding, but they both have the same agent, Cody Autry. So when one rider has to go someplace like Churchill Downs, where Christian is right now, he can put his other rider in the spot. Kind of got the bases covered there. Floating Beauty by Cloud Computing, Chad Brown trainee, and they're loading up. Let's send it upstairs for the 4th time today. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Delicious Diva goes in, 1 back. Promise Me an Empire to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Citational off the long layoff is fresh and strides in front. Floating Beauty a half length back second. Lady Woo Pig third on a hold early on. Delicious Diva at the back of the field now. Promise Me an Empire just passed her in the 5th position outside, while Kane and Rando stays towards the back with Delicious Diva in the early part. So it's Citational. First start this year. Leads the way clearly, a length and a tail from Floating Beauty right behind tracking second. Gap of 2, Lady Woo Pig. Promise Me an Empire there on the outside. Rando between horses on a hold right now. 4 off the pace, 2 clear of Delicious Diva, who can see them all as they swing up the backstretch. Citational and a good gallop. Leads 3 parts of a length. Floating Beauty in the bridle as well as second, a length and a half clear of a line of 3. Rando on a hold. Lady Woo Pig down on the inside. Promise Me an Empire, who's deep, and Delicious Diva parked farther out. 4 pass off the rail with a half mile to go. Getting closer, Delicious Diva. Only 3 behind as they're compact now, approaching the far turn run. Citational leads them into the turn, a half length in front. Floating Beauty not asked for her best second. Getting closer now, just the neck behind Citational, and those 2 pick up the tempo, and they scoot 2 clear. Promise Me an Empire third. Lady Woo Pig down on the inside, sent upon a little bit. Delicious Diva alongside, trying to make a move outside of horses here, and Rando's getting into it. Rando 2 lengths off the pace, getting into the 3 path at the top of the lane, has clear sailing on the outside if she's good enough. Down the stretch, Rando making a move after Floating Beauty, who soars right by Citational. Floating Beauty going on now. Rando trying to run by her. Floating Beauty getting to the rail, leads by 2. In second is Rando, chasing hard. Floating Beauty, Rando under the left hand in encouragement. She'll be second best today. Floating Beauty gets the money. Rando's second, tight for third. I think it went to Citational over Delicious Diva.
Well, it was your favorite. Floating Beauty gets it done for Lonnie Briley. Ramon Vasquez adds another win to his tally, and nice effort from her. Game performance by the 3 Rando as well.
Picture perfect trip for Floating Beauty as she was able to track just off of Citational, who was very sharp, very fresh, coming off of the bench, needed the race, did run well. But nice call with Rando, little Meg exacta there to finish out this week, and she ran really well. And honestly, a horse that I still find probably not the best at this distance, but she ran well today.
And the 4 Citational did hold on for third. I think she'll be better for the effort, but no doubt about your winner. It was Floating Beauty as we head back to New York.
Did that one wrap up the meet for Ramon Vasquez, number 71 for him. But still a full day and half a card left for Francisco Arrieta to give chase. King's Remark, what a debut here in the 5th at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he comes from way back to get it done in this race. Practically last at this point, coming through on the inside. Now, the rails are down to 0 on the outer, so maybe being inside wasn't a bad place to be as the others drifted, but I don't think that's why this horse won. This horse really accelerated down the stretch, and you kept talking about the pedigree. This guy ran to the best parts of the pedigree. Nice performance first time. Miguel finishing 1-2, and the disappointment, of course, being Franklin Delano, who was a bad 5th.
1590 for the debut win. Blazing Tiger, Ollie Lookout, complete the trifecta. Comes back over $73 there in the 5th. Race 6. 7 furlongs. New York bred $40,000 starter allowance. And Egyptian has opened up, taking a lot of money off a big effort last start.
I think we both thought this horse was probably the horse to beat. I think we both picked him second in here. We have different ideas. You like 3 Little Birds. I'm betting on Come Full Circle, who is one of the more unlucky horses in training, going out first time for Joe Sharp. I'm counting on Maggie to like him too.
We'll hear from Maggie shortly. Post-parade coming up when we come back. Who will be holding this after 6:57 Eastern? Well, closer to 7 Eastern, Saturday night.
Roughly.
Derby 152. More coverage. Preview to come. Stay with us.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
We're back on our Thursday coverage, opening day of Belmont at the Big A. Inside Oculus.
There is the Oculus. I have not been inside the Oculus.
I have. It's great.
Down, of course, by the World Trade Center site.
Get there if you can, and then pop over to the racetrack.
Yeah.
We're winding down. Final. We were just talking about it off air. We're into the final meet ever here at Aqueduct.
June 28th will be the last day at Belmont, and our cameraman John Kakamis is going to be leaving us after 35 years.
Yeah, we're all sad about that.
36 years at NYRA, leaving us after Belmont. It's not going to be the same without him. We've been to a lot of dead shows together, John and I. Didn't know each other, but we've been to a lot of the same shows.
The 6th race coming up is going to start our late pick 3. We're 12 minutes from a start, and there's Egyptian. We had talked a little bit about this horse sort of being the most interesting horse in this race just because of that big performance last start. What will we get from him?
I agree, and he was off the claim for Rick Dutrow. If he can continue that form, he is the one to beat in here, though I'm going to try to beat him with Come Full Circle.
Now back with us, Maggie Wolfendale.
Greg, I was here for the last race, so I don't know if I'm really back now. Anyway, as Andy correctly predicted, I do like Come Full Circle because Andy teases me that I like every Joe Sharp horse that runs. But to be fair, Joe is mainly himself in Kentucky, Andy. So I count this one as his assistant, Loretta Lindemann's horse, if you will. Come Full Circle over the winter just never looked great in his coat and just didn't look good necessarily in his flesh either. And furthermore, he can be a horse that's a little tough to get the tack on. Today, however, Patrick Davis did assist Loretta in getting the tack on, and he couldn't have been a better student here in the paddock. Now, he does wear that Houghton bit. As Andy also mentioned, he's a horse that can be his own worst enemy. He likes to often blow the brakes sometimes, like last time when he got squeezed back too. Then he rushed up along the rail into what was a slow pace. He had to kind of steady off heels, then he had to wait to kind of make some sort of run down the lane, and it was just, you know, too much for this guy, who I also believe doesn't necessarily get his wheels rolling in a split second. He takes a little bit of winding up. So you have to kind of be astute, make sure you have a plan with him, make sure you have somewhere to go, because you have to kind of get him revved up for that hole, for that, you know, space for him to run. I really like what I'm seeing from him physically today, and I thought it was a very interesting claim for Joe. Moving on to number 3, that is Tarpaulin for Linda Rice. He doesn't have much speed, which is often kind of his undoing, but he gets a little more ground to work with today, getting back to the 7 furlongs, and it does feel like there could be some pace in here with the presence of El Paco, New York Scrappy, as well as even Apollo Code for that matter. He just really makes an excellent impression on me here overall. He's kind of third off that bit of a layoff. Linda seems to have the right keys to this horse's ignition. You know, he's a reclaim for her. He definitely ran his fastest race to date ever for her when winning that non-2 for 17.5 back in the day at Saratoga, but really physically makes an excellent impression here on me in the paddock. I do want to note a quick equipment change. It was listed in the changes for number 2, Captain Jack Sparrow, whom is named because he does only have one eye in theory. He kind of has half an eye, if you will. Most horses that are missing an eye, the entire cavity is missing the eye anatomy. This guy, however, I don't know what happened. I think it was an accident in the paddock as like a foal or a yearling, where there's still a little bit of an eye in there, but it's non-functioning. And they put a goggle on him for the first time, covering that non-functioning eye. And sometimes in my experience, look, he's a huge price, but you can see he's kind of got his head cocked to the side. A lot of times when you put that on him for the first time, they won't actually run through it. They won't really be inclined. They'll be kind of distracted by that additional equipment. Greg?
21-1 on Captain Jack Sparrow. It's the biggest price on the board. We're going to have the post break when we come back. We're 8 minutes away. Race 6 in a wide open starter allowance for New York bred. Stay with us. Back on our Fox Sports 2 action. We're getting set for race 6 here. 7 furlongs. This New York bred 40,000 starter allowance. The favorite, the 7 in here, Come Full Circle. Joe Sharp Barn off the claim. We'll start things off with Egyptian, coming off a big second in the biggest figure he's ever earned.
Yeah, a lot of horses similar prices looking at the doubles, and I think he's a generous price at 4-1. His last race was good off the claim for Rick, finishing second.
Here's the one with the goggle on that troublesome left eye there, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Not for me on the recent form.
10-1, Tarpaulin for Linda Rice, the 3.
I think this horse is a bit of an overlay right now.
It was a favorite 2 back in a win. That was for softer 12-5 non-winners at 3 life. Apollo Code, trained by Ray Handel, is going to be on the desk later.
Ray will be here in just a few moments. We'll see how this one does. I thought his form has been declining a little bit, but there are things to like.
The speedy El Paco coming off a maiden win. New barn now.
Got to deal with the speed of the number 8 as well in this race. New York Scrappy. I want to see it to believe it.
Here is the favorite, Come Full Circle, for the barn of Joe Sharp.
Yeah, this is too short a price for me to take, but I do like a horse, and we'll talk about it a little more after the post parade if we can, please.
3-1 favorite there. We skip to the 9, Three Little Birds. Charlie Baker trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for number 3.
You like some things about this horse, and I can see where you're coming from.
And here is the 8, New York Scrappy Speedster here for Ilkay Cantermachi.
Yeah, he's going to be part of the pace. He likes a wet track, but I just think his form has declined a little bit. But he is speedy along with El Paco.
9-2 on Scrappy. 3-time winner. Play all the action right there at Naira Bets, including the Kentucky Oaks, Kentucky Derby, the rest of the Triple Crown and beyond. Derby 25, that promo code to use for new customers at sign up. Get a $25 free play and $200 deposit bonus right there at NairaBets.com.
Let me talk about Come Full Circle. Come Full Circle, you look at the race 3 back December 10th. He should have won that day. It was an inside speed track, and whatever reason, Eric Cancel thought the 6th path was the place to be, coming from dead last, and ran a remarkable race, finished 3rd. Came back the next time out, and Eric did give a good ride. It wasn't his fault. He got completely eliminated at the break that day, and clearly should have won that day. Last time out, maybe going a mile a little too far. Didn't break, rushed up on the inside of the wrong trip. Now claimed by Joe Sharp, gets Kendrick Carmouche. I think he's the horse to beat.
Meanwhile, we talked about the speed of New York Scrappy. This one wants to be on the front end, too, and that's how he broke his maiden El Paco back on April 19th.
And he's quick, but so is New York Scrappy. It's hard not to see these horses somehow being engaged together, and he's a big price if you like him. I just don't like El Paco. I thought he took advantage of circumstance, but listen, I didn't like him last time, and he ran off like a wildebeest. He runs his last race, he can win here. I just kind of want to see it again.
Going to obviously be much tougher company. You're going to have the pace presence to the horse outside. Life's going to get a lot tougher today. We'll see if he is up to the challenge. That was a long way back, though, to the runner-up here.
Yes. No, he was impressive. I want to see it again, but hey, he did run well last time.
So 5-1, El Paco now in the barn of Michelle Nevin. Meanwhile, and there he is, Three Little Birds, Charlie Baker. It's been a nice turnaround for this horse since moving to his barn. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I like this horse a bit, Greg, and that's a very generous price of 7-1 on Three Little Birds. Maybe I'm inclined to like him because it's one of my favorite songs. But he took advantage of being in a short field in his first start for Charlie Baker, but he was coming out of pretty salty, claiming 25 races down there at Gulfstream. You know, there were horses kind of dropping in on him each time. So, you know, somewhat holding his own down there, but I just feel as though he's competing against lesser company so far in his Naira races. And I think he has the, you know, if the pace does develop, which is always a big question mark around here, he might be in an advantageous spot, kind of outside, gets to see how things play out, and might be the one making the last run, much as he did when he won back here on March 15th. Took a little while to kind of really jump into the bit in the warm-up, but otherwise physically looks fantastic here. So I did land on Come Full Circle. I like this horse on paper. I liked him even more in the paddock, but I think the 3 and 9 are good backup plans at good prices.
All right, thank you, Maggie. See how this plays out, 8-1. Three Little Birds from the outside. That start 2 back, too, I thought was very impressive when he had to completely take back and drop back to last after getting shut off and squeezed.
Yeah, he's going to have to run better, though, than beating middle market, but I agree that 8-1's a fair price, and I know you like his chance. I think both he and the 3 and the 3 and 9 are both square prices in here. Not excited with a 3-1 on Come Full Circle. I was hoping for a slightly better price, and like 5-2 is ridiculous in this horse. Not paying.
Did you expect to see Egyptian, the one this short?
Yes. I did not expect to see Come Full Circle as the 5-2 favorite. That's a crazy price.
Yeah. 6-1 morning line. 5-2, top choice on the board for the 7. There he is. Kendrick Carmouche again for Joe Sharp off the claim.
Yeah, this is way too low a price on that horse. Makes no sense. I like him, but I just don't like that price.
This
can't bet at that price.
Probably the strangest number we've seen on the board all day today.
What?
5-2 on the 7.
Everybody likes him. Maggie likes him. I like him. A lot of other people like this horse. There's a lot of things to like. I think it's too short a price. Problem for me is that, you know, I made some money this horse in Saratoga, but would have won a lot of money. The double was huge that day when he got the poor ride 3 back, and then he should have won 2 back. I bet him then. Kind of lost some races with him that he should have won. And now he's got up to 7-2 at least.
And that 1 has become top choice again on the board. Egyptian 5-2 off that good effort.
He was favored the morning line, right?
No, he was 9-2.
Oh, he was. The 1.
Yeah.
Was he really? Who was favored?
El Paco was 3-1 morning line favorite.
No. Well, they got the close. He's 7-2. That's a tough race. It's an unenviable job, the morning line makers.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 6 from Belmont at the Big A, excuse me.
Three Little Birds to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed immediately from El Paco. In between horses, shoots right out to the front. New York Scrappy is going to challenge early, and now New York Scrappy puts a neck advantage on El Paco. Manny Franco will take back to second. Apollo Code is on the move for Vargas Jr., center of the racetrack in third, is followed by Three Little Birds on the outside. Egyptian rides the rail is in fifth, followed to the outside in sixth is Tarpaulin, then come full circle on the center of the racetrack there towards the back end of the field, and late running Captain Jack Sparrow is the trailer. Pumped up, pace duel on the front end, 22.60, and ready to challenge once again to the inside. It's El Paco and New York Scrappy into the turn together. They're within a neck of one another, and now New York Scrappy extends the margin. El Paco challenged, but into the turn, has lost ground, is now a length back in second. Making up some ground is Apollo Code. Not much running on from the back yet, as they went 45.41 for a half-mile time. New York Scrappy. Sylvester Gonzalez trying to run them off their feet as they reach the top of the stretch. Tarpaulin is down to the inside, trying to make up some ground. Apollo Code, here comes from the back, gets Egyptian. And coming back to the field is New York Scrappy, but still finding plenty so far. A furlong left to go. Apollo Code is in gear. Egyptian, Tarpaulin to the inside, but New York Scrappy fights on. Tarpaulin down to the inside is a main danger. Tarpaulin tries to get up in time and does. Tarpaulin won it over New York Scrappy. Then came a photo. Apollo Code with Egyptian.
Tarpaulin owned, trained by Linda Rice, coming off that meet title. Jose Lezcano on Tarpaulin at 9-1.
I'm starting to think the rail is the place to be on this track as well, as we have seen multiple winners coming through on the inside. It's an excellent ride by Jose Lezcano on a horse who was a bit of an overlay in here. One of the ones missed. Surprisingly good effort by the 8, who's very random, New York Scrappy. Runs well sometimes and poorly a couple of other times. Ran well today despite the pace, a very solid pace to say the least. But Jose, coming to the best part of the racetrack, down on the inside, gets it done. Come full circle, try to rally wide, and just wasn't good enough.
Up the fence. Tarpaulin. Yeah, motoring along the rail. 3-8-5-1 here in race 6 with a 9-1 upset.
Says Linda Rice only wins the short prices. It's just an overlay at 9-1. I'm not sort of this big a price.
Let's go to Hot Springs. Yeah, race 5 coming up in 5 minutes. This race 6 furlongs, condition $12,000 claiming race. Starts the Classics pick 6. And it's the 8 who's the favorite here, my bossy lady Brad Cox. Second off the claim. We'll start with the 2 Lily May.
Yeah, Lily May has absolutely no speed, but there should be some pace in the race.
Here's Troubler at 9-1. Cantermachi Barn off the claim.
Yeah, I think Troubler's one of the ones with an outside chance in here. Should be somewhat in attendance to the pace, but same thing with Ilke, just not very good off the claim.
Francisco Arrieta still chasing Ramon Vasquez on severe clear.
Yeah, does drop down considerably second off the claim into a more appropriate level. Looks like a player to me here.
Cosmic Chic went by off a second beetle-length performance. Here's Q's Your Mama.
No speed for either the 5 or 6 in this race. Didn't like Q's Your Mama, neither's the public.
Quick already, now blinkers back on Sending.
Sending looks like the speed, but not sure she's good enough to win here.
Here's the Brad Cox favorite, My Bossy Lady.
I guess. I don't know. What is this horse favored for? What am I missing? Do you like this? I don't see what's so
Barnes
appealing.
getting overly respected, maybe.
Yes.
Like, here's the 10 went by Chica Arma, Ramon Vasquez, and then wreaking havoc to the outside for William Martin.
Yeah, they all look. The 10 is not impossible. The 11 seemed like a little tough to make.
There's the 9, Crispy Rice, Team Asmussen. Eric rides for Dad.
Four seems like an overlay, I just want to say.
Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Well, to try to put this race together, it was kind of a difficult one as we kickstart this Classics Pick 6, but I'll start with 2 horses coming out of the same Arkansas bred, $25,000 non-winners of 3 last time out. That's the 5 Cosmic Cheek, where, as Andy alluded to, neither of these 2 horses have much early speed. They were both coming from off of it, where Cosmic Chic was outran here by Kernon, who was much more forward to the pace, kind of chased, was last early, and then ridden around the turn in that wide rally. It really did come back on well in this game stretch battle here, where unfortunately she did have to settle for a second that day at 7-1, but might have been the day to get this horse, but she is an Arkansas bred, getting back into open company, as last time out you can say she did take now taking a step down in tag, but this is still just such a interesting group to sort through. You could make a case for a lot of horses. She doesn't have a lot of speed. That's my problem with this horse. Now, she is coming off of the field best 66 Beyer speed figure last time out, and she makes sense in here. I'm honestly surprised she's not taking a little bit more money up there at 6-1, and I thought that she did make sense. We'll see if she can do that late running again here with a bit of speed signed on. The number 6, Accuse Your Mama, a strong, petite, kind of burlier individual who's been racing consistently here at Oaklawn and never really has been the most tucked up individual ever. That's kind of just her. She's at 12-1, as she did finish 3rd, well behind Cosmic Cheek in that race last time out with a similar style. And I will say she was in tight a big rank in seeing her through some of her starts where she can kind of run in stops and starts. So she's quirky. She's interesting. If I'm going to take 2 horses out of that race, especially 2 horses that both do not have a modicum of early speed, it's going to be the 5, naturally. But the number 8, My Bossy Lady, is getting hammered, and I'd agree. I don't understand why, other than the fact that it's a Brad Cox horse. It's also second off of the claim, but comes out of that last performance where she was beaten by a precipitous class dropper in Sultry Kitten, had a wide draw back on April the 12th, where she tracked off the pace. She was in good position from that draw and was ridden around the turn, but then kind of had that nice rally to get up for a late second, where it was a pretty decisive beat by the favorite. But she's kind of been a project horse, I will say, claiming from John Ortiz. She hasn't been the easiest keeper. She's been well beaten. I don't know. She's a vulnerable favorite in this race. I wasn't in love with her. She got a sharp, aggressive warm-up by Johan Rosado, so we'll see if she can remain and being able to use some of her early speed, which I do like to see him do, because she does seem like one that needs to wake up a bit. The number 9, Crispy Rice, has been spending most of her life running on the synthetic, the turf, grassy. Now, looking at her, she's not overtly turf meant. She's a bit angular behind, a bit slacker in her pasterns, but she's not just grabs you as an overt turf runner or a synthetic runner. But she does have to get back to some of her better races, as she's been decisively beaten in her last 2. But I liked what I saw from her. I was a bit hesitant, but at a price, especially if she can hopefully show any bit of early foot, which she hasn't as of late, found her interesting. But we'll go to a horse that I do find will be forward. We're finally showing some speed in the number 4, Severe Clear, who I do find up there at 9-2. To me, some of her back races are easily good enough to win this, and she's got the speed, which in this race, when you have a horse like the 7 who's completely vulnerable on the front end, she makes a lot of sense to me. The only problem that I have is I find she's regressed physically since being claimed away from Peter Miller, where it seems as if though she just ran her better races. So she is going to be forwardly placed. We'll see if she can hang on. I ended up going towards the number 5, Cosmic Chic, in this spot. I think you're getting a pretty nice price on her, but this was a pretty wide open group, Greg, and one that you could argue many have an opportunity to win here.
Megan, thank you. We're going to wrap up the race here. Tarpaulin at 9-1. Jose Lescano, Linda Rice, who owns this one as well, And, yeah, this was an overlay.
Not a bad place to be down on the inside. And Jose Lezcano got there, and she scooted right up the rail. Or he did, I should say, running down the very speedy New York Scrappy. Ran well considering the pace. Much better than the other speed horse. Gets it done, Tarpaulin. Nobody else really made up that much ground.
385 trifecta, $180 for that 50-cent play. Cross-country pick fives coming up next. You have 21 minutes to get your tickets together. Begins race 7 here in New York, concludes the 8th, and then races 7, 8, 9 at Oaklawn, including that Natural State Breeders' Stakes out in Hot Springs is the anchor leg to close things out. This race on the inner turf, the rail's out 18 feet at Aqueduct to kick it off. Good luck.
All right.
All right, loading here at Oaklawn for race 5. 5-2 favorite. It's Brad Cox filly taking a lot of money.
Probably win.
To Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And in My Bossy Lady coming up, Troubler post 3. Crispy Rice coming up. Severe Clear post 4. Cosmic Chick post 5. Chica Arma post 10. Just a couple more runners to load. Cue's Your Mama post position 6. And to the outside, Wreaking Havoc. Here's Wreaking Havoc, Amir Mendoza. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful beginning for all the runners in the race. Severe Clear put into play. Cue's Your Mama, naturally quick as well. Severe Clear hard ridden to get forward position. Cue's Your Mama ahead in front in the white blinkers from Severe Clear. Lily May moving forward on the inside. Finds room, comes to challenge, and in fact, Lily May snatches the lead by a narrow margin. Cue's Your Mama 3 wide. Severe Clear is between that pair. Gap of 2. Troubler, Chica Arma, they're side by side. Cosmic Chick right behind them, sending in the orange. 4 deep within 5 lengths of the lead. 2 back to My Bossy Lady, already pumped upon rounding the far turn. Wreaking Havoc is second to last. Crispy Rice at the back as they round the far turn. Cue's Your Mama clearly ahead, goes on to lead a length. Severe Clear under pressure second. Lily May going in the wrong direction. She calls it a day. Chica Arma level second now with Severe Clear, and then Cosmic Chick, who's about 5 pass off the rail, cutting the corner. They come down the lane. Cue's Your Mama is opened up with a 4-length lead and 1 furlong to go. Cosmic Chick out of the crowd takes second. Then Chica Arma back in third. 16th to go. Cue's Your Mama clear by 4 still. And Cue's Your Mama and Keith Asmussen are going to win in dominant fashion. Cue's Your Mama finishing strong. Cosmic Chick was second. Chica Arma third. My Bossy Lady checks in fourth.
6, 5, 10 finish. Cue's Your Mama 9-1 upset in this 5th here at Oaklawn.
Surprised she was as forward as she was. Showed a lot more speed than she's shown in a while, and she was a winner every step of the way, getting the job done quite easily for Keith Asmussen. Well, we still don't know why they were betting all that money on My Bossy Lady. Still can't figure it out.
She was a non-factor. You see her back top left of your screen, but falling out of your picture there.
Where was the speed of the 7? That's another mystery.
Yeah. So 9-1 upset. Cue's Your Mama, Cameron Milligan, Keith Asmussen, 5-year-old mare, wins for the 3rd time in her career. That's going to do it for you and I. Next crew coming up, Acacia Clement, trainer Ray Handel. They'll take you the rest of the way here on set. Of course, plenty more with Meg and Meg out in Hot Springs as well.
I've enjoyed every bit of the last 4.5 hours I've spent with you.
It's been fun.
Been a great time. Do it again tomorrow.
Derby preview show as well, which I assume is going to re-air several times.
A lot of magic.
You and I on the same horse in this year's Kentucky Derby.
Yes.
So happy.
It's good news or bad news. Well, you picked the Derby winner since I have, so I'm happy to ride your coattails.
Good luck to everybody. Much more coming up. 7th at Oaklawn kicks off that cross-country pick 5. About 17 minutes to put those tickets together. Right around the corner, 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Plenty more to come on a race with so many great storylines this year. Next crew coming up after a break.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful.
He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us on this Thursday afternoon. Acacia Kiwana stepping in for Greg Wolf. I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Ray Handel on set with me as well. Ray, we have done a lot of interviews together, but I don't think we've actually shared the set.
First time. Looking forward to it.
I know, looking forward to it. Glad to have you here. You've been doing a great job
on
the shows as well, and you're here at a good time. We are getting closer and closer to this year's Kentucky Derby, of course, coming up on Saturday. It's the race, if you say you're involved in horse racing, right, that people immediately ask, have you won the Kentucky Derby? Have you been a part of it? You know, it's something that no matter what, us in horse racing, and we know there are so many other pieces to this game, this is kind of the big one that everybody knows.
Yeah, this is our Super Bowl, so it's an amazing time of the year, and everybody's asking. I'm getting the annual text messages coming in. Who do you like for the Derby? So it's an exciting time.
4-1 morning line favorite Renegade from the rail. With this post position, and it's only been 6 years with the new starting gate in the way that it's positioned, but what kind of trip does Renegade need to pull from the inside break with that wave of horses coming over?
I think he's going to be somewhat tactical. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of speed, but I think he's got enough gate speed where at least he can put himself mid-pack and you get in decent position before the whole field comes over on him in that first turn. But I think he'll be okay here. I'm not sweating it maybe as I'm sure the connections are, but I think he'll be able to put himself in a decent spot.
He's come along nicely. He won the Sam Davis, going a mile and a 16th down at Tampa, a race that has proved to be very, very live as well. And then dominant score, going a mile and an 1/8 in the Arkansas Derby last time out, earning him the title of morning line favorite into the Kentucky Derby. Do you think he will be the post-time favorite?
I'm a little surprised. I have a feeling that he would probably be. I have a feeling that Further Ado on the outside might end up taking favoritism, but I think it'll be contentious. I mean, right now I think he's Further Ado's second choice right now, and I think Renegade is the favorite in the early post. But yeah, I think he's well deserving. I mean, he certainly has the credentials, and he's run fast races, and it was impressive last time. You know, the quality behind him is somewhat questioning, but we'll see what happens.
See what happens. Of course, Renegade, though, will break from that inside post in this year's Kentucky Derby as we get closer and closer to the first Saturday in May. Horses in the paddock, though, for race 7 today, Belmont at the Big A, kicking off this Belmont at the Big A meet. That is a look at Belluni, who's currently 8-5 now. A horse that's kind of refound some of that form, Ray, and is now dropping in back down, I should say, to a claiming race, trying to get back to the winner's circle.
I'm shocked to see 8-5 on this horse. I hear what you're saying, and I know he's somewhat on the improve, but I think he's got to get a lot better on figures, coming in from some average quality races at Gulfstream and Tampa, but we'll see. He's a favorite now.
9-5 right now as we bring Maggie Wolfendale in. Maggie, as he's returning to the New York circuit, but certainly no stranger to us up here.
No, it's funny though. He's done a lot of running since leaving the NYRA circuit. Perros, as we'll start with him, but Bellamy as well. So looking at some old friends, long time no see, guys. As Perros in here, I thought, you know, they tried to get him to the lead when actually turning back a little bit to the 7.5. It just didn't work out. You know, he kind of pressed from the 2 path, and he just ended up tired. Yes, the horse that he was out there dueling with, Burhan, he came back and ran okay. Here he was beaten when turning back to a sprint, but 5 of the 6 horses that have come back out of that race have gone on and improved their speed figure a bit, and including Past the Hat, who had a very troubled trip that day at Gulfstream. He came back and posted a 94 with a blowout win here at the Big A. So Perros, I think it'll be interesting to see what they do with him from that inside post position. Getting Ricardo Santana aboard today, I would say take advantage of it. You know, break, and if somebody wants to go faster than you, fine, but if not, assume the lead, because I do think that's going to be a coveted path on this turf course. We did see it as such, at least on the outer turf course earlier. As we'll move on to number 2, Ocean Atlantique. He's actually a pretty big price as of now at 4-1 for Joe Sharp, who takes over training after claiming this guy out of a Turfway Park effort. But obviously he's very accomplished on both surfaces, just as good on the turf, I would say. He's coming out of a race that he won, in which we did see 2 next time out winners, including What Say Thee, as well as Frosty Indulgence, who would come back and post a 91, albeit on the dirt. Looking at this guy, I mean, he'd be the pick of the paddock. He always is, typically speaking, when I'd seen him going back a ways here. Really big, kind of burly and brawny type of horse. Looks fantastic here. I wonder how he negotiates, you know, the course that has some give in it, though he has handled it in the past. So really like what I'm seeing, liking the price even more. Number 4, Bellamy, is one that it feels as though he's lost a bit of his early speed. As they turned him back to the mile at Tampa last time out, he was way out the back early. Then he kind of jumped into the bridle, but it seemed like Daniel Centeno was intent on keeping him back there and letting him unleash a kind of a one run down the lane. He couldn't quite get there. He just had too much to do. Flattered by Rigel coming back and winning with an 82 buyer. I just wonder where this horse's kind of maybe tactical speed has gone a little bit. Would love to see him not having quite as much to do late in the game. Acacia?
Yeah, he was very far out of it last time out, and now you're a 2-1 favorite. Maggie, thank you, as you do see some old class horses in here for sure. Take a look at what's coming up on Saturday, though. In the Fort Marcy Grade 3, one of a couple of stakes on the card, a stakes-laden weekend here in New York, maybe Derby Day going on in Kentucky, but no shortage of action here in New York. And we will see the return of Deterministic, who won the Fort Marcy in record-setting fashion on the front end last year.
Yeah, he sure did. He was very impressive winning that day, and followed it up with 2 back-to-back Grade 1 wins. And here in the 4-star Dave, you can see he stalked and sat a pretty good trip and kicked home, and you know, I'm sure Miguel's excited to get him back out to the races. You know, I'm sure he's looking for bigger and better down the line, but it's always good to, you know, start the year off on the right foot.
Absolutely, making his first start since August, rerouting to come here to the Fort Marcy, run it home in New York, as of course he is, as you mentioned, a very special horse for the whole team, for the whole family. Was Miguel's first Grade 1 winner.
I was just going to say, first Grade 1 win?
First
Yeah, that's
Grade
always
1 winner
special.
last summer, so He means a lot to us, that's for sure. But he does have the layoff to contend with, and will have to show that he can come back and do it on the racetrack. Has been training down at Payson Park. Right next to him on Catalyzed, kind of the new up-and-comer, definitely much lighter on seasoning. But how did you see pace-wise things playing out with the presence of that one?
You know, I don't know if I put a lot of emphasis on pace, but the race is very tough. I think the race runs through Miguel. He's got some nice options. Categorize, you know, he's coming up. He's coming in off of 2 wins. First time in graded stakes company against some salty old horses here. So be interesting to see how the race unfolds.
It'll be a fun one. Always enjoy the Fort Marcy. That'll be 1 mile and 1/8 on the turf on Saturday. We'll go as race 4. Here's a look at the stake schedule, though. We have the Sheep's Head Bay tomorrow for the fillies and mares. As mentioned, 2 stakes on Saturday, the elusive quality for the sprinters as well, and then 4 stakes on Sunday, and a really fun card. Should be a great weekend, and it's one of those nice things too, Ray, where you see, yes, a lot of focus on Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks weekend, but that does mean too that there's a lot of good races and good opportunities at home.
Got to do something in between the races, so why not, you know, sit back, freshen up that cocktail, and play some races here.
I like it. Well, nothing wrong with that at all. As let's meet the field. We're on the turf for race 7, final turf race of the day on a good turf course. Race 8, remember, taken off of the grass. As we'll kick things off with the number 1, Paros, who, as Maggie touched on, also returning to the NYRA circuit.
Yeah, he's claimed by Fernando this winter at Gulfstream for 50. He's been running in lesser class, takes a jump back up today. Or drop back in today, I'm sorry.
Current 2-to-1 favorite, Ocean Atlantique.
Yeah, the reclaim for Joe Sharp. I think this horse is super live, who I picked in this race.
One last time out on synthetic. There is Life and Light going back to turf.
Yeah, his big races, his best races on turf, I don't really think put him in contention here.
5-2 on Belloni. Can he find his speed again?
Yeah, I don't know if he'd be a speed horse here per se, but he's a solid runner that hasn't won since last July in Saratoga.
There is Ambition, who switched back to the turf last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this horse would try grass. He's pretty solid on dirt.
11-1. This one's a big price. Smile and Say Cheese, first time on the turf.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing it here for this guy today.
Not much turf pedigree to speak of. There's Sharp Spark, winner last time out off the claim and goes to the turf.
Yeah, claimed for 10 last time out and taking a big jump up today. I don't know if the one single grass race at Houston from a long time ago, I don't think it puts him in contention.
Actually, a reclaim as well for Ilkay Cantor
Yeah.
Marcy. We'll see if that is a big sign. And another for Ilkay, there's Polar Bear Plunge.
He has good race, makes him a player, but he's been getting well beaten in most 2-turn races. So, you know, we'll see. Down at Fairgrounds, he's running in the open 30, so he's stepping up to 50. But he does have some races that are okay and could put him in contention.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Sign up today and get up to a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Derby25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Be sure to start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com for your deposit match bonus and $25 free bet. Well, that's the field for race 7. There's your current favorite, Ocean Atlantique, who is now actually second choice. Favoritism going back and forth between the 2 and the 4. But this horse reclaimed, as you mentioned, for Joe Sharp. And we're taking a look at his last win. This is back in March. Yes, on Tapeta, but he's run very well on turf in the past.
Yeah, and he's been in good form, so I think it's a good sign. He seems to be on the improve. Joe goes back in for him for 25. All really encouraging signs, and I like him in the spot today. I think his good race more than puts him there. And against this group, I think that even his B+ race, you know, could put him in the winner's circle.
5-2 on that one right now. 5-2 on the 1 Paros as well. More money coming back onto the 4. The horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it feels like the main 3 are the 3 you want, because a lot of these horses, you know, whether it's Smile and Say Cheese or trying the turf for the first time, or the horse coming in from Fairgrounds, Polar Bear Plunge, they just don't possess the back class that Paros and Ocean Atlantique and Belloni have. So I think the class is going to prevail here. However, I think there is an interesting long shot, and he usually is always a long shot, and that's number 3 in here, Life and Light. He upset a claiming 16 on the dirt at nearly 50 to 1 2 back, and his last race was actually okay in the starter allowance, and that's the best he's ever run on the dirt. And it was, widely perceived that his better surface was the turf. So what if he runs those better races on the turf now? Yeah, he's a little bit of an in and outer when it comes to some of his turf races. He has 2 pretty good ones, going back to September 12th and June 21st. They kind of make him a player in here, I thought. And if Peros doesn't decide to go to the lead for whatever reason, Life and Light has the opportunity to control things here. I don't know. I'm not saying that's his most ideal trip in here, Acacia, but he also always looks the part. He always looks great. He doesn't look like a 27 to 1 shot. He's got that great coat. He's dappled head to toe. He carries his weight and conditioning well. And I just think he's getting to what he ultimately really does like to do, and that's the turf.
At 28 to 1, nothing wrong with that, Maggie. Thank you. Excuse me. Life and Light, big price on the board, as he did appear to be more of a turf horse, at least the lowest level he will have run on the turf as of yet, which sometimes can make a big difference for a horse.
Yeah, he ran well, and they freshened him up. After a win, they freshened him up on the dirt, and he came back in the starter 16 and ran decently. I mean, nothing to write home about, but ran respectable race. But his turf races are okay. I obviously the one race is an outlier, but that race was pretty live, and he did a lot of the running on the front end, and he could kind of get a trip like that today potentially with not a ton of speed on paper.
8 to 5 though on Belluni as they work with the number 7 Sharp Spark going into the gate. Maggie and Ray both, I believe, on the 2.
Yes.
Ocean Atlantic.
Yes.
First off the
Lot of weight.
Lot of weight. Looks like he's a pretty good sized horse, though. 9-year-old son of American Pharaoh. Very cool horse. Making start number 49 of his career. You've got some tough veterans in here going a mile on the good turf course for race 7. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Belluni. Polar Bear Plunge. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Life and Light broke sharply, and Peros towards the inside. These two hook up early. It's Life and Light with a neck advantage. Raylu Gutierrez will press on as they move towards that first turn. Life and Light will show the way. Peros switches to the 2 path now. Will chase from second. Ocean, Atlantique, and Manny Franco rides the rail, saving all the ground into the turn. In between horses from that outside draw, Polar Bear Plunge has now found the 4th position. 3 wide, moving forward is Ambition. Back there in 6th is Belluni, who's just in front of Sharp Spark, and quartering wide and tough to handle Smile and Say Cheese is the Triller. They work up the backstretch, and the leader is Life and Light. Peros starts to close in on the margin, and Peros now within ahead of the leader. Life and Light holds the advantage, though. Down to the inside, a patiently ridden Ocean Atlantique. Nowhere to go yet with in between horses Polar Bear Plunge. Out wider in that second group is Ambition as they work up the backstretch. Life and Light continues to roll on. Peros is starting to close in once again and ready to challenge, and Peros to the outside for Ricardo Santana Jr. makes a move. Ocean Atlantique is under a snug hold, is right in behind this battling duo as they're set to reach the top of the lane. Belluni is saving all the ground, is now taken 4th. They reach the top of the lane, and Peros is the new leader. What does Ocean Atlantique have now is cut loose, and Peros has the advantage. Here comes Belluni trying to straighten up on the grandstand side. Ocean Atlantique is now taking the front. Belluni is in clear pursuit. Belluni to the outside of Ocean Atlantique. Between these two, Ocean Atlantique will win it. Belluni holds second, then Peros and Life and Light.
Ocean Atlantique with the win. Picked up once again by Joe Sharp and got a beautiful trip on the turf here.
Yeah, beautiful trip, beautiful ride. The race unfolded nicely for him. The 3 and the 1 kind of went on early and let him get his position. And, Franco tipped him out. And when he asked him to go, he really accelerated well. You could see he got to the front and he did kind of idle. You saw his ear go up, and he ended up making it a little bit closer at the finish. but I was surprised. How do you say
Belluni? Yeah.
Belluni did run a lot better than I gave him credit for. I will say that. So, you know, it was one of those maybe they knew, but almost.
The 2 Ocean Atlantique with the win, though. Here's what you were talking about, maybe idling a little bit, but top pick for both Maggie and Ray. As keep your eye on the 4 Belluni, as he does kind of break out a little bit, slight bump there. He is going to get pretty headstrong. He's not the easiest horse to ride, right? And he's kind of been like that throughout his career. You could even see it in the stretch that even when Dylan goes to kind of tip him out, he kind of throws his head
up, and he was on his left lead maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah,
you
he's
can
not
see
the
that.
easiest to ride.
Even through the whole race, you could see it on the backside. He was just fighting him. I think that might be him a little bit. But I thought he put in his effort. Did it cost him a win? It's probably his antics probably do have cost him some wins, but I don't know. I think that horse had a little bit more in the tank. The winner did, Ocean Atlantique.
2, 4, 1, 3. Ocean Atlantique with the victory. Manny Franco in the saddle as we head over to Oaklawn Park as race 6 is coming up next. It's a $12,500 claiming race going 6 furlongs, and right now the number 11 is the favorite at 5-2. Personal Jet. Would be nice to have one of those.
I've ridden 1 or 2 in my life. I wish I had one with my one either.
On a regular basis, that'd be great. Let's meet the field though as they step out onto the racetrack, beginning with the number 1 Betty's Cash.
Yeah, taking a big drop down in class here. This Arkansas bred looks pretty live in this spot.
Has some natural speed as well, the 7-year-old. There's One Cool Dude, another 7-year-old.
Yeah, another 7-year-old, ran super 2-back, looking to get back to that after kind of a disappointing effort last time.
Slight drop for Chrome's Echo.
Yeah, from the Never Win 3 for 25 down into 10 today makes some sense. If you can make a case for her.
Here's the 4 Myria Coincidence.
Has some speed, but I'm not sure he's got enough class to go with these guys.
5 is out. There's the 6 Martini Blue.
Yeah, Roman Moquette, runner. He's got some spotty form, but on his good day, he could be competitive.
That's not the 7. That's the 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. They're out of order, I believe. There's Skylar, the 9.
Yeah, Eric Foster prefers. Oh gosh, no,
and now there's the 7. They're out of order. It's not you, Ray. Don't stress. Blame Oaklawn.
Salevo, my favorite restaurant in Saratoga.
Know. It's coming so soon. We'll all be there. There's Leamy B.
Leamy B. I'm going to leave him B today in this spot.
Big price on the board. The 9 already went by because somebody was struggling to count, and there's the 10 While I.
Ran 4th last time in a Never Win 3 for 12.5. Hard to make a case for that one today.
Favorite, Personal Jet?
Yeah, very consistent, and at this lower level, consistency is always a big plus for me.
And One Giant Leap, first off the claim for Carlos Santamaria.
Yeah, first off the claim, ran 3rd in a Never Win 2 for 10,000 date last time.
That's the field for race 6 as we check in with Megan. A nice and easy claiming race here. Clearly, Meg.
Yeah, a very easy, Acacia, is probably not a word I would describe for this one. The last 2 races here at Oaklawn Park have been quite puzzles, as this one is as well. We'll start with the number 11 Personal Jet, who's taking money from a red-hot, razor-sharp barn in Abel Rodriguez Ramirez. And as we take a look at his last effort back on April the 2nd, he also took money that day. He was bumped a bit at the break, but he was incredibly strong, and he's one that is a bit better when he's more tactical. He was shuffled off of things a bit until kind of try to make his run against the top pair to not really much of an avail, but those 2 horses have been consistently running well as he kind of comes from the clouds a little bit there down the lane, as you'll see. And he's one, as I mentioned, that needs to be a bit more tactically placed today, as there's not a modicum of pace signed on, and he's one that, again, has maintained fitness. He's dropping in tag. He's an Arkansas bred, though, doing so against open foes. But he is taking favoritism, is consistent, but this is a pretty competitive group. The number 2, One Cool Dude, as speaking to the pace, he should be on it, as he does have that early speed. He's been incredibly sharp on the racetrack, and he was forward in the paddock as well. I have my issues with him from a fitness perspective, as he has been here racing consistently for the Chris Banks barn as he makes a lateral move. Now, that's that's him. He's going to be able to roll on the front end, and either he gets caught or he holds on. That's going to be his gig and how he likely finishes best in this spot. But he is going to be a part of the pace. I just always wish with this horse that he just looked a little bit more tucked up. The number 7, Solivo. I'm not just dreaming about pasta. I've been chasing this horse around a little bit, and he's at a monster price today on the board where he's got some races that put him in the mix. And last time out on April the 19th, he did not disgrace himself at the big run last time where he didn't take any money either up there at 18-1 against a heavy favorite in our Bucky Charm, who won decisively. He's continued to be so strong and well-muscled. He always is one of the best lookers in the paddock, and I just couldn't shy away from him, considering maybe he'll be a bit more engaged and forward. But he's done some good running in the late stages of his recent races, and I thought, why not at a large price here at Oaklawn? But finally, the number 12, One Giant Leap. Again, another horse that indicated to me just through his dynamics in the paddock. You saw him there on the racetrack earlier. He was incredibly sharp underneath Manny Esquivel. He was tacked outside here in the winner's circle, as he has been throughout his races here during the meet. And Carlos Santamaria has been doing well first off of the claim, as it is not always an easy assignment to do so, especially when you're claiming away from Chris Hartman. But I thought he looked best second off the bench last time out, back on April the 3rd. Broke away from the pony, got a solid warm-up, and again, he's kind of doing very similar, trying to get him revved up from that outside post. But Acacia, if he can get into a more forward rhythm on the front end, I find he can make a splash at a reasonable price.
Not a bad price at all at 5-1. Megan, thank you. As, of course, we talk about Kentucky Derby getting closer and closer. Well, what about the Kentucky Oaks? That's even closer. Tomorrow evening on Friday, the 3-year-old fillies will have their day in the spotlight. A couple of scratches already announced, unfortunately. As we take a look at how the field might line up, the number 1, Explora, we saw victorious at Oaklawn Park in her most recent prep, winning the Honeybee over Counting Stars, as they will get a chance to rematch. Counting Stars would come out of that race and win the Fantasy, also at Oaklawn Park. And it did seem, as a whole, maybe the Oaklawn fillies form might be some of the strongest going into the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a contentious race here, and they put a lot of money on the line, so it should be. She ran huge this day. Different beasts coming up against, Meaning and some others that have, run at the high level, but obviously it's Baffert, it's the big stage. He always commands respect with these types.
3-year-old Blame filly with the victory in the Honeybee last time out. She was second in the Breeders' Cup. Juvenile fillies could be one of the choices in this year's Kentucky Oaks. Back to today at Oaklawn, race 6, they're loading. The number 11, Personal Jet, still the favorite. Going 6 furlongs in this claiming race here in race 6. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Martini Blue and Personal Jet, the next pair. Personal Jet goes in. Martini Blue to the outside post. One Giant Leap. Here's One Giant Leap. Coming up to the gate. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. From the inside post, Betty's Cash is alert and firing forward. Chrome's Echo in a line with Martini Blue, who's also there. Myria Coincidence in the firing line on the front end here. There's a battle for early supremacy. Martini Blue nose in front. Myria Coincidence hooks up with him. Betty's Cash not far away, holds the inside spot. While I 4 wide with that party. Gap of 2 to another 4. One Cool Dude. Chrome's Echo has eased off the pace. Lee Me Be in that clump of horses going into the turn, and Personal Jet is parked 4 wide, being asked to go. Personal Jet rounding the turn and under some pressure now. Skylar in the 3rd last position. One Giant Leap only has 1 runner beat. That's Solivo as they round the far turn. Betty's Cash and Martini Blue continue to slug it out on the front end here. Myria Coincidence backs away, coming to the top of the lane. Walleye has lost position. Martini Blue off the turn. Narrow lead here on Betty's Cash. 3/16 to go. And Martini Blue opens up the lead to a length. Betty's Cash behind in 2nd. Skylar coming on now in 3rd, grandstand side. Skyler making up good ground on the outside, and One Giant Leap is coming from the back of the field. Here he comes. One Giant Leap with a giant burst to win it late under Manny Esquivel. Second home, Skyler, then Martini Blue and Betty's Cash.
One Giant Leap with exactly that. He came with those big bounding strides to finish up there and get the victory in between horses.
I didn't even pick him up. I was watching Skyler, and I was watching the 6 on the front end. He was loaded here at the 3/16, just looking for a split. I mean, for a lower level claiming horse to pick up like that when you get a hole is pretty impressive. They usually don't do that.
No, definitely not. He really accelerated, and nice call by Megan, who pointed him out at a little bit of a price, and he definitely finished really well there. Like you said, loaded with a ton of horse, just waiting for some room, and was finally able to do that, kind of knifing it between horses. First off the claim for Carlos Santamaria, and immediately rewarded with a victory and a nice late run.
Get some shipping money.
Skyler. Yeah, amen to that. Back over to New York, we owe you some prices. Ocean Atlantique with the victory in race number 7, holding off Belluni in the stretch. He got a right kind of trip, that beautiful kind of inside-outside pocket stalking trip on the turf.
Yeah, you really can't draw it up any better than that. When you got a little bit of speed, your horse switches off, settles right into your hands. You tip them out and they finish up like this. It's just, it's perfect. This is how you draw it up at home. And a lot of the times it doesn't go to plan, but today everything worked out perfectly.
Nice effort from the winner, Manny Franco aboard. Reclaim Fort, Joe Sharp holding off Belluni, who, as we talked about, not an easy horse to ride, and lately has been losing some of that early speed as well.
Tough. That's tough when they do that.
Yeah.
And frustrating as a trainer, I'm sure. You're losing, costing you some wins with antics. It's hard enough to win races, let alone when you're, running big races and not in your horse's antics are costing you position.
$7.60 winner on the 2 as we take a look at the field for race 8. Again, this race unfortunately off the turf. The only race of the day to be taken off the turf though, so really can't complain too much. Those races thankfully holding together. This one now to be a sprint race on the main track for New York bred maidens, and no surprise, the number 9 Veneta, a main track only. She is currently the heavy favorite after a really troubled trip first time out after going off as the favorite on debut.
Yeah, really troubled, I feel like is an understatement. It was absolutely horrific. I think everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and somehow still managed to make a massive move and come up second short.
Huge effort from that Yopon filly. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field in the nightcap in New York. We have the Thursday finale from Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. One more race to go in New York. Still a pretty good one. New York bred maiden special weight off the turf. Veneta drawing in a main track only. It was quite a trip. First time out, as Ray said, pretty much everything that could go wrong did go wrong for this 3-year-old filly by Yopon, who still managed to rally with a big second place finish there after being totally steadied back, checked back, last by several lengths early on.
Yeah, it was a rough go of it early on for sure, and still managed to come with the run. Looks like he's been working pretty steady since race 2.
Well, as we bring Maggie in here, Maggie, everybody can see the trip and see what she had to endure first time out. How does she look second time out?
Yeah, I didn't cover her first race, so I don't have, notes to compare upon. I feel like I'm always at a disadvantage then. But being that I do know what Danny Gargan's first-time starters usually look like, she probably did look pretty fit in her debut. It was just unfortunate with the beginning, and then she was a bit green climbing from the kickback while at the back of the pack. And then once she got outside clear of said kickback, she was able to run on, but a horse that was a second-time starter, punch out and go home, was able to get a more forward position and take advantage of that and the experience. Now, Veneta here in the paddock, she is sharp, and she does present herself as a filly that is meant to have a bit more speed. So now that she draws a little further outside in what is a short field, it should give her a better opportunity to display that possible early speed that she's hinting at here in the paddock. Moving on to a first-time starter that's also an MTO, taking some money here is number 10, Careless Whisper. Manny Franco will be the rider aboard her. She's a daughter of Instagram, and you look at the stats on Formulator for sires, and his best numbers do come with his dirt routers. So with that in mind, coupled with the fact that she's quite a tall drink of water, there's a lot of size and scope to her. I wonder if she wants a little bit more ground than what she's dealing with here. But on the bottom side, it is a little bit more sprint, if anything, because it's not much. As the dam, she won some slow dirt sprints, and she's had 3 other foals to run without any winning. She does come in here incredibly fit, though. She is really defined and well muscled overall. So yes, she's ready for this debut. I'm just not quite sure it's the right distance for her at this 6 furlongs. Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. First-time starter debuting as a main track only to the outside there. The nightcap from New York coming up. It seems they'll all have to get around that filly, though. Veneta looking for a cleaner trip today in her second career outing.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend, all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We know a lot of people looking ahead to the Kentucky Derby this weekend. We're looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, June 3rd through 7th. Tickets are on sale for the final time at Saratoga before it is back in its rightful home at the brand new Belmont Park. Something you don't want to miss out on. It is such an amazing atmosphere up there in Saratoga, right?
So much fun. So much fun. I can't wait to get up there. Luckily, I know I have at least one horse running that week, so I'll be able to sneak up.
Gotta have a reason to be there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to miss out. It'll be something special for sure. On the road to the Triple Crown, though, the Kentucky Derby coming up this weekend. Let's talk a little bit about the Puma, a horse who I think in many people's minds has really over-delivered so far, as we saw him break his maiden at Tampa in the Tampa Bay Derby, and they kind of, you imagine a lot of people would have said, okay, well, that's it. We're into the field. Let's kind of leave it at that. And then he came right back into the Florida Derby in what was arguably the toughest Kentucky Derby prep, top to bottom, and actually hit the front. Looked like he was going to win for a moment there before finishing a valiant second.
He ran super that day, and he kind of chased and went wide and had to make an early move. I don't know. I haven't read why exactly they came back. I think they had enough points to get in, or if they were worried about it. But I always feel like spacing is so important. I know it is to me, when especially coming up into these graded stakes races and these huge races like the Florida Derby and the Kentucky Derby. I feel like it's the first time he's coming into this race with like an adequate amount of spacing into one.
From my understanding, it was that he was doing so well following the Tampa Bay Derby that they said, let's take a shot. And I mean, clearly they were right. He was one nose away from a grade 1, which when you think about it, winning the Florida Derby, even if, of course, yes, you want to go on to the Kentucky Derby, but that seals a stallion deal right there and adds a lot to the horse's value. So I got a lot of love for the Puma. I think he's been a real fighter down in Florida.
Yeah, maybe Mage 2.0. I know they're hoping for that.
He could be. And I found out the reason for the name too, which is kind of cool.
It was my nickname. It was my nickname back in high school.
Was it?
No.
Apparently, there is a Venezuelan singer who's nicknamed the Puma.
Oh, and it looks like
just like
him. Yes, yes.
Delgado.
I just heard that.
Yes, they look exactly alike. They told me this at Tampa.
We got to get the clip up and
we
put it up.
have to have the side by side at some point. But they told me this at Tampa, and I said, "Wow, I can see it. It's crazy." I mean, Gustavo's very suave anyway.
He is.
But yeah, pretty cool. That
I was actually stabled with them at. When I had my filly running in the Oaks that year, the Promisor America, they had Mage, and they were on the back side of me, and I got to know them, and they run a very family, tight-knit operation. It's really cool. I'm happy to see them back in this position again.
Looking for their second Kentucky Derby winner, potentially with the Puma, and another chestnut at that. Let's meet the field, kicking things off for the nightcap here in New York with a first-time starter, the 3 speed walking.
He's got some stops and starts in his work pattern, but he looks like he's been on a steady stream lately. And I thought this horse had a little bit more of a dirt pedigree, but I don't know. It's kind of probably negative that Kenny wanted to start him on the turf initially.
Yeah, interesting spot as Lake Ariel. This filly finished 5th on debut in August.
Yeah, adds Lasix, gets her second start. I thought it was a little bit more of a dirt pedigree to me, but again, probably a negative that they were trying to go to turf with her, but still taking some action at 5-1.
Maybe figuring let's get a race in. Here is Atira, who also had a trip first time out.
Yeah, I thought this horse would have been super live if they'd have ran back in a dirt spot, and they kind of get that opportunity today. Yaupon out of American Pharaoh mare. It's a lot of dirt in that pedigree to me.
8-1 on that one. Generous price on that second-time starter. There is the favorite, though, Veneta.
Yeah, just a horrific start. and thereafter things just kept on getting worse and worse, and still managed to come with a nice run.
And first-time starter to the outside, Careless Whisper.
Yeah, who I think has to be respected, taking so much action, down to 5-2. Instagram's 3-year-old debuts win at 12%, which is definitely above average, and George wins at 25% with his first-time starters.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime by playing along with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code DERBY25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. That's a look at your favorite. Well, we've talked a lot about the trip. Let's show it to you about what took place. She's sharp out there on the track for sure. This is the wrong race. That's a Tira. We can show that to you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is another horse. This is the Tom Morley.
Yeah, I thought she had a really rough go. You can see Steady's back, and she had almost similar trip to the filly that we were referencing, and you can see when she starts getting the kickback here, she rushes up. And is very unsettled. It almost looks like she's running scared a little bit.
So at that point too, Ray, you mentioned the kickback, and you can kind of see it in the way that they carry their
throw their head up.
Yeah.
And makes a big move here when Jamie Torres is able to finally get this horse to the outside. So you're going 6 wide after taking all that kickback and facing a ton of adversity.
She was much happier when being in the clear as well.
Yeah, Jamie Rodriguez, and he's riding her back today, so probably has some familiarity with her, which is good. Here, I thought she was going to win at one point, and she just this last 8th of a mile, you can see kind of starts piddling out a little bit, but is able to stay on. I thought she could have ran second here, would have been a little bit more encouraging, but she did get just nipped for second, and still huge run for a first-time starter.
Atira, Maggie, another troubled trip, but yet she was entered for the turf in here today.
Yeah, Tom really wanted to see her on the turf, and looking at her, I see where he's coming from. You know, she does have very slack pasterns. It's not a pedigree that's, tilted towards turf, but I see why he wanted to try her on it. But she's going to have another go here on the dirt. This time around, though, it will be the sealed racetrack. So, last time it was a Good Herald racetrack, so a lot different of a quote-unquote wet track than what she had first time out, in which, as you guys showed that replay, it was a pretty bad beginning for her too, and she's another one that I think is going to be faster than what she showed, and showing the greenness, much like your favorite in here, Vanetta. Atira, she just looks quick. I mean, she's a smaller type of filly, but she's really built downhill with those elevated hindquarters to her that she's very aggressive and eager in the prelims too. So she is wearing a Houghton bit just for a little bit more power steering there for Jamie. To negotiate a better trip with her, hopefully, second time around. Now, another horse making her second start is Lake Ariel for Dave Donk. She's taking some nibbles up there at 7-1. She debuted in a race that was okay. I mean, Marina's Revenge isn't a total bum by any means. And Lake Ariel had the inside post position. She had to be hustled from the rail. She wasn't quite quick enough to kind of get up in there. Then she kind of got out to the 2-path with Jose Gomez in around the turn, and then it looked like she was going to go on, but then her head went up in the air. She didn't switch leads. I'm wondering if something, an issue arose out of that race, hence the long layoff. Now, she does wear that red hood, and that is an indication of a hood to be taken off, to be worn all the way up to the gate. It's something that they first started in Europe, and something that I know Dave Donk, as well as Tom Morley, really championed to get approved, and they did, and they're the two trainers that use it. So just kind of keeping her a little bit more calm. I just feel like she's gonna need this one, just a little soft around the edges. I'm not hating against that first race. I think she can build upon that, but I don't think we're gonna see it here, Acacia.
see if she can take a step forward. Maggie, thank you. Lake Ariel, first time in a long time that she is coming back to the races. In contrast to the other second-time starters, they have a little bit more recency than she does. And Maggie bringing up that arguably could have been that something didn't go right first time out, talking about the 4, because you don't expect them to debut in August at Saratoga and not be seen again until the following spring.
And I noticed that she also had a couple workouts after that race, so it made me feel like something might have happened, that they put her on the sidelines here. So I could see why they would just ease her back in and give her a race and see how things transpire, and probably look towards better. I think Dave Donk in general is somebody who races his horses into shape more than has them, really dialed up first time out or first time off the bench.
Back over to the favorite 2 to 5 now on Veneta, as we will now take a look at her trip. This is the start here for the number 3 that day. She was Veneta, and you're going to see that she has to steady back really sharply and spot the field by several lengths early on.
Even just spotting the field, I feel like she could completely had her momentum stymied, and she almost came to a walk after everybody broke, and to re-break after that and get back into a race. I mean, she's still out the back here. She looked like if she ran even third or picked up a piece, it would be a home run, let alone to come with such a massive run down the lane here on the outside. When she leveled out, you can see her drop her head down. She's really into it, really reaching and trying, and runs out of real estate. Although she does get a little bit tired. I would imagine maybe a 16th of a mile maybe makes it closer, but you could tell she was pretty out of gas.
She did a lot of work that day too, that's for sure. She's 2 to 5 now. We'll see if both of those horses making their second starts, all of them, can have some cleaner trips in here today. Off the turf is still an interesting race for the nightcap at Belmont at the Big A. As we load in, Veneta 2 to 5. One more time today. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Atira was off slowly, the early trailer. Careless Whisper takes it right to Veneta, and these two hook up early. Atira, after hopping in the air at the start, is climbing just a bit, dim behind the 2 leaders, but has plenty of momentum towards the outside in third. It's Lake Ariel, who's back and forth and is going to ride the rails, in the distant trailer speed walking. But the top duo, they're tearing away as they've got less than 4 furlongs to go. 22.21 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Veneta, the heavy favorite with a head advantage. Careless Whisper right to the outside. Lake Ariel in the green cap is trying to pull off the upset, is in behind. This battling duo have continued to go at one another. Veneta to the inside and a stubborn Careless Whisper to the outside. Lake Ariel, Dalila Rivera move to the outside and try to run them down. Veneta's still got more. Careless Whisper just won't go away, and Careless Whisper to the outside, Veneta to the inside. A final furlong to get. Lake Ariel is slowly making up that ground, but what a race from the top 2. Careless Whisper to the outside, Veneta to the inside. Neither one relenting here in the late stages. Give it to Veneta over Careless Whisper. Lake Ariel finished third, and Speed Walking for fourth.
The 2 main track onlys duking it out and glued to each other almost the entire race. Veneta finally victorious, though slightly on the inside.
Yeah, she really dug deep, and I think that racing experience came into handy in this one. She had to summon it all to hold off Careless Whisper, who was relentless, and they were pretty much ding-donging it the whole way through the race. I thought for a second that Lake Ariel was gonna make a run, but I looked for that one next time. I don't know if they go turf or stay on dirt, but I don't know. She kind of flattened out a little bit at the end, but no, that was pretty impressive. Veneta digging deep.
Yeah, no catching the top 2. While the 7, Atira, unfortunately broke slowly again, we did see a sharper break from the number 9, Veneta, in her second start.
She came running out of there. Yeah, she had her mind on business from the start to finish, and she needed to. Tira, I don't know. Morley's got a built-in excuse. He can be like, I wanted to get this horse on the turf and came off, so, we'll just live for another day.
Let's head back over to Oaklawn Park. Race 7 coming up next. An allowance for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs and 5-2 right now on the number 1 Dominant Diva for Safi Joseph Jr., who had a dominant score last time out at Tampa.
Yeah, this horse is fast and has a rail. You'd think that he'd be sending away from there and try to establish the lead.
Plenty of early speed. Imagine she'll come out running and try to take them every step of the way. 5-2 on that filly from the inside now. Guess we are not doing a post parade.
Okay.
So just some discussion,
Sure.
but she's got plenty of early speed. The number 6 taking some attention as well. Tisn't She Lovely? She also wired the field last time, though, locally at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, I think she'll be the horse to put some pressure on from the outside. Ramon Vasquez on board. Couldn't have a better pilot. I think he's en route to win the title here.
5-2, though, on Dominant Diva. Let's check in with Richie and Megan live at Oaklawn.
Thanks, Acacia. Ray, good to see you on the desk. Yeah, Dominant Diva is fast. Safi Joseph has won a huge percentage here.
Yes.
Don't you think she's going to have company up on the front end?
She's so vulnerable in this spot. To me, kind of a horse that you clearly fade, because going through her races, she is sharp. She has been beaten by horses that have overtaken her in some of those races back at Tampa. And Safi Joseph Jr. is at a gaudy 34% clip the past 3 years here. So he's had success this season, but he really brings the right horses to Oaklawn, and she's just up against it to me in the dynamics of this race.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be very, very crowded up towards the lead. A horse that's coming off of a successful outing showing speed is the 6, Tisn't She Lovely?
She is also going to be a part of it. And when you really go through her races, I feel like she needs to be on or near the pace. So is she going to be able to rate effectively? She's incredibly strong and fit. I always fancy her physically when I'm able to see her. But I guess she's on the same end of the same question as the prohibitive favorite. Is she going to be able to remain up there when the running really gets going, when she's going to be there early as well?
Yeah, and again, I just think there's going to be a lot of people looking for the same position. That includes the 7, Beautiful Twice, who we'll take a look at. This is her, what is it, 3 starts back, actually, when she beat Coaster, who's drawn to the outside. But she's not going to be alone either on the front end.
She got a beautiful trip that day on February the 27th, where Coaster was coming from off of it. And Coaster now at the benefit of how this particular race sets up. But since those 2 subsequent efforts out of that February try, she's had pace pressure, and she's just completely folded on nearly identical early pace structures that she's faced. So I just find she's being dropped in now for the $30,000 tag in this allowance spot. So I will say her name's Beautiful Twice. She is a beautiful filly. She's very well put together. She's athletic. She's raced into her fitness since February, as we've mentioned, and she's just incredibly well made. I just find she's incredibly vulnerable, as are the 2 we just discussed. It's really going to be who's going to be able to either rate from those speed horses and be able to get the jump, or a horse coming from off of it.
Yeah, and Coaster kind of fits that profile that we're talking about, a horse that will come from off the pace. She won't be cast in that position of chasing like she was last time. And Rafael Bejarano could let her settle, get her stride, come with a run. The outside post probably helps her too. Really looked good from a physical perspective.
She did, and I've had my issues with her in the past. She does come off of the freshening, and I do enjoy seeing Ron Moquette do that. He specifically did so with the stakes winner earlier in the Dig a Diamond. He's given them a freshening because they can really get stale here at Oaklawn, training and running and being consistently raced here. So I find that it's going to be to her benefit, specifically because of her as an individual. She's on the lighter side. She does not carry a lot of condition. She, when talking to Ron about her and just asking how he's kept her along, he said the mare was very similar, who he managed as well. She doesn't carry a whole lot of muscle mass, but she has gained about 30 pounds since she last raced. So I do find the freshening is going to be to her benefit. And I mean, last time out against Beautiful Twice, they were 1-2 around the racetrack, and she just wasn't able to be she was at the mercy of how that race set up. And she's definitely definitely on the beneficiary of how this race sets up with the pace in front of her.
And it was a period of the meet where Ron Moquette's horses were running a lot of seconds and thirds. He's really kind of evened that out with more wins now, 20 wins, 23 seconds, 26 thirds. And a trainer can only get the horse ready. Then he's got to turn the keys to the car over to the jockey, which would be one of the reasons why I would have a really hard time training horses, Megan.
Specifically with Coaster, though, back on December the 28th, when she was second in a stakes race to Foy Gras, who's in immaculate form right now, she let the speed hook up, and she was right there tracking alongside the subsequent winner in Foy Gras, where she angled 3 wide, and then that foe that beat her went on to win the Bugler and was second in the Matron. So I just find she's been facing some strong company. 2 back, she just didn't break and get into the race as her typical nature and was faded that day, and then she was given the freshening. So she makes a lot of sense in this group. Is she my favorite physically? I would say no. But I find her, it's almost up there at 5-2. It feels like others are catching on to the fact that she's going to be at the better end of the dynamics.
No, I agree with that. I landed on the 8, talking in cursive, just for all the reasons we talked about. She came from well up the pace last time. She's versatile. I do expect it to be a fast pace, so I expect her to get outrun. She does have to take a little step forward. But I just thought this race could maybe suit well for her style, and she also has a winning profile, right? She's 6 for 24, where Coaster's 2 for 13 with 4 seconds. So I think one mare has a little bit more of a winning habit, I believe. So I landed on talking in cursive at 6-1. I think that's a fair enough price.
You're getting a great price on her, where she's kind of running similar numbers to the current 5-2 favorite. Dare to Fly came back out of that 2-back race to win. She's going to be competitive in here if she can bring some of her better form.
Well, they are loading up. We are ready for race 7 here, Oaklawn Park, 6 furlongs. Matt Dinneman will have your call.
2-back, Key to Success, and Coaster. Key to Success walking up, Coaster to the outside pose. We're ready to go. And light off. Beautiful start from Insightful Miss. Here's Dominant Diva firing forward down on the rail. Hard Scent grabs the lead. Insightful Miss alongside in the early stages here. It's going to be Dominant Diva to take control of things. Here's Tisn't She Lovely alongside, and these two match their motors. Insightful Miss right behind third. Beautiful Twice off the pace, and Coaster placed well early. Level third with that pair. Gap of 2, Talking in Cursive. Emirates Affair second to last. 5 clear of Key to Success as they go towards the far turn. Match up on the lead here. Dominant Diva, Tisn't She Lovely side by side, rounding the forward turn. Beautiful Twice getting closer in the 3 path. There she goes to come up and challenge the leaders, rounding the turn. Insightful Miss has some horse at 40-1, is waiting behind the speed, coming to the top of the lane. Coaster is getting outside of her. Dominant Diva is dropping back. She's done. Beautiful Twice, Tisn't She Lovely off the turn together. Beautiful Twice soaring to the lead now. Insightful Miss finds a clear path on the outside to come in charge, and Coaster is battling on 2. Here comes Coaster. Insightful Miss, they're after Beautiful Twice. Coaster with an upper hand now, and Coaster goes by with a 16 to go. Coaster, Rafael Bejarano to win it. Beautiful Twice was second, Insightful Miss third, Tisn't She Lovely fourth.
Need that? And it was Coaster. Got a real nice patient ride from Rafael Bejarano. Was a bit wide throughout. Megan, good call. She gets it done and got the setup we kind of figured she'd get.
Oftentimes in racing, races aren't run on paper as if they look or appear on paper. This race was, and Beautiful Twice actually really ran on well considering the speed that she faced on the front end, and Coaster just got the perfect trip as we could have read on paper. It played out so, and powered away. It seems as if though she has taken the right step forward and done so off of a little bit of time away.
Yeah, good effort, Ron Moquette, turning a lot of them seconds around into winners, finishing out this Oaklawn Park meeting with a flurry. And the 7, Beautiful Twice, actually did rate just a touch off the pace. Eric Asmussen did a really good job. And how about the effort from the 3? Insightful Miss at 40-1 under Jane Elliott. She actually rated just behind the pace. Looked like she was going to have a big say, but Coaster just a little bit too good today, even with that wide trip, and gets it done. And Just shows you, though, the way races play out, the way they shape up. A lot of times when I handicap Megan, I'm looking for the horse. Who would I want to ride? Who's the best closer if there's a lot of speed, or who's the best speed if there's not a lot of speed? Guess how races are going to be run.
Exactly, but I'm going to maybe go find the word game with Ron Moquette. We kind of have a little back and forth. We'll see which word that he wants to the guessing game. But it's always nice to see Ron get a victory with a filly that he's been patient with and been given the right amount of time.
Like I said, Ron Moquette turning them seconds and thirds into winner as we are in the waning days of this Oaklawn Park stand.
And a nice winner there, Coaster, daughter of Vacoma, with the 3rd win of her career. Back in New York, the Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-old in training sale, May 18th and 19th, right after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? As we see Vanetta into the Winner's Circle, and she had to fight for it here too. She broke running, but she had Careless Whisper breathing down her neck every step of the way.
Yeah, Manny did a great job putting the pressure on and did all he could to try and help his filly get the job done, but Vanetta was just too much. With the racing experience played a big role here, and you could tell in the late stages when they both needed to find and dig that she was able to summon a little bit more, and that racing experience always helps.
Yeah, that foundation, that bottom that we talk about.
Absolutely.
Just a little bit more to dig into there in the stretch. So she gets the win at 2-5, $2.96 winner in race 8, 9-10-4. Take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll continue our Kentucky Derby 152 conversation. Talk about a few more of the main players as we get closer and closer to the first Saturday in May. Still to come underneath the Twin Spires. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as Oaklawn Park still continuing with their live racing. We see Coaster into the winner's circle following the 9th race. She got a nice trip behind some of that pace. Yes, she had to tip out wide, but She finished with plenty of run to pick up the 3rd win of her career.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, this is a race on paper, like the team was talking about, that just had a ton of speed, and she was able to get a great trip and finish with a ton. I was really surprised by the 7-horse, beautiful twice, able to run so efficiently, stalking off the pace and not getting to the front for the first time.
973, huge price underneath with the 3, Insightful Miss at 40-1. Official results in race 7. We'll take a look at the cross-country pick 5, 3 legs down. I'm sure for many, perhaps Veneta, a little bit of a free square there. Ocean Atlantique adding a little bit of a nice price, though. Horse you liked, and still 2 races to go over at Oaklawn Park. Cross-country pick 5, plenty of fun. Maiden special weight coming up next at Oaklawn in race 8, a mile and a 16th for 3-year-old fillies. Right now it's the number 4, Tap to Open for Brad Cox, who's currently the favorite. This is a horse that's had trouble getting out of the gate. I know bumped at the start, but I find that when it happens a couple of times like this, Ray, it's usually because the horse is inviting that kind of trouble at the beginning.
Yeah, I feel like gate breaks when it's 2 times back-to-back, like you said. It's kind of a bad habit and not so much unfortunate luck. It's an interesting race. You got a full 2, Grade 1 winner, and I like the horse on the outside as well, Tahala. Tahala, I don't know. The 10 horse. I like that with Safi Joseph, who's been on an absolute tear through the meet at Oaklawn and looking to continue here.
We'll take a look back at some of the highlights of that Oaklawn meet as the meet's coming to a close. We'll hear a little bit more from Richie and Megan, who spent so much time there this winter at our great partners in Hot Springs, Arkansas, wrapping up the meet after this.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Steve Asmussen with 1,000 Oaklawn victories.
Oaklawn's been unbelievable to the stable.
Mom trained, my dad rode. Cash, we got old enough rode. They even gave me a shot at it. The tradition continues, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
Strategic risk, just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. He won for fun. Silent tactic, Christian Torres drawing away.
We're not leaving Oaklawn. That's the only thing I can tell you for sure.
Nitrogen hitting the 16th pole, swaps the wrong lead, but she's got too much class. The Eclipse Award winner. It's a 2026 debut victory for Magnitude. It's off to Dubai. Head and head, nose and nose, coming to the line. Here it is, class president.
You do not age. You found the fountain of youth.
Horses. Horses keep you young and competitive, so this is what we live for.
Explorer, counting stars outside, lunging after her. Explorer, a picture of consistency. She has put away Nitrogen. Majestic Hoops, Francisco Arrieta for the Dan Ward barn. Tejano Twist is rolling down the center of the track, just breezing by his company for an easy win. Hall and Ice, one of the best Arkansas-bred racers ever. Counting Stars has left the others in the dust. In the fantasy, Counting Stars in the West Point Gold. New What's New, grinding away on the lead, and he's going to get it done. New What's New in the Oaklawn Mile. And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the Run for the Roses for Renegade.
I'm just so happy for them. They bred the horse, they raised the horse, and I bought it half in as a yearling, and I'm so happy to be partners with them.
After what I just witnessed, I think Renegade is hands down your Kentucky Derby favorite. And then it's going to be about who the racing gods smile upon with racing luck in a big field.
Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom. Ding dong battle. Madhouse, roll on Big Joe. Madhouse repelling roll on Big Joe. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism. White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. And White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he?
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
Some meet highlights from Oaklawn in 2026. We've seen some really special races. I think that Oaklawn handicap kind of billed as the race of the year, and it lived up to the hype, too.
Absolutely.
And getting a chance to see some of the older horses go head-to-head that early in the year was so much fun.
It was so cool. Yeah, I mean, you really couldn't script it up any better to have White Abario, the elite older horse, facing the 2 champion 3-year-olds from the year before, Journalism and Sovereignty. And the race lived up to the hype, which a lot of the times it doesn't. Yeah. But it was really cool. I mean, I watched it back a few times. It was special.
It was, and there were a lot of special moments this winter. Richie and Meg, you were there front row for all of them throughout. Great work, as always, covering this Oaklawn meet. What are some of the things that stood out to you guys?
Well, I mean, there were so many, Acacia, and thank you for the kind words. I guess I got to go back to just that. Sovereignty, journalism, and then, of course, White Abario getting taken down the big prize. But to get those kind of horses assembled in one race, I mean, as a fan, I was excited. And obviously covering it makes our jobs a lot easier to have those kind of storylines.
I mean, we've got a champion returning in Nitrogen to begin the meet in the Bayakoa. While she didn't live up to perhaps winning the Apple Blossom, she still ran incredibly well here as the Oaklawn handicap. We saw, again, champions returning. I find my moment of the meet, other than working with the MIG, of course, which has been the pleasure of my career, but I will say was Renegade in the Arkansas Derby. Just being able to see that in person, it was very visually impressive. I mean, he just was well back. He did not have all that fast fractions to close into, and he did so with a final furlong in 11.74 seconds. That is the fastest final 8 of any horse coming into this year's Kentucky Derby, and really stamped himself as a primary contender, obviously billed as the morning line favorite, and he's got trip issues. Maybe he's not, to me, perhaps just looking at some of his efforts and kind of looking at the way he's traveling, maybe not 110%, but he's a horse that I do find has a modicum of talent. And to me, when we're looking at formative prep races, it wasn't perhaps the strength of Florida, but I still find him to be an incredibly tough customer with his, if he can trip out in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, and the way he finishes, and I mean, you can go back to the Sam Davis, you know, and certainly complimented by the likes of the Puma, who he defeated that day. And he came home, you know, so fast, but he's finding his best stride late in races. So you know the mile and a quarter should suit him extremely well. There were just so many great moments, so privileged to cover great racing here, a lot of full fields, a lot of tough races to handicap. And my Oaklawn family, our Oaklawn family has treated us so well, so much hospitality. Southern hospitality is a thing, but to be honest, 52 hours, 17 minutes, 22 seconds, that'll be my highlight of the Oaklawn meet because I will be homeward bound.
We knew we could rely on the Meg for the countdown, and we look forward to seeing you back here in New York. But he is right. True Southern hospitality over at Oaklawn, and as always, a big thank you to everybody who's made all of the coverage there this season possible. Some great fans over at Oaklawn as well. It really is a track where you feel like everybody's really engaged with what's happening on the racetrack.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that crowd. I could hear it on TV. Being there, it sounded like it was a packed house when, well, for speaking of the Oaklawn Handicap, when they won the other day. So I know the fans love their racing down there, and it's been a special meet.
Absolutely has. Not quite done yet. Have a little bit more to go. We'll talk a bit more about the upcoming Oaklawn races tonight, and we'll also preview some more stakes action. Trainer Graham Motion looking for another Sheep's Head Bay as he'll send out no-show Sammy Joe this weekend. Talk a bit more about her chances after this.
Maruna, the leader, as the field turns for home. And it's Hit It Rich now, running third on the outside. Farther back in the field is Principal Roll running fourth with 1 furlong remaining. And it is Aruna. Aruna there by 2.5 lengths. Hit It Rich is second. Mystical Stars running a big race coming through down toward the inside. Oxam is now faded to fourth, principal roll, and they're coming down to the finish, and it is Aruna.
Aruna in the 2012 Sheep's Head Bay. This memorable moment is brought to you by Prevagen. Trained by Grand Motion that day and a big win. And he's looking for another victory in the Sheep's Head Bay on Friday. Send out no-show Sammy Joe, who is even money on the morning line, and a horse that has done some really good running down in Florida. She didn't fire 2 starts back. Last time out, just missed behind Just Basking for Ian Wilkes, and arguably maybe moved a little bit soon in there, but a really valiant effort, and overall is a horse that has been running very consistently.
She has been running very consistently. She also can get herself beat at very short odds sometimes, and even on this track. You know, she failed as a pretty hefty favorite here last year in June, but she's been running super consistent all winter long, like you said, and figures to be the horse to beat, but kind of like some others in the race. So even money, I think she is an interesting runner, but I think there might be some value in this race.
There is that second place finish, just nabbed there at the line. UCC no-show Sammy Joe. Lightly raced, at least stateside, is Unreasonable, as this is a filly who may or now, I should say, will make her first start since August when she ran a good second at Kentucky Downs, and definitely distance is her friend. She should be forwardly placed.
She is. We haven't seen her since last August, but you know, I'm sure Miguel's got plenty of foundation into her. She's a filly that's shown some talent and trying to get back to some of those graded stakes races she ran in when she was in Ireland, and I think she has a big shot. I don't think she's a main contender in here. I think she's one of the contenders, but I actually prefer the Miguel's horse on the outside. The first time in the country for the Kiamba. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting horse.
Debuting first start for the year for her, as she was purchased at the Mayor's Sale Kiamba in December, so making her U.S. debut for the barn. But yeah, an interesting race, compact field. You've got some talented ones though for sure, like no-show Sammy Joe, like Doña Clota, who's kind of been knocking at the door. I feel she really didn't fire in the Orchid. She was pretty disappointing last time out. Maybe it was the 1.5 miles. Maybe she's better a touch shorter.
Maybe. I just don't know she is actually a win candidate against these horses. I want to get back to Miguel's horse on the outside, the French filly. She was running, I think she ran second most recently in Group 2 over in France. So I'm kind of excited to see that one get to the track and looking to bigger and better down the line. Maybe. Yeah.
That is the Sheep's Head Bay coming up on Friday. Part of a jam-packed state schedule this weekend. Friday, race 6, the Sheep's Head Bay in New York. You've got the Fort Marcy and Elusive Quality on Saturday, and then on Sunday, no Derby hangover. Come right back. Enjoy great racing on Sunday in New York with 4 stakes on the card. It'll be such a fun day as well. As we take a look at the field for Oaklawn Park coming up next, race 8, this maiden special weight. We talked about a couple of the key contenders early on. Meet the field though. It is, we believe it's pronounced Taliqua to the outside. That's currently the favorite. There is
another one.
Cravala DeVille from
DeVille.
the rail. Blinkers going on.
Yeah, blinkers on. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to make a difference for this one.
First time starter Skyforge.
Yeah, that's a full 2 Cyberknife we'll get back to.
Yeah, big pedigree on that one. Tap to open, third time out, excuse me.
Yeah, third time out with some gate troubles, as you said. It's full to charge it.
Number 5 on ramp, stepping up in class.
Yeah, I think this one is up again for the Rosen team.
Magic Woman, second time starter.
Yeah, a horse that I really like here. I thought it showed a lot of professionalism in his first start, taking kickback and coming with a nice run and just getting tired late.
Big price on It's Time for Zima.
Yeah, by not this time, yes, but more grass meant and didn't do a lot of running on it first time out.
Number 8, Intangible, added blinkers last time.
Yeah, this horse is taking a lot more action than I thought it would. I didn't really like the races and didn't like the replays, but we'll see.
Blinkers going on, Authentic Kitten.
Yeah, $220,000 Keeneland purchase, who had some speed and faded and stretches out today.
And Taliqua for Steffi Joseph Jr. to the outside.
is a very consistent runner, but she's been all over the place. Went from Florida to Colonial, where she ran, then back to Florida, and comes from Florida to Oaklawn today, but looks very live.
A lot of shipping.
Yes.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code DERBY25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Fun Maiden Special Weight coming up next at Oaklawn as we check in with Richie and Megan.
Thanks, Keisha. And we'll start right there with the extremely well-bred Skyforge, a full to an Arkansas Derby winner in Cyberknife. Looks good, looks fit, but it's a tough task to go a mile and 16th first time.
It is, and Steve Asmussen has a range of runners here, especially with debuters, and he did win on debut with the likes of graded stakes place Taptastic this meet, but besides that, he was 1 for 21 the past 5 years doing so. His last victor in a debut route race was in 2023. So he doesn't have the best numbers doing so. This is, as we mentioned, the full to that multiple grade 1 winner. And she is one when speaking to Darren Fleming, the assistant to trainer Steve Asmussen, they think highly of her. She's been training well, but the key to her is to get her to break from the gate. And they did do a quick 3 furlong blowout back on April the 26th, and it was just one to get her out of the gate, kind of wake her up and get her going. I can see what they mean by that and wanting to get her a little bit sharper from there, but she looks like she really does want to go this route of ground. We'll see if she can do it here on debut.
Well, and certainly a pedigree to back it up. Another one with a strong pedigree, but has a couple runs under her belt, is the 4 Tap to Open, homebred for Whisper Hill Farm, Mandy Pope. 3-1. She's taking some money.
And she gets a little bit of a freshening doing so, where Brad Cox, the past 4 years with maidens off of this kind of freshening, does have a negative $2 ROI, 13%. Actually hasn't won doing this pivot since 2023. So 2 power barns, maybe not the power statistics behind them in these starts. But back on February the 17th, she had a poor start. She was squeezed when horses came over on both sides, and then she broke back off the pace with a wide trip where it was 1, 2, 3 on the front end, and she was just chasing from off of it. So I do hope to see her potentially be a little bit more tactical, as her second dam is grade 1 winner Take Charge Lady, and she's the half to that grade 2 winner Charge It.
Yeah, again, depth of pedigree there as well. The 9 Authentic Kitten, high speed first time out, 21.72 the first quarter. Now adds blinkers on the stretch out. Looking at her from a physical perspective, Authentic Kitten, she looks like she would stretch out. She's got some size, some scope, some length to her, but she can't lock on the bit and run off. She is fitted with a Houghton bit, gives the rider a little bit more power steering. This is where I landed at a big price.
She certainly has the size and propensity to move forward with this route of ground, as I am very intrigued by her. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's chromy. She's kind of a cool individual, but she's one that I do find has been as stronger to me since the last time I saw her on March the 14th. She wasn't overly, fractious in the paddock, and it wasn't over the top, I should say. And she definitely, as you see her, we kind of see her bubbling over on track with just a touch, wanting to get a little bit sharp under Keith Asmussen. I find she's going to hopefully take the right move forward, but I agree with you. Running off and perhaps being too keen and aggressive early is going to be her Achilles heel.
Now, one of the gifts that Keith Asmussen has is good hands, right? So hopefully she cooperates, listens to her rider's cues. The 10, Taliqua, and we're going to take a look at her. She ran extremely well, and you pointed out to me, she looked like she was losing ground, and then she kind of settled and found again.
She did. She looked very flat as she kind of lost touch with these pace setters here that she looked like she had run, and then she just fell flat a little bit when in the depths of the heat of the moment. And then she re-rallied it back into that stride. It was visually intriguing. The 3 that ran back behind them ran off of the board, so you have to question the strength of this maiden race at Colonial. But to me, she is strong. She's running for a trainer in Safi Joseph Jr. that we've spoken the last race. It certainly brings the right horses to Oaklawn with a very strong clip. And I do find that she does look like a horse that wants to get this route of ground. But I just wonder, that was a slower race. Her races, she does have a foundation of races on some of these firsters, but I have my question marks about the strength of that race, though it was visually intriguing.
And she also gets a tough post. She's, with the scratch of the 3-horse Stevie Kicks, she winds up in post 9, but still on the far outside. And, you got to work out a trip into these first turns. The 8 taking some money, intangible. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, she stumbled back on December the 27th in that lone route try. She's a beautifully bred daughter of Intermission. She's from a Juddmonte family. She was actually sold in a digital sale. She's incredibly sharp. I do find her to be one that could likely be more forward and on the pace, just judging from some of her disposition in the paddock. She was a bit more sharp than I've seen her in the past, and she's kind of tossing her head, though. She was a bit distracted, getting a little amped up. But her races just leave a little bit more to be desired, potentially some Ron Moquette money. But I do find perhaps if she can go back to that 3-back race at Churchill and keep to that speed, maybe she can be a little bit of a player in here.
Speaking of Ron Moquette, with his win in the last race with Coaster, now the 7th all-time leading trainer at Oaklawn Park, and he's keeping some pretty good company there. And I was talking with Ron, this is his home base. He is the unofficial mayor of Hot Springs, if you will. I'm sure he'll be climbing that ladder even further as the years go on.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be the unofficial mayor, it sounds like, of Saratoga when we were talking about our summer plans. So eager to get back up to New York. He's been having a great meet here.
Well, here, loading up. We've got Maidens going a mile and a 16th. Fillies and Mares. Matt Dinneman, he'll have your call.
To the outside. Here's Tahlequah coming up. And we get. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start in the middle from On Ramp. Far outside is Tahlequah, Authentic Kitten. Those two from the 2 outside posts stride together, and now Authentic Kitten taking control going into the first turn run here. Tap to Open running in second. Cravala DeVille third as they corner. Scraping paint is Cravala DeVille, and now 3 runners are across the track. Authentic Kitten on the outside. Tap to Open is between horses. Cravala DeVille down on the inside. They lead by 3. On Ramp level 4th with Storm Skyforge, the first-time starter, and Tahlequah, who's deep. A length and a half to Intangible. 2 more to Magic Woman, and a space of 5 It's Time for Zimma, who can only see backside well out of it early. Down the backstretch, Tap to Open. Narrow lead, Authentic Kitten. Those two head and head down the backstretch run, and they put 2 lengths on Tahlequah, who's into the 3rd position. On Ramp 4th, Cravala DeVille backing away, dropping out of it now. Intangible is sent along 6 behind with a half mile to go. Skyforge is alongside of her. She's 3 clear of Magic Woman, being asked to pick up the pace, and at the back is It's Time for Zimma as they round the far turn. On the lead, Tap to Open, clearing off from Authentic Kitten, but here's Tahlequah making a nice move, 3 wide to come and challenge, and Magic Woman is catching the eye. She's making a rally now on the outside of horses, passing them within 5 lengths of the lead, coming to the top of the stretch. In the meantime, Tahlequah has taken over from Tap to Open. Tahlequah with 3/16 to go is the leader here narrowly. Tap to Open trying to repel her challenge and come back at her, but it's Tahlequah with a furlong to go, on top by about 3 parts of a length. Tap to Open inside is second, 16th to go. It's Tahlequah on top. Tap to Open, very stubborn, but she's going to have to settle for second. Tahlequah wins. Tap to Open second. Magic Woman third. On Ramp 4th.
Well, it was Tahlequah getting. Tahlequah gets it done from the far outside, worked out the trip for Ramon Vasquez, still in that hunt and fight for leading rider. And Megan, your selection ran too good to lose. Tapped Open, fought every step of the way.
She did. I believe I ended up betting the number 2 with the number 4. But Tahlequah was a horse that obviously had a really intriguing rally at Colonial and stepped up today, being able to come from off, and it was a decisive victory. They were strung out late, and honestly, the 4 Tap to Open honestly ran too good to lose as she kept fighting back.
No, very fast pace, too, for the mile and 16th distance, 46-1. Authentic Kitten threw in the towel, but Tap to Open fought all the way to the wire. Really big effort there, but Tahlequah gets the right trip, gets it done, and breaks her maiden in start number 4 as we send it back to you guys in New York.
gets the win for Safi Joseph Jr. We thought that she might have idled a little bit last time, not wanting to go by. Not the case today, as she really fought for it to get the victory.
She did. I still think she might have idled a little bit. I mean, she looked like she was going to win by open lengths. I'm sure that the 4 ran to her a bit here and dug in, tapped open, who seemed to get over her gait trouble.
Yeah.
She was pretty prominent on the pace today, and it helped her. I mean, it's a shame because she ran too good to lose her. About 10-15 clear of the 3rd place horse, so I don't think she'll be a maiden for too much longer, but Tahlequah got the job done. Those frequent flyer miles did not slow her down any.
10-4-6-5 in race 8. 4th time out for Tahlequah. And Safi Joseph Jr. getting the victory. Ramon Vasquez in the saddle. Bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Blazing Salad. Mixed to get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we see Tahlequah into the winner's circle for Safi Joseph Jr. just beaten last time, making her 4th different start at a 4th different racetrack. And today she finds the winner's circle as we check in with Megan.
Here with Ramon Vasquez, Acacia, who is currently leading amongst the competitive jockey colony here at Oaklawn Park, but Tahlequah for Safi Joseph Jr. We were talking off camera. It seemed as if, though, was she waiting for Tap to open to kind of come back? You encouraged her to get over and really meet her competition in the eye.
First of all, I want to tell the trainer thank you for the opportunity and the honor, because that's the first time I rode for him. So, yeah, no, I got her in good position the back side. But in the moment I pass in the top and the lead in front, she just waiting for the competition a little bit. That's why I come down a little bit to see the other competition. When the moment she see the other competition inside, she come back and make it more easy for me.
She kind of seemed like a filly who was rallying into her competition versus the advantage maybe she had today. Was there anything specific that Safi told you just about some of her near misses in the past?
No, really only he not told me anything. He just told me, break a good out of the game and take her in a good position in the rest in the rest is set to you.
You're leading amongst some very talented and competitive jockeys here in this colony. Can you speak to what this business has meant to you, being able to even acquire new mounts for new connections as you did here, but just the foundation that you've built here at Oaklawn?
Yeah, it's more important is the good relation with the trainer and the owner, and with my angel. He do a good job. So we working hard, and I had to tell everybody, every trainer and owner, thank you for the opportunity, for the support. And yeah, it's that's a tough colony here. Christian Torres is a good rider, Francisco, all rider here is a good rider. You have to working hard and give it over the 100%.
Another strong meet. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Acacia, Ramon making all the right moves here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he definitely has been, that's for sure. It's been a lot of fun to watch Ramon Vasquez putting on a really good show down at Oaklawn Park as well. For any rider, when they're able to have a really strong meet like that, he was talking about the gratitude towards the teams that have given him the opportunities. But when you have the opportunity, you have to deliver on that.
And he's done just that. And I love it when jocks give the accolades to the team and the horses and getting that support. He seems like a very humble jock, and he's a hard worker from what I hear, and wishing him nothing but more continued success down the line.
Take a look at the cross-country pick 5 follow along, as this one a favorite, but $720, so decent price in the sequence there for some relatively shorter priced horses throughout. You had a little bit of help there, just one more race to go in the sequence, and it is some stakes actions for the Arkansas breds, as it's the natural state breeders for fillies and mares going a mile. Here's a look at the field. Right now, the number 4 Appealing Addie, currently the favorite. Those are morning line odds you're seeing there. So currently 2-1 on Appealing Addie, who's stretching out in distance from the 6 furlongs, but has won at the mile before.
This race is a very wide open. I thought you could make a case for almost literally every horse on paper. So should be interesting to see how the race shakes up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a tricky one with these Arkansas breds. We'll check in with Megan, and we'll talk a little bit more about the Kentucky Oaks still to come. Tomorrow, the run for the Lilies for the 3-year-old fillies beneath the Twin Spires, closer and closer to the Kentucky Oaks. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get closer and closer to stakes action over at Oaklawn Park. The Natural State Breeders coming up next. But first, as we mentioned before the break, taking a look at what's to come with tomorrow's Kentucky Oaks. For the 3-year-old fillies, as we'll get a chance to see them in the spotlight first on Friday. And we'll take a look at the Ashland. It did seem kind of going into this race, Ray, like it was going to be the big coming out party for Zany. She was the horse to beat in this year's Kentucky Oaks, and then she was defeated by the hometown horse in Percy's Bar.
Yeah, Percy's Bar really dug it, or looked loaded the whole race, but I agree. But Zany was the hype horse coming in. I gotta say, I love what I saw from her in this race. I thought that she had all the reason to pack it in, but you could see here, I love what I see the last couple strides here. She really re-engages and tries to go back after Percy's Bar. I think that might have been a wake-up call. Like, you know, you're not just going to win every race in a romp and have to come out, not get out of third gear. She, I feel like, might be realizing, like, this is what work's supposed to be, and you're going to have to be on and ready to go at any moment. And I'm hoping that's what she gets out of this race.
She already has a dominant score at the Milan and 8th distance of the Kentucky Oaks. She did that at the end of her 2-year-old season in the Demoiselle. It was also her fastest by her speed figure yet, too. So maybe the distance will be the key. But if you kind of saw her in the stretch there, she's had a habit of when she switches leads, she kind of lugs in a little bit. And she's done that in almost all of her starts. And I'm wondering, will we see a change for that when we come to the Kentucky Oaks, or it's just that just kind of who she is, because she's always done that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it, like I said, like it was a little bit of a wake up call, like I said before, where she can get engaged. That was a tough trip she had in the Ashland too. She was chasing Percy's Bar. I know Irad probably saw him down to his inside, so he's probably thinking that we need to stay engaged and keep after her and keep her in the game. And you could tell she was just kind of spinning her wheels for a little bit. And I felt like when she got engaged and put her mind on business and switched those leads, like you said, she really kind of seemed to be putting it all together at the end of the race. And I'm hoping that, thinking that that might be what she needs to take her game to even a higher level.
We'll take a look at the Santa Anita Oaks as Meaning and Brooklyn Blonde will rematch out of this. Meaning has been very good. The only blemish on her career, a 4th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, where she ran pretty well. Maybe her races have not been quite as quick as some of the others in here, but she's been very consistent for Michael McCarthy.
She has. I mean, I think she stamped herself as the horse on the West Coast, even though Explora has come back and won. She won the Honeybee, and obviously very logical, but I feel like Meaning is the West Coast horse. And yes, she ran 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies and was beat by some of these horses, but that was her 2nd start of her career. First time going 2 turns. You gotta.
It was a lot to ask that day.
A lot to ask of a young horse like that 2-year-old, even though it was kind of her home track. But she's really elevating her game, and she's a horse that's on the improve. So I think that if she can continue to progress, she's going to be one that's going to be a serious contender on come Oaks Day tomorrow.
Speaking of Oaks Day tomorrow, we'll put the spotlight on you. Who's the pick for you, Ray?
Zany is my pick, so that's who I'm going with. I think, like the things that I talked about earlier, I think that she's going to get her mind on business and take a step forward, and I think that step forward puts her in the winner's circle.
4-1 on the morning line for Zany. See if we see some professionalism from her. And look, she's been very good as of yet. Good luck to your pick as we head back over to Oaklawn. We mentioned it's time for the Natural State Breeders. Horses in the paddock. Megan getting a good look at them. What are you seeing with these Arkansas breds coming up?
Well, luckily, Acacia, I've been here since December, and I've been able to really glean and get to know these Arkansas bred fillies, which I really appreciate. And we'll start with the number 3, Walkaway K, who is kind of fighting for favoritism right now with Appealing Addie. But Walkaway K by New York sire, Honest Mischief. Actually, when looking through the press notes and the DRF report on her, the Youngs, who own Walkaway K, had an offer to sell her to connections that wanted to runner in New York. And that's still potentially a plan in her future as she does qualify for, of course, that New York Stallion Series incentive. And we'll hopefully be able to see her up north. But I've never really fancied this filly physically. And today, she's put on weight. Her coat, she looks fantastic in her coat. I told Eric Asmussen when he came down from the jockey's room, this horse looks great, and he's incredibly excited, as she is one that, when speaking with him through her races here, he, from his vantage point, find that with her dynamics and running style, this mile should suit her just fine as she does make the stretch out in distance. I'm encouraged by some of the notes of just her taking a little bit more of a step forward and having a bit more flesh to her, which is something that I can appreciate. But the number 4 Appealing Addie, has not run a bad race, only been denied last time out in her 3 starts here at Oaklawn Park, sporting 2 wins, including one at this mile distance. And she's just always been a favorite of mine. She's strong, robust. She's that shorter coupled miler-esque type, and Randy Morris just does an incredible job with his horses, as she's one that should be more tactically meant. But I will say, with the scratches in this race, the number 10, Queen Mallard, her speedy ways last time when making the transition to the route did her well, and she could get a comfortable trip doing so. So I'd imagine Appealing Addie will need to be more engaged, as she was able to be a bit more forwardly placed last time out at the route. But Queen Mallard has been a cantankerous sort throughout some of her races at Oaklawn Park for trainer Ron Moquette, who today and last time out, she has taken such a step forward. She's gotten more confident, more used to the chaotic surroundings of this indoor paddock, and she has always been one with so much substance and muscle mass behind her. She's got that engine where it's benefited her, as she's just kept her weight so well through a consistent diet of races, dating all the way back to December, where she was freshened and then came back in February. She is not over the top. She really, to me, I'm encouraged, though she does draw that outside post yet again. She proved last time out, if she can get to the front end, she'll be incredibly dangerous. And Acacia, I find this could play out in a very similar way.
See how it does play out in the Natural State Breeders. Megan, thank you. Stakes action coming up at Oaklawn Park after this quick timeout. Talk a little bit more about some of the main contenders when we come back. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
A warrior from the start.
Dornock is coming back! Dornock in the Remsen!
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornock stubborn! Dornock wins
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornick.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Taking a look at the Arlington Hotel and Spa, downtown Hot Springs. So many fun things, pieces of history to take a look at in the area as well, as we take a look at the beautiful hotel and get ready to meet the beautiful horses for race 9, the Natural State Breeders, Arkansas Breds going a mile, filly and mares. Stakes action coming up. We will begin with the number 1 Gold Strategy for Dan Ward, rematching with a couple of others in here.
Yes, 7-year-old mare that had a pretty good setup last time, but is going to have to overcome his rider. I don't know what he was doing down the lane. He looked like he was trying to fall off the side of it.
There's one way or another. She's trying to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, she's one that beats up on this group pretty regularly. She's coming in with 2 wins and looking to make it 3 in a row.
Ramon Vasquez will be aboard that one. There's Walkaway K for Danny Fish.
Stepping up a bit, I would think, for this stakes caliber. She won the Rainbow Miss, which is restricted to 3-year-olds most recently.
Appealing Addie, second last time.
Taking some action from 5-1 down to 6-5. At one point was a pretty serious caliber Archibred and trying to get back to that form.
There's the number 5 Caliente Star for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, she's another lightly raced filly. Didn't go on as much as they had hoped from her early on, but trying to get back at the stakes company.
Distant second to Hall and Ice, 2 back. There's
Yeah.
Principal Anita.
I'm just not seeing it for that one today.
Price.
Yeah.
Miss Macy, the 7.
Yeah, for Johnny Ortiz. Stretches out, coming off a win. I think that this horse has some kind of chance. I'm surprised to see 29-1.
Lassie, my girl, 14-1 on that one.
Makes her second start off of a long layoff, but did no running first time back.
The 9 is out, and there's the 10 Queen Mallard, winner last out and has speed.
Yeah, winner last out. First time going 2 turns and looking to build off of that today. A major player, I would think.
That's the field. As we want to remind everybody, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bet. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Derby25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. 3-2 on the number 4 Appealing Addie as we check in with Richie and Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And the natural state, Arkansas truly is the natural state. Got my last hike in yesterday down to a nice waterfall. It is a beautiful state, and I'm really glad that I've had the opportunity to explore it some.
You got a nice hike in yesterday. I got a nice nap in yesterday, as our dueling personalities would suggest. But this is a competitive race. I was actually shocked to see Appealing Addie at 3-2 in this spot.
Yeah, I was too, actually, because I went to pick her, but I'm really allergic to chalk, and I kind of put the brakes on, went in a different direction. I landed on the 3, but let's start talking about the 2 one way or another 7-year-old mare who is in really good form. And let's take a look at her last try on March 28th. Very game performance. She's got the right style, too, doesn't she, Megan?
She does.
She kind of sits her trip, stalks and pounces.
She's a 7-year-old mare that's really kept her condition, her form. You have to appreciate that from the Casey Schleiss barn, who has a small sample of runners here. And last time out, she beat 3 to come back in this spot, including a pair of 3-year-olds. And she did. She was very tactical. She was closer to the pace than someone like Walkaway K, who does come from further off of things and got a perfect trip that day. And I will say, though, back on March the 28th, they actually dropped her down in class to just a level where she was best at. She didn't quite win all that impressively. I will say the 2 to run back in that ratings handicap were a little tepid. So I wonder with her, but she's getting back to a competition that she's obviously had form against, but she can be spotty at times. You go back 3 back against that caliber of field, but I do find she's definitely got enough range and size to her to get this mile distance.
And she is 10-1. I'm a little bit surprised by that because she's in good form, as a winning habit. Maybe people are concerned about her getting the mile.
when looking at her throughout her races, I think a mile, quote-unquote, short mile here at Oaklawn does make a little bit of a difference, too, as they will start and finish at the 16th pole. But the number 3, Walkaway K, she just really hasn't run a bad race here, Meg.
No, she hasn't, and she was defeated by one way or another 2 back, but this is her winning the Rainbow Miss. But there's more upside, I believe, with the 3 Walkaway K, because she's a 3-year-old, where one way or another is a 7-year-old. You've seen the best of her. Her maturation's already happened, where Walkaway K can continue to get better.
This was an ultra-visually impressive performance where she ran down what looked like a loose leader in Kuda Cutie and just rallied down Eric Asmussen, timing that well. And she has a bit of a up against a bit. We'll see how much pace she gets in this race, Meg, because I didn't see a lot of it. She is one that is deeper closer. So last time out, she was well meant, and she's one that I do find has continued to move forward, but I just question if she's going to be able to be at the mercy of trying to come off of it. I have agreed with Eric and her connections as far as I think she'll be able to make this stretch out in good order.
Yeah, and maybe just, slower pace going longer. She'll put herself in a little better position. Don't think you want to change her style. The 4 Appealing Addie taking all the money here. Ultra consistent, in good form. What do you think about her in this spot?
I find she's a complete underlay. She's 3-2.
Yeah.
She's run similar figures to so many others in this race. I find she's just getting completely overbet right now. We'll see if she'll float up a bit. I'm very shocked to see Walkaway K at 5-1. And she also is one that hasn't run a bad race. The last time out, back on March the 14th, she broke slower than what was normal for her. She's a bit better when she's more tactical. She was 3 wide chasing. I will say that was a very fast pace that day. And she continued widest down the lane to beat a next out winner and Dare to Fly, who did end up winning in a subsequent non-winners of 3 with an 86 by her speed figure. So Appealing Addie actually did gallop out in front of that foe. She lost nothing to me in defeat. I wonder, I hope she can return to the more forward tactics that she used first off the bench at this route game.
Well, she's not going to see a 21 and change first quarter here, that's for sure. You got a little bit of interest in a big price here in the 7, Miss Macy.
I do, solely because of just her enormous size, as she wants this route game. And last time out, she was one that really was improved with the blinkers. She had a tendency to kind of jump in and out of the bridle, and she was just best when she was kind of unencumbered, and she really took a step forward getting that equipment changed. Now, she is huge. She's incredibly leggy. She's the one that definitely wants this ground. The only problem that I may have with her is that physically, I just feel like she hasn't tucked up and maybe strengthened in the way that I would have liked to see at the end of the meet, as she's been consistently raced now her 4th start. But I do find her to be interesting, especially because she does have some tactical speed.
Well, and she wasn't badly beaten by one way or another, and Walkaway K 2 back, and she's a much bigger price.
23-1. I find you just use her underneath if you have a stronger opinion on someone like Walkaway K or your current favorite with Walkaway K. Now taking a little bit more money, kind of creeping down as we get closer to post, but I haven't checked the doubles as this is a part of the late double, but I just 8-5 is too short for me on Appealing Addie.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. The 10-horse Queen Mallard stretched out successfully, homebred for Bill Sparks. I didn't think she would stretch out. I was completely wrong. And Keith Asmussen did such an amazing job getting her to settle into his hands, and that's one of his strengths as a rider. He's got really good hands.
I'd agree with you. I didn't expect her to stretch out in the way she did last time out either, but she could get the exact same setup, Meg. She does draw the outside, which she did last time out as well. And she just cruised on the front end. There are not some real heavy hitters as far as from a pace perspective, as she kind of is sharpening up a little bit on track. She always looks incredible. She's got that flesh and substance to her. She's well muscled behind. I've just always really liked this filly, and I really appreciate the mental steps forward that she's taken throughout the meet, and she's going to be able to hopefully be able to get a little bit comfortable on the front end with Keith having those quiet hands as well.
Yeah, and when we talk about hands, for the people at home that maybe we use jargon that is natural to us, but other people say, well, what does that mean, a jockey has good hands? It's knowing the amount of pressure you could put on the reins, which is an extension to the horse's mouth. Your reins are your brakes and your steering. And you have to know when to release, and you have to know when to take, and you feel it before a horse throws their head or gets rank or gets into a fight with you. You want them to use their energy efficiently, not against you as a rider.
It's interesting just, correlating that with what we know about her disposition. She can be pretty cantankerous. I remember Ron warned me about her when she came into the paddock back in December, and she's just taken strides forward. February. That makes a lot of sense, because don't you think maybe she's one that's a little bit sensitive in the mouth and doesn't need maybe that reinforcement? Really getting her to settle is the key, and she can achieve this mile distance doing so.
Yeah, and just because horses settle doesn't mean they're not on the lead. A lot of horses can ride along beautifully on the lead. Always look for their ears and how they're doing things. If they flick those ears up and kind of take a breath, they'll last a lot longer. Well, we're going to find out in a few moments here as the field is loading up quite nicely for the race 9, the Natural State. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
And to the outside, Queen Mallard. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Lassie My Girl, last year's defending champion here to this year, leads the way early from one way or another. Who runs in second? Queen Mallard going well early, goes in third, going into the first turn. Walk Away K behind her. We come back to the lead. Lassie My Girl up top. Queen Mallard second, one way or another, takes back to third with Walk Away K and a deep Miss Macy. Caliente Star a little bit tight between horses, has to tap on the brakes. Principal Anita towards the back with Appealing Addie in the gray. Gold Strategy, who drops to the back. 7 lengths from first to last onto the back stretch. Lassie My Girl a neck in front. Queen Mallard right there to the outside pressing. These two stride for stride with 5 furlongs to go. Gap of 2 lengths to Miss Macy into third with Walk Away K, the 3-year-old filly facing older today. First time rounding for her. Finds herself between horses and one way or another down on the inside. Length back to Caliente Star, Appealing Addie. 2 more to Principal Anita. Gold Strategy still has 7 lengths to make up as they go into the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Rounding the turn, Queen Mallard is striding and clearing off now. In second is Lassie My Girl, hard set to keep pace with her. Walk Away K gets a giddy up reminder. Miss Macy alongside of her coming to the top of the lane, then one way or another Appealing Addie trying to get going on the rail. They're off the turn. Queen Mallard length in front. Queen Mallard goes for home now, puts 2 lengths on Lassie My Girl. Walk Away K, 1 furlong to go for Queen Mallard, clearing off late, and with a 16th to go, Queen Mallard's opened up 4. Queen Mallard, America's newest stakes winner, wins the Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Walk Away K was second. Lassie My Girl third. Appealing Addie fourth.
And no doubt about the winner here. It was Queen Mallard. Keith Asmussen doing the job for Ron Moquette and owner breeder Bill Sparks. She looked like a winner every step of the way.
She was in cruise control. Keith really gets along with this filly as he was quiet yet again on her, got her over from the outside and was able to get her in that perfect kind of right there on the pace, kind of sat off the flank of Lassie My Girl and then just traveled, feet in the dashboard, we like to say, and drew off beautifully.
Really nice effort. They found this filly's hole card. They've stretched her out. Now she's 2 for 2. And it looked to me, yeah, definitely was. Eric Asmussen rounding out the all Asmussen exacta here in the Natural State. Big effort by Queen Mallard, who followed up that big win last time. And really nice meet that Keith Asmussen's put together, coming off a tough injury. He had a broken pelvis. And I can tell you from experience, not easy to come back from those kind of injuries, but really good job here, and pretty proud of Keith. Like the way he handled her.
It seems as if, though, she's responded she's been even more encouraged by this route game, Meg. She's got stronger finishes in both of her route tries that I've seen than what she's been able to do sprinting. She's found a home at this distance, and she has just continued to progress this meet, ending up with the stakes victory. Earlier on, it didn't seem as if that was where she was headed, but she's really turned a corner and flourished in the right way.
Yeah, great job by Ron Moquette and Keith Asmussen, and they've got this filly going the right direction and hitting on all cylinders, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Now 2 wins in a row, picks up a stakes win here. 9-2 was a generous price on her as well, especially given the way that she finished and how she'd been kind of comparable or beating some of her other foes.
Yes, so much for a contentious stakes group here. She made it look like it was a one-horse race. She looked in control the whole way, looked like a winner the whole way, and when Keith asked her, she responded, making it 2 for 2 since stretching out. And shout out to the team down there for picking the exact. I think Richie picked Queen Mallard, and Megan had the walkaway Kate, who ran super off of first, winning the stake, the 3-year-old restricted stake, stepping up to 3-year-old and up here today. Ran a bang up second, but no doubt about the winner.
No doubt indeed. 10-3, 8-4 in the Natural State Breeders at Oaklawn Park. Queen Mallard gets her stakes victory. Daughter of Race Day with the win. She was a lot before the race, but she was focused when it counted. Little celebration from Keith at the wire. We're back on America's Day at the races. Queen Mallard heads back into the winner's circle, this time for the first stakes win of her career. Maybe took her a little bit of time to get going. She just stretched out in distance for the first time, going longer than 6 furlongs last time. It was a win out of 1 1/16, and now a stakes win at a mile.
Yeah, she really made it look easy against this group, and I'm sure she'll be looking to get back into stakes company soon.
Queen Mallard, $11.80 winner, trained by Ron Mulquette, who's standing by with Megan.
What a job he has done, Ron Mulquette, with Queen Mallard, and it seems as if though she's even invigorated by the finishes in her route races as she's transitioned from those sprint tries earlier in the meet.
Well, the owner told me that she was a route horse from the very start, just like the brother. His 110 Stadium won the stake last year, so it worked out really good. So the owner was right, I was wrong.
As astute connections as they are, as we take a look back at this effort where Keith just gets along with her so well, just settles her down, easy to kind of find the lead in this spot. Wasn't a ton of pace, but she managed to trip out perfectly, Ron.
Keith is so smart. That's the thing about those cerebral Asmussens. You just put them on and let them do what they do from the time they're born, is take pictures.
How special is it to connect the dots with 110 Stadium with the ending of the meet kind of stake? Now she follows it up and really seems as if though she's hit her peak at the right time.
Yeah, very proud of her. And, you know, congratulations to the owners and breeders, and the barn did a great job. We're happy.
Great meet, Ron. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Acacia?
He has done a good job with her, owned and bred by William Sparks, so he certainly knows the family. And for some shorter prices, or relatively short prices in the sequence, pretty nice return there of $234 in the cross country.
Not bad, yeah, for a Thursday afternoon.
Not a bad day at the office at all. You could say the same about Keith Asmussen, though, who's now standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. And Keith, I think you just did such a phenomenal job with this filly to get her to settle into your hands. When I watched her sprinting, I always thought she was a bit too keen to get 2 turns, but now she's 2 for 2 doing it, and you're getting her to settle into your hands.
Absolutely. Her last out, which was her first time out going 2 turns, I mean, she did stumble a little bit away from there and still just kind of sat as cool as I could. Today, I loved our post position. They broke. She's very quick away from the gate. I saw Manny sent the 8 horse a little harder. I was like, oh, beautiful. I can just put her off the quarter like last time and down the backside. When she jumped to her right lead, she took a big giant breath, and I was like, oh, man, they're going to have a tough time catching us.
How important is that when you get a horse now that's stretching out for the second time to get them to kind of give you that breather?
Absolutely. I think Archie-breds especially, just getting them comfortable and not getting in their way when they do want to run. I think it makes the world of difference. A filly like her, just getting along. I actually I tightened up my neck strap like 2 extra holes because I don't even want to mess with her. She's that cool. I walked out into the paddock and she looked awesome. I was like, you know what? As little as I can do is probably the best outcome. You know,
break like a whisper, don't move. I was talking before the race about what good hands I think you have, and that's one of your many strengths as a rider. But you've got such a family support, and you've learned from the best, from your grandparents to your dad to your uncle. Is that something that kind of has come natural, or you've honed your craft over time?
Absolutely. Horses teach you the hard lessons, the hard part being the ground. Anybody can tell you anything at the end of the day, but you do get, you know, your experience through your repetitions, and a compliment like that from someone like you who's a savant in their own right. It's a massive compliment, so thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I'm very proud of you. Great job. And, guys, he's riding so well. I'm sure you're a little sorry this meet's coming to a close.
Oh, yeah. I always get a little melancholy when this place closes down. The weather's beautiful, and, you know, it's more than plenty of action, so.
Well, I'm not melancholy. It's 49 hours and 52 minutes now. See you guys.
Big still on the countdown, but Keith enjoying the winner's circle as he should. And I loved what he said, right, that the horses teach you the hard lessons, the hardest part being the ground. Anybody that's been around horses knows that is very much the case.
Oh yeah, everybody that's ridden horses has definitely touched the ground a couple times. So very humble and happy for his success, and I'm sure he'll be looking to build off of it after the meet's done here.
Yeah, you cannot get a big ego when you're around horses, especially if you're getting on them. They will knock you down a little bit right away. We're going to stick with the Arkansas breds with the Maiden claiming to wrap up the card. 6 furlong Maiden claiming Arkansas bred fillies and mares in the spotlight here in race number 10, Whispering Charm. Currently the even money favorite with Ramon Vasquez in the saddle. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of this field, as well as who will win Kentucky Derby 152. Closer and closer to the run for the Roses. Continue our preview after this on America's Day at the Races.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend, all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Most horses retire 4, 5, 6 years old, but they can live to be 30. Every state that races needs an aftercare foundation. It was all started by Bill Walmsley, so we got together, got with Jennifer Hoyt, we got a website, we got a Facebook page, and we could rehabilitate and retire the thoroughbreds that have raced at Oaklawn.
We started off very slow. I think we maybe had 6 horses the first year we were in the program. Overall, we've probably retired and rehomed over 50 horses. We do ask that every owner that donates a horse into the program donate the horse with $1,000. That just helps care for the horse for the first month or so that we have the horse in our care. Every year we do get some good funding, but it's amazing how quickly that goes during the summer and fall when we're taking care of about 25 to 30 horses. At the end of the 22 race meet, we implemented the Ring the Bell program. Ron Moquette brought it to us. He provided the bell. And so that April, that last month of that race meet, we gave owners the opportunity to ring the bell every time they won a race. And we raised almost $9,000 in just that month. It's now something that they look forward to doing. It's a sense of pride. I'm gonna ring the bell today because that means they won a race. 2 years ago, the HBPA installed an equicizer at Oaklawn, and that's been a huge fundraiser. Trainers pay $10 per horse every time they put it on that equicize wheel, and all that money comes to our program. Each horse has its own adoption fee. We usually set that based on what the horse will be doing in a second career. It ranges from between $500 and $1,500.
These horses have such a great purpose. They want to do something. They want to be a little girl's horse. They want to be ridden. They want to trail ride. They want to event. They want to be a hunter jumper. They want to do something else. And it gives them an opportunity to live a long, prosperous, wonderful life outside the racetrack. But we need that resource everywhere so a person can responsibly retire their horse and have it taken care of.
Such a wonderful program, and we love to see all of the owners, trainers, and jockeys winning races over at Oaklawn, ringing that bell and supporting thoroughbred aftercare in the process. A great and easy way to get everybody involved and supporting our retired athletes. They give us so much.
Yeah, they give us so much, and they live very long lives, so it's good that we can do something to help, have that carry on and live happy lives and do many second careers.
So we take a look at the field for Kentucky Derby 152. All eyes over at Churchill Downs this week. And here's a look at how the field is shaping up. A couple of scratches already announced, but the morning line favorite Renegade from the rail, dominant winner of the Arkansas Derby last time out. A horse that doesn't have early speed. And I think there were some questions as to maybe who did he beat last time out, but he did it very impressively, especially in the way that he accelerated in the final leg of the race. I thought was really probably the most impressive part.
Absolutely. I was doing the math when he hit the wire, and I was like, is that 11 and 3 for the last eighth of a mile? Going a mile and 8, that is ultra impressive. And I liked him a lot, and that race definitely commanded. I could see why it would command favoritism. He looks great. I watched a video of him galloping, and he was tugging on a rider the whole way. There's a video of him right there. You can see he's been on his toes. I did notice that when he's walking to the track that both of his fronts are 3/4, and I wonder if that's why they might have kept him down at Palm Beach Downs on a track that he's used to, and a little bit more of a kinder track and a deeper surface for horses. Also, switching surfaces in general make horses footsore, so I wonder if they kept him down there and didn't have to do all his final preparations to not change the surface and maybe get him footsore, because it's just there's so many things that can happen at the last minute.
And the 3/4 shoe that you're alluding to, so basically it's the shape of a horseshoe. It doesn't go fully around, about 3/4 of the length, and it helps to kind of alleviate some of the extra pressure a little bit for some of those horses, leaving them a little bit more open than some others might be.
Yeah, he has a little bit of contract. He actually kind of has like a little bit of a turf hoof to me, and he's a little bit contracted, and sometimes when the shoes are pressing against the heels, it can cause pressure and cause him to go sore. So he has both front 3/4.
Yeah, which you don't often see. So
no.
Usually it's just one of the 4.
Yeah, one of yes.
So keep an eye on that with Renegade. But yeah, as you said, doing all of his preparations down in Florida. Commandment did the series down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park. He swept that series that he ran in, at least, winning the Mucho Macho Man, Fountain of Youth, and Florida Derby. Had his last couple of works up at Churchill Downs, though. And a horse that has basically done nothing wrong since he broke his maiden. All he's done is win.
He broke his maiden. He's won 4 in a row now. And this race was super impressive. You don't really see horses win with this kind of trip at Gulfstream, and to do it at this kind of level where, it's the Florida Derby, you get a really good horse like the Puma gets first run on you. And listen, the Puma was wide and also made an early move, but that move usually gets it done at Gulfstream. I thought he showed a tremendous will to win late in the race, and really put his head down, leveled out, and went and ran down the Puma. And Chief Wallaby, who ran a bang-up race that day too.
Brad Cox's other remaining runner is Further Ado, a horse who maybe he loves Keeneland, I don't know. Maybe he's a horse that just really improved after having a race off the layoff. I thought, and I wasn't at Keeneland for the Bluegrass, but even just looking at the replay and looking at videos and pictures, because I was at Tampa for the Tampa Bay Derby, I thought he had strengthened so much from his first to second start off the bench, and I thought the race did wonders for him.
Interesting. Yeah, I had that in my notes too, that it might be an argument that maybe he just loves the track. But that's really interesting that you say that, because he is, to me, I haven't seen him in the flesh, but he looks like a horse that has a lot of substance. And a lot of those gun runners are horses that are
big, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because usually they're very stout and they carry a lot of weight.
Yeah.
I thought that his Bluegrass was spectacular. I'm surprised he's not favorite, because he does have the best, highest buyer, and it's Johnny, and he drew fairly well for a horse that's going to be tactical and should be able to get over and slide into a spot where he's unbothered into the first turn, and probably projects of all the main contenders to have a really nice clean trip. Maybe potentially be somewhat wide, but I think that he probably puts himself in a nice spot.
Very talented, ran a 106 by her speed figure, winning that bluegrass last time out in a pretty dominant score. So time to put you on the spot again. Who do you like in this year's Kentucky Derby?
Well, I said enough about him, and if you've been watching, I've been preaching him since the PPs came out. But Commandment is my pick, and I think with just his will to win and perform at the high level, I think he's going to continue on that trend, and he's going to win this year's Kentucky Derby.
He has been ultra consistent, and coming out of that Florida Derby, which did seem to be perhaps the strongest prep as well. Very quickly, I wanted to get your thoughts because I am curious, as we didn't touch much out of that Florida Derby. We talked about the Puma, but Chief Wallaby seems to be kind of the wise guy horse. Bill Mott looking for another Kentucky Derby. He put the blinkers on. I thought he's gotten a bit keen in his workouts
That's
since
what I've
then
been
with
saying.
the blinkers. I was a little bit surprised.
We were talking about it on the we were talking about it on the show last week, and I was like, "This horse, you're going into the Kentucky Derby, and I know Bill has has great numbers putting blinkers on horses, but I gotta say, like, you don't want to be tweaking equipment, and then you're gonna have to go navigate through a 20 horse field. I feel like you want to kind of know where you are with your horse. And listen, maybe it does help him, and maybe it takes him to another level, in which case he, probably wins the race if that's the case. But I don't know. I didn't love what I saw in the workout. He looked like he was very aggressive with the rider and was dragging him the whole way. So we'll see how that all plays out. But definitely interesting dynamic. I mean, he's certainly a horse that has a lot of hype around him, but I think people are romanticizing a little bit with Sovereignty, and good reason to, because he's a really good horse. He's trained by Bill Mott. He's got the big pedigree. Junior Alvarado's back on, and there's a ton of things to like about him. But I don't know if he's this group this year of 3-year-olds. I feel like is much better than last year collectively. I even think Chief Wallaby right now is faster. He is faster on numbers than Sovereignty was at this point. So just think it's a much more contentious group, and it's easy to fall in. Same thing with like Mage. I guess we're doing the same thing with the Puma. Like, you get used to the faces, and you like to see what you're used to seeing. So.
It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. See if Bill Mott can get another one in back-to-back years as we head back over to Oaklawn Park. Arkansas breds to wrap up the card. Maiden claiming sprinting, big field. So once again, nice and easy. We'll meet the group beginning with the number 1, Blackwood. Really trying to turn things around, right?
Yeah, this homebred for Shortleaf is going to need to turn that form around to be competitive today.
Whispering Charm, the favorite.
Yeah, this horse has been knocking on the door in this condition and looks to be the horse to beat on paper.
Artemis Sparkles does show speed.
Yeah, had some speed, but got tired. But definitely the best race so far.
Big price on North Lake Kate.
Yeah, it's going to need to change the form around. It's really not done much in 3.
Number 5, Steven's Dream. At least just 1 start so far.
Yeah, 1 start. She is by flat out. So, there's some room to improve.
There's the 6, big price on Valeska's Promise, stepping up.
Yeah, she's broke out the back and kind of stayed out the back in each of her races.
Foxy Faye, first-time starter, not taking any money.
Yeah, Mark Valesky, first-timer with 5 posted breezes.
Barb's Girl, another firster with little attention.
Yeah, Danny Pish is somebody who's capable of winning with first-time starters. This one has a steady workout and at least a quick gate breeze 4 back.
Big price on firster Peeps Pride. There's Sweet Baby D, who's been knocking on the door.
Yeah, she's been knocking on the door. She's ran against some of these foes before, and I think she's got a shot, maybe underneath.
Drop in class for Peaceful Dreams.
Was needed off of that first run, so taking some action from 30 to 1 down to 8 to 1.
And Roots Tootin', stepping back up in class.
Roots Tootin', yeah, finished 4th last time, stepping up to 40, probably just trying to get one in here before they walk out the door.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Derby25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. One more race to go at Oaklawn as we check in with Richie and Megan. 3 to 5 on the favorite for these Archie breds, guys. Give us some help here.
These are very difficult races to handicap. I will say about Naira Bets, though, I actually cashed the bet on top of the Giant Ledge, one of the high peaks in the Catskills. I pulled up my Naira Bets, had a signal, got a bet in, and cashed.
Are you serious?
So you can bet anywhere, anytime. It's pretty cool, right?
I would never have found myself in that situation, so I'm glad we have different experiences.
Well, up on top of a mountain, and I went, oh, there's a horse in that I really wanted to bet at Aqueduct, and I was able to get it done. So
that's pretty impressive.
Well, let's talk Arkansas bred maidens here, and we'll start down on the inside with the one Blackwood Short Leaf Sable, John Ed Anthony. Got a beautiful farm, about 10 minutes from the track here.
This horse just grabbed my eye on the racetrack. It has to get better and do some better running, and does draw the inside post. Have to make a trip out from there under Francisco Arrieta. But like I said, sometimes horses just grab you. This horse has kind of tucked up a bit and gotten stronger through her races, I should say, and maybe we'll make an indentation up there at a big price.
The favorite is the 2 Whispering Charm, taking all the money. You take a look at her last start. We had a runaway leader in the 3, Artemis Sparkles, who showed higher speed than she had ever shown before. Whispering Charm looked like she made the winning move, but she got picked off late. Is that concerning to you?
Absolutely. She's a completely vulnerable favorite in a race. 2 back-to-back races where she likely should have won. I just find she does have the consistency, but to me, it won't take a massive step forward from others in here to come and beat her. And I will say, you mentioned to me when we were sitting here watching these horses on track, she does stick out as looking fantastic in here for the Peter Miller barn.
Yeah, Peter Miller's had a terrific meet, winning it better than 25%. His horses look good. She looks good, but it is concerning that she's kind of snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory, seemingly in her last 2 starts. Artemis Sparkles, we just watched her. Good speed, but not able to last, but she went very fast. She probably has to go fast again to make the lead here.
Exactly. She at least gets to draw better than the widest post of 12 as she did last time out. So that's in her favor. She is going to be forwardly placed, and sometimes when you find the right group, that's what it takes. But you could argue that the number 2 Whispering Charm also has some early speed as well.
Right. And the 5 Stephen's Dream. Stephen's Dream?
Stephen's Dream.
Stephen's Dream? Okay.
Yeah.
It's late.
It is.
It's 10th race. Let's go here.
You got it.
It comes out of the same race, was, well beaten, but did show some interest late. This is a horse you have some interest in.
I do have interest, and due in part to the fact that this horse maybe did a little bit of running last time out, and for Sarah Schaefer now, albeit it was a bit fractious in the in the paddock, as he kind of in the late stages was bubbling over a little bit, but he looked fantastic. I find he's taken a step forward from that April the 9th performance, where I thought that he obviously did need that start and need that experience. For Sarah Schaefer, who recently has just been out on her own as a trainer for about, I believe, a year and a half now. So a fresh new face, and hoping to get the win with a long shot. Well, we shall see. Sometimes horses grab you, and in these races, it can be meaningful.
And then the 12-horse Roots Tootin' at a big price. She showed good speed last time. Maybe the outside post allows her to sneak into the race a little bit more. Honestly, not feeling it, but I thought she was worth talking about.
She was interesting because of her speed, but I find she has boiled over a bit just from looking at her in the paddock. We'll see if she can carry her energy into her race.
None of the first-time starters really taking a lot of money. The one taking the most is number 8, Barb's Girl. Barb's Girl, a black filly. Don't see that denotion very often. Danny Pish, Eric Asmussen have been a good combination throughout this meet with Arkansas breds. They are loading up. Everybody seems like they're minding their manners, acting well for the 10th and final time today. Matt Dinneman with the call.
Peaceful Dreams, post number 11. Working with Stephen's Dream to come up to the gate, the Chestnut filly. And then after Stephen's Dream, Roots Tootin' and Valeska's Promise. Valeska's Promise will be up first, and then Roots Tootin' to the outside. Live racing resumes tomorrow, the penultimate race card of the season. First post 12:45 Central, 12-race program tomorrow. We'll see you then. But for now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go. And they're off. In the finale, Stephen's Dream popped out of there swiftly, is up on the pace with Artemis Sparkles. Artemis Sparkles taking control. Stephen's Dream will track early second. Peaceful Dreams third. Roots Tootin' to the outside. Then Blackwood and the favorite Whispering Charm in the pink. 4 off the pace. Gap of 3 to Peeps, Pride is running in midfield here. North Lake Kate to the inside, a gap of 2 to Sweet Baby D. Then comes Foxy Faye on a hold, third last, joined and passed by Barb's Girl. And the trailer is Valeska's Promise as they go into the far turn. A very strung out group here. The pacemaker is Artemis Sparkles, leads a length and a half. Stevens Dream in second, going okay. Roots Tootin sent along 3 wide, and there goes Stevens Dream to mount a challenge and grabs the lead now. Coming to the quarter pole, Stevens Dream at the top of the stretch. Stevens Dream steps on the gas, accelerates, and goes for home. Opens up for Stevens Dream as they come down the stretch. Stevens Dream is accelerated to a 6-length lead with a furlong to go. Whispering Charm chasing in second. Stevens Dream skimming the rail in the final furlong, but is clear from Whispering Charm and then Valeska's Promise. Stevens Dream going to report home a comfortable winner, second time out for Sarah Schaefer. Whispering Charm was second, Valeska's Promise third, Blackwood fourth.
Stevens Dream was much the best. As you said, there was some room for some improvement, Ray, and boy, did she improve. She pulled away from this field like she was not the price that she was.
Yeah, 17 to 1 here, was able to sit, nice trip, and when he asked her, she opened up. I was impressed.
Big performance. Favorite Whispering Charm to settle for second, but great job, Ray. It was a lot of fun
that was a lot
sharing
of fun.
the set with you today.
Yeah, first time, pretty good.
Yeah, sure we'll get a chance to do it again. And thank you very much for joining us on this card today. We're back from 1 to 7:30 tomorrow on the show, as it will have a little bit of a broken up show tomorrow. FS2 from 1 to 2:30 and 4:30 to 7:30. Of course, Kentucky Oaks tomorrow. Zany, Percy's Bar, Explora, meaning all of the big names will be in the spotlight as we get closer and closer to Kentucky Oaks 152. We hope you join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. on America's Day at the Races. Good night, everyone.